Any
Hmm.
anything you want to say here? This
Uh,
is your moment, winning the league.
First, I want to shout out to like the TOs and the casters. Like, thank you guys for doing this. Like, this league has been a lot of fun playing in.
Playing with this team is easily the most fun I've had playing in any team environment, period.
Gumi, what do you got for us?
I just wanted to say, I'm on top of the West yet again. I will always be on top of the West. I've never ever lost any West tournament or event I've ever played in, and they call me the king of the West for a reason. I will never be defeated.
I love Albion just sending damage onto Gumi, trying to slip up this iron wall defense, but nothing can happen right now. Looking romantic how hard they're holding it down together. Oh, but Snake is paid back in kind. I love Albion. Oh my god, what a crazy defense from Goody and kind of right. Bloodbath again. The chicken eggs and small mammals coming. Oh, hello, and Snake.
There's just too much defense from the side of Demon Drop.
Has an incredible teammate in Snake by his side to flip up to the thing over and over. Both barriers go down. Optiplug tries to get one, but Gumi finds the angle with the barrage, finds the angle with the strike yet again. The barrier stays up. Tiny but Gumi continuing to defend, holding hands, defending that barrier.
Still denied, and now
But once up, save it, but has a shot on goal.
trying to stay alive.
There it goes!
Gumi pushed all the way up.
By the Giga Blast.
It's a kill! This demons are gonna smoke these noobs. And Vaughn is dead!
But he's never standing in a spot where kind of can easily pass it. So,
Because Kind of's got the flip. Oh, the block!
like, kind of has to push through someone in order to get Snake the ball. No, a little bit of a misstep there at the goal line. Good save from Gumi. Good strike shot. Kainu, the Giga Goat, coming through, flashing the Sad Boys Evo.
Call me the king of the West for a reason. I will never be defeated.
It's me! Share this!
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to NASL Season 2 Playoffs Day 2, which means we got the winners finals into the losers finals, and then finally the grand finals. We got a hype day of Omega Strikers for you here, and I'm joined by Daft here, and notice that we actually are not doing a pre-show here, so it's just going to be me and Daft chatting for a little bit before the game starts.
Yeah, chatting indeed. Some of some of the people we're looking for, so got a little lost in Miami. We haven't been able to find them. Hopefully they show up sometime in the next hour. But for now, it's just me and Borg. We're here to entertain you guys and talk a little bit about this matchup here between Demons Raw and Sad Boys. And Borg, you want to give us a little bit of context to these two teams?
Yeah, so the only other time these teams faced off, it was actually 2 Inky Splash Zones with, I think, 1 Oni Village as well. So it was a 2-1 in favor of Demons Raw. But now that the maps and the custom games, are all figured out, we have the 3 different maps and we know exactly what we'll be playing on. So there's a little bit more strategy that's going to be coming into this. A bit less randomness with that Inkies, coming in here and there. So I think this is what we kind of all been waiting for, right? We've been waiting for a fair, quote unquote. Not that the other one wasn't fair, but a more fair, a more straightforward one-on-one with a best of 3 against Sad Boys and Demons Raw. Everyone's kind of been looking forward to it. We got the goalie matchup, Gumi versus Already Lose, the King of the West versus honestly kind of the King. Not so much as of recently, but now that he has good internet, I mean, yesterday he was looking really, really good against Finesse. So, the midfield matchup, Vaughn versus Kainoob, the former, who we thought was the uncontested #1 MVP to now the newcomer midfield, or now it's like, oh, he's the new MVP for Season 1 regular season. Which midfielder can kind of carry better, And then Borg, I'm not playing. I saw myself in the lobby. We got the Snake versus Bells. I wish I was playing. The Snake versus Bells matchup, which forward can carry harder? The 2 Juliet mains. I mean, I feel like there's the story's right itself in this one, Daft.
Yeah, and they definitely do indeed. When you talk about Julie players, we get into some more of these pick talkings, and a lot of what we saw yesterday, we saw, obviously Finney being reworked. Gumi's been playing a bit of Finney. Vaughn has been playing a bit of Finney in that midfield. And that character might be a bit of an unknown variable on these small maps where you're able to get hit by that secondary. The secondary now with 3 full pulses is able to cut off a big portion of, let's say Night Market, that bottom side or that top side, just able to create a nice big wall. So that character might be a bit of a dark horse here in this match and might give one team the advantage over the other depending on what they want to play. And the other thing, going back to the King of the West versus what you like to say, the King in that goalie position, both of those two are really going to be big factors in their team games matches today, depending on whether or not we might see a bit of ranged goalie from range goalie from Gumi, sorry, and maybe something more standard from You Already Lose, or we might see something completely different like a Rune goalie on Oni Village, which I would be super excited to see.
Yeah, and for those who are just tuning in as well, the map picks, so we are just kind of locked in now. The picks have been, we've gotten the draft, we've gotten the coin flip done. Basically, map 1's going to be Night Market, map 2 will be Oni Village, and then the game 3, if there is a game 3, will be Atlas Lab. So Night Market, I don't want to say Demons Raw favored, but I'm assuming they won the coin toss if they're choosing Night Market, because I don't see Sad Boys choosing Night Market against them. First pick, I would expect more of an Oni Village first, as we see map 2 being Oni Village. So I'm expecting, I assume that Sad Boys did have that second pick to pick that Oni Village up. So I guess we can talk about the Night Market a little bit, since that's what we've seen first. What are your thoughts? What do you think we'll be seeing in this Night Market?
Yeah, so Night Market, obviously a very standard map, a little bit smaller, so we're going to see a bit more of those damage comps. And again, maybe that Finney might come out, maybe something like an Amy goalie, just to help that team get a little more pressure, keep it on the other side. But really what we're going to be looking for is those brawler picks. Juliet, a very good character on Night Market, able to punish people off the sides. And if that Juliet gets taken away, maybe Ban, Snake might be looking to take that away from Bells because he has a little bit more of character variety. I want to say, obviously, Snake Centauro, very good. I'm sure you can attest to that, Borg.
Yeah, he plays it a little different, so it is definitely interesting to watch him play for me personally, because we play so different, like a different style of Zentaro. But I mean, we've seen it this season. The proof is in the pudding, right? And he's definitely gotten the wins on the character. He's definitely looked incredibly strong on it, so can't deny success there, as we see with that 9-0. So I mean, I'm not expecting a Zentaro. I think this is the one map where I think Juliet is actually better than Zentaro, like pound for pound, just absolutely better. And I don't see either team banning it. So I'm expecting a Juliet mirror here on both sides, probably a Pummelers as well on both sides, depending on the Awakenings here. For midfield, that's kind of a matchup I'm more interested about, right? I think the goalie matchup's pretty cool as well, but I think with possible bans coming in, I don't really expect the goalie matchup to be too crazy. Maybe a Dubu for Caleb for Yordi Lose, possibly an Amy, maybe for Gumi we'll see a Kai or a Dubu as well. I don't think it'll be that crazy, but I think the midfield, I think we might be seeing some spicy things.
Yeah, and spicy things indeed. Obviously, yesterday we saw a decent amount of Era X. We saw it played, multiple times. So maybe with some good starting awakenings, maybe we could see some sort of Era X plus Finny comp out of Demon's Raw, which I don't know about you, but Era X already doing such a ton of damage. You add Finny on top of that, who's really good on this night market at holding down some of those lanes. You're looking at a lot of damage coming out from Demon's Raw there. And
yeah,
I think it would be a great addition to see here in this, winners final.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest, if I was Sad Boys, honestly, from just playing in in-houses against the Finny goalie on this map, against Lily Buns Finny, who's really good, against Gumi's Finny, I just want to ban it. It's so annoying to play against, especially as like an X or a Juliet. You really have no way, because they cast that secondary on you. You can't move out of it. You have to evade. And if you don't evade, you just get hit for half your health and damage debuffed. So it's like, oh my god, it's so annoying. And the slow too. So you got to remember that as well. So I don't know. I mean, if I were them, I'd ban it. I don't know what they're trying to do here. Possibly, I mean, it's kind of hard to ban the Finny though, right? Because then Kainu kind of gets to pick whatever he wants. Snake probably is going to be on the Julie, so not too big of a deal. But Gumi, even if the Finny ban, has that Dubu in the back pocket, has that Amy, has a Vice if they don't ban Vice. Like, there's so many picks that Gumi can choose. It just feels so weird and so hard to ban it. So I think it just depends on the Awakenings and what Sad Boys really wants to play for what they're going to pick.
Yeah, and it becomes really difficult when you're trying to look at some of these bans for these teams because, Vaughn able to pick a wide variety of characters. Caleb also having a bit of flex in his picks, and then the entire side of Demon's Raw also has a ton of characters that they're really able to play. And again, you talked about it. You don't want to give a priority pick to Kainu. Obviously, he's MVP in NASL for a reason.
Yeah.
So it's definitely going to come down to some of these priority picks, maybe some of the comp differences. And I'm really, again, excited to get into it, see what we're going to see on this first game, because this really is going to set the tone of this winner's finals and possibly even the rematch in grand finals if the losing team does make their way through that loser finals.
I really think no matter what happens in this winner's finals game, we're going to be seeing the same thing in grand finals, to be completely honest with you. The only real difference, right, is that the winning team has a very big incentive to win, right? Because how grand finals works, for those who don't know, it is a best of 3 with a bracket reset. So if the winner's side team does lose that first best of 3 in grand finals, they do get another try for another best of 3. So it just completely extends on another game. So for that team going from winners to losers to grands and having to reset the bracket, it's basically a whole gauntlet that they got to go through. Grueling gauntlet, best of 3s all over the place. At least they can control what maps, but still, it's got to be tough here as all players are ready, and we're actually loading into the first game of Night Market.
Yeah, and finally we're in. I'm super excited to get into it. Super excited to see some of the picks that are going to come out here. I'm hoping, honestly for me, I really am hoping we possibly do see the Finny, because that Finny just so good, again, at that summon lockdown. And here it is, a bit of a... Now, this is interesting, actually, kind of going out of his way to ban the Amy. I guess, from my opinion, they don't want, Caleb playing it on the other side. And there it is, what you talked about, that Finny ban. Ever so prevalent, gone from, Gumi's hands.
Yeah, I mean, if there's any map to do it on, it's this map. And I'm not surprised with the Amy ban. I mean, Yordi Lose definitely the best Amy goalie in the world. I think it's pretty uncontested at this point, especially now that... he's been talking about it a bit. So he's actually at Hamster Quest's house, for those who didn't hear the post show last night. It is confirmed. So he actually has good ping now, good internet, which he's been having internet troubles all season at his house. So at a completely different place, really good internet now. That shouldn't be an issue. So the Amy goalie has been really, really good for Yordi Lose. So definitely want to take that away. And we're actually going to be seeing a Zentaro on Night Market with Era with a Luna goalie. That's a very interesting comp from Demon's Raw here.
Yeah, and when you look at these comps, as we do see the starting awakenings, Twin Drive taken by essentially everyone outside of Bells going that Knife's Edge and Pummelers, which makes sense, obviously, right? When you do play that Julia, you do want to play that some of that kill pressure. But, you know, when you look at this comp from Demon's Raw, you really don't have too much scoring potential. It's actually going to come a lot from this Luna, the Luna who's able to, you know, fly forward with that Twin Drive and maybe cover some of the clears that You Already Lose tries to go for. But other than that, it's going to be a little difficult just to try and get some of the scores with just the Zentaro.
Yeah, and as we're getting in here, the Awakenings were that Knife's Edge plus Twin Drive, actually. So if you're wondering why we're seeing so many Lunas, it is because that Twin Drive start, which is so incredibly good for Luna, as we see both of the top barriers down already for both sides. And actually, the only person going that Knife's Edge is Bells, is the Juliet. So we might be seeing some Knife's Edge KOs here off the side, but don't expect anything too much right away, as, you know, barriers both down for Demon's Raw here. The Luna goalie struggling to hold him a little bit. That dude going to be having a little bit of an easier time on defense. Vaughn looking a little bit low and actually going down to Gumi there. And Gumi will have another dash here coming up soon with that Twin Drive. So You Already Lose has to be very, very careful. If the Snake comes with the flip into the secondary, into the score, nothing You Already Lose could have done there.
Yeah, and Gumi leading that point entirely for his team, killing Vaughn, getting them the kill pressure advantage, plus he stunned You Already Lose out of a save to then hit the core up to Snake, and Snake flipping it right through with that nice little Zentaro secondary.
Yeah, great play from Snake here, giving You Already Lose no chance at all. But at the same time, you know, You Already Lose does still have that flip, so not the end of the world. It is only the first point, and Vaughn getting beat up here a little bit. I'm expecting to see this definitely from that Luna until we can start getting some stagger awakenings here, or possibly, you know, a little bit more damage awakenings from Vaughn as well. But just trying to live as best he can. Finally does go down to Snake and Kainoob, but Bell's almost taking Kainoob out himself, but just lives with enough HP. Here, Tobu Fortress going out for You Already Lose. The Jack-o'-lantern saving the day for now, letting Vaughn come back online. Great save from You Already Lose there at that strike war, and Vaughn getting that KO with the punch combo from Bells, and they have a chance now with this power play to get this barrier.
Yeah, and an excellent job just to take Kainoob off the field. That's what they need to be looking for. Some of these picks coming from Bells, coming from Vaughn. They really need that because You Already Lose isn't going to able to, you know, he's not able to throw out that damage like Gumi is, as Bells with a nice dash punch takes that barrier and opens up the net.
Opens up the net, and it is now their time to score. Bells is looking a little bit low, but has that back orb to take, so dodges that. Okay, that was huge. So Gumi just misses that boost from Luna, so Bells will live for now. The nuke coming in from Vaughn, unable to do anything with it, though. Bells has to be careful. He cannot lose his stagger bar, has no ability, so I'd say just run, young man. Run away, get out of there, get that orb, as he's doing right now. Vaughn with that core flip looking here on that bottom corner, and Gumi cannot react on the Denver ping. It seems like, I don't even know why I said that. I think they're all on 60. So, I mean, pretty fair shot there. I don't even know if Gumi had a strike to save that.
Yeah, and Vaughn doing an excellent job there, using, you know, that little Luna dash to pass to himself into his own flip, sending it directly towards Gumi, just barely out of his reach as he gets one more barrier, almost gets two, as Bells manages to almost get Kainoob off the map, though Kainoob is going to go grab his orb and then drop some nice little shrink on Bells.
Yeah, I think how this game is going to play out as the second barrier goes down already. So like we were saying earlier, I mean, the Luna's going to have a much harder time at defending, but they have a lot more kill threat, especially early on, right? So if You Already Lose and Vaughn really can get a hold of some stagger awakenings, get a hold of some map control, make sure that they're not dying, then I think this should be a pretty easy game as Vaughn takes out Gumi, the flyby, the counter fly, a little bit of the Air Force battle here as Bells flips, kills Kainoob on the way, and punches it in for good measure. That is 2-1 for Sad Boys, and they're looking dominant in this first set.
Yeah, Vaughn taking full advantage of that twin drive. Gumi, you know, flying just a little bit too close to the sun there on that bottom side, gets taken out for his troubles. And an excellent job from Vaughn just then to get the core forward with that slick kicks and just take that free open net.
Yeah, free open net as well, and a free barrier there on the top side. Bell's still living too as well, living again. I'm surprised he didn't die off the side there, and Vaughn winning a strike where it now opens up the barriers. So this is a chance here. Yodu is coming up. The core flip did not amount to much though. Bell's getting a KO off the side. Great dash punch on to Kainoob. Now Snake and Gumi have to defend, but Snake is not the second goalie on Demon's Raw. That is Kainoob, who is dead, and Gumi has nothing to do with no abilities left. Great set for the Sad Boys, and now as we get into draft, this is huge here. We can see possible Deadeye, possible extra special, and there's the Deadeye.
Yeah, this Deadeye coming out, the training you're going to want on your Luna in the game, coming out in the first set, the one where Vaughn being first in this draft, is going to grab it. A consolation prize fighter for Gumi, as I imagine he might take that. But also, you do see the Stagger Swagger up on the board available for one of the forwards for Demon's Raw if they do decide to go it. But actually going to be taken away by You Already Lose, leaving, you know, Snake in a position where he might have wanted that Stagger Swagger just to give himself a little bit of, you know, extra health, but it's going to be what it's going to be at this point as we are getting back into this, you know, next set.
Yeah, and, you know, just kind of looking at those Awakenings again, you know, definitely, you know, wanted that Stagger Swagger, kind of ends up getting the Chrono Boost, so definitely not sad there, but Snake gets the Fight or Flight. I think Fight or Flight's definitely a very, very good training. It's basically, it's kind of similar to Stagger Swagger in the sense of you're going to get a lot of speed from just being in combat, right? So I don't think he's too upset about that, but one thing that is huge is that Bells with that Tempo Swing and Vaughn with that Deadeye, right? So just so many Damage Awakenings going over to Sad Boys, where Damage Awakenings are what Demon's Raw wants, right? So Sad Boys with the great denials there that are going to help them kill them even faster. So this is going to be a little bit tough for Demons, I think, this set.
Yeah, and on the other hand, Kainub actually getting that, you know, Chrono Boost, essentially one of the two really massive, you know, Awakenings that you can pick up on the Era, the other one being cast to last, and having that Twin Drive already, he is going to be speeding up his teammates, as you see him do here, as Snake now in position to possibly score this, but doesn't actually get the core, dribbling here on the bottom, passes up to Kainub. Kainub trying to get it through, and Snake wasting the flip, but Gumi sending it right on through past You Already Lose and picking up this first point in the set, and hopefully a turnaround for their team here.
Yeah, I mean, hey, use the core flip, got the gold. Might not have, you know, been a 1-to-1 there, but it still worked out. As no energy, though, in the end, and Vaughn just almost takes him out immediately with that secondary into ultimate. But managing to stabilize for now. Bell's actually the one looking incredibly low here. The dash punch just barely missed. That would have killed Snake off the side. Vaughn looking for another Luna dash, but unable to connect here. And Sad Boys are looking a little bit grim here. At least Bell's health bar is. But I think You Already Lose will be up to the task of defending in the meantime, as Bells looks for a little bit of healing, looks for a little bit of time here. Gumi with that core flip can make a play on the other side of the map. That's a double Luna nuke. I don't think Bells even knew what was going on there, as Snake uses last evade. Vaughn now is going to be staggered, and this is going to be a little bit tough for Sad Boys. Oh, great evasive there from Vaughn to escape from Gumi, and Gumi forced to use that core flip. So great play from Vaughn to actually stabilize this point.
Yeah, and Vaughn, even though he gets sent off the field there, he was able to hold it down, forcing Gumi to use that core flip, and You Already Lose actually going to manage to take the barrier for himself there with his own flip, as Bells gets hit by essentially what was like one ability and loses his entire health bar, forced to use his elusive there. And just a nice combination play, Snake using that, you know, nice little Zen ult, holding that in position for Gumi to stun You Already Lose, and the core just going right past. And Borg, Demon's Raw is looking to make a comeback here in this set.
Yeah, they're having a lot of success at KOing Sad Boys, when you'd think it'd be the other way around, right? Like, they were struggling last set to KO Sad Boys, but now that Sad Boys gets the damage awakenings, they're now having an easier time. I almost think it's actually the fight or flight from Snake that's just making it so much easier for him to survive. So I actually like the approach that Sad Boys is taking here of trying to KO Kainub instead.
Yeah, and KOing Kainub is what you're going to want to do, but when you think about it, he has that Chrono Boost, he has that Twin Drive, he's going to be running away at the speed of sound, but Bells really needs to find a pick on him just to, you know, kind of open up the field, allow for a little more movement. You know, Snake isn't going to keep being buffed by that Era, and it's just going to give his team so much more room to work with.
Yeah, and so much room. Gumi's trying to give his team a little bit of room to work with, as Kainub is getting pressured here, but now Vaughn's on the receiving end of it after being shrunk. Bell's coming back to help out a little bit, has that knife's edge so can catch up very quickly, but a solo play from Vaughn, winning that strike war from Gumi and Kainub off of that boost. So great play from Vaughn, actually, while being staggered, to just kind of save this point for Sad Boys, and I think they're still in it. I think they got a little bit of juice left in this set for them here, as Snake trying to end it early with this core flip.
Yeah, they do got a bit of juice there, as Snake forced to use that flip, almost dies actually to Bells. Bells in that corner, dropping that Flame Flurry on him, but oh my god, Kainub taken off the map by Vaughn with that Deadeye, a little bit of Rocket Dash combo, and all of a sudden they're back in this one.
Yeah, back in it as they get the last barrier here. Bells looking for a possible dash punch. Vaughn almost gets it on that bottom side, but just misses. Dash punching Gumi into the net. Bells looking for a possible goal here as well. After the KO, You Already Lose running up with that flip aggressively. The Dubu, will he score? Hits it right through Snake's primary, and it's 2-2 now in the set.
Yeah, and Bells, this is what you want to see from him. He's taking the pummelers, he's taking the knife's edge. You want to see him send somebody off the map, and that's what he's going to do, sending Gumi into the net off rip. You want to see more from that, or you want to see more from Bells just like that.
Yeah, more of that from Bells, I believe, is what you're trying to say there.
We'll get there one day.
Hey, and like you're saying, that nice edge is actually very, very strong. It's in terms of like that Juliet, right? I think Juliet is probably the best user of nice edge, at least depending on certain characters in the Awakenings, right? But on this map specifically, you can just get so aggressive with your positioning as Juliet, as, I mean, Snake getting aggressive, same with Gumi and Kainub, all kind of KOing Vaughn there on the side, so you're already going to need some heroics, as he's showing right here, great strike and great log to actually get it out, forcing Snake to flip, and they finally get the barrier from it, but Vaughn is back up, and Gumi just used all of his cooldowns here, so if Bells, there he goes, that's one barrier, so can he dash punch here, can he find it? Ooh, great strikes from Kainub on the defensive end here to actually stall that out, but Bells still has that dash punch, I believe, so needs to keep an eye on him, needs to be careful here, so incredibly dangerous in front of this net, especially with that nice edge, uses that punch, so will not have the punch here for a couple seconds. Snake trying to score, Gumi trying to score with that core flip, finally manages to do it, getting that core flip, I believe, actually from the strike off of that boost, so great play from Gumi there, just kind of Hail Marying to get it out of their side.
Yeah, and Gumi doing such a great job keeping that pressure on the field. As we see the Castellast here, it is up, possibly going to have to be a deny away from this era. It is very strong, stacks on stacks, another one, but also the very sleeper, the heavy impact is here for the Juliet. This Julie is 6, but it is going to be taken away from the Zentaro. Very good, as obviously the Julie with all that, but it actually, I mean, Bells on this other hand is going to get Spark of Resilience or Big Fish.
Big Fish, yeah.
And Big Fish right here, I mean, hey, if you're a Juliet player, you're not complaining, that's 200 stagger and 25 size, and he's already getting these kills off the side. Bells, all of a sudden, in this draft, is just going to become even stronger, and they're going to need a play to not get dash punched off the edge.
Yeah, and while Kainub does get that prime time, I actually think I agree with Vaughn's decision to take bulk up instead of prime time there, because if you take prime time, your rockets now are hitting a little bit less, so hitting for a little bit less damage, and your whole point of this Luna, right, is to try and find those KOs, as Vaughn actually finds an amazing secondary there for that save, as he already loses. Summer Assault was a little bit off, but great play so far. That bottom barrier going down to Demon's Raw's aggression here, but Bells and Vaughn have a chance to make an offensive comeback here, as Gumi headbutts Vaughn a little bit, getting him low. Snake actually finding that KO off the side. That's a 4 KO streak for Snake, and that's a double barrier for Bells, so great play on the other side for Bells after Vaughn goes down, and Vaughn, 3 more seconds until he's back up. They managed to defend too, so now Sad Boys is the one looking ahead in this game.
Yeah, and looking ahead indeed, but again, Kainub now has, a little bit of this twin drive. He's got the twin drive, he's got the chrono, and now he has the prime time. Hopefully he's going to use all that on Snake, but Gumi forced to use the flip there. Bell's almost managing to get that one in, but Kainub just needs to work with Snake to get the ball forward, get the ball past You Already Lose, and hopefully they're going to be able to get something working here.
Yeah, Snake forced to invest that core flip on the defensive side. Not what you want to see, but has to get it out for now. And that Zentaro ultimate coming out as well. Vaughn and Bells are just applying so much pressure in the net, and Bells now should have this dash punch back up. You got to be careful here. You got to be super careful if you're Kainub here and protect your goalie, but he doesn't even need the dash punch and actually just weaves it in between Kainub and Gumi. Kainub just does not have the reaction to flip there.
Yeah, Kainub unfortunately did have the core flip there, just like you said, didn't have the reaction time. Probably didn't expect Bells to, just strike it right through the both of them. I honestly would have expected him to flip there. So a little bit of unfortunate expectations as Kainub using that flip, but Vaughn punishing for him as Snake manages to get one barrier in return, but that's Kainub off the field.
Yeah, Kainub off the field, a little power play here for Sad Boys, but Snake and Gumi are doing a very good job at stalling. But, 1-for-1 barrier down, and Bells does have that core flip, so manages to secure that second barrier with the core flip. And You Already Lose has to be careful here, or almost got KO'd off the side, forced to use that core flip in order to survive. And now Sad Boys are actually the ones looking pretty low, but Vaughn, no stranger to the goal box, as he will be holding it down for now until You Already Lose manages to heal up or die. We'll have to see which one it is, as Bells playing a little bit of third goalie here. They're just on full defensive, as You Already Lose finally manages to get that stagger back, and manages to, doesn't get the orb, actually great steal from Gumi to fly in, but You Already Lose with that stagger swagger, actually, that pickup earlier, helping him survive here, so now Sad Boys finally stabilizes, and Snake has to be careful not to die here.
Yeah, and You Already Lose doing such an excellent job keeping himself alive, barely avoiding that little flyby from Gumi from the entire other side. If he got hit by it, he was dead. And almost flopped Snake into the net, but Gumi, another flyby, passes all the way down to Snake. Snake hitting it into that bottom corner. And, you know, you already lose using that flopper already. Wasn't able to get down there in time.
Yeah, it seems like a little miscommunication between Vaughn and You Already Lose there, which on who was actually covering that bottom side. But, you know, these things happen. It's only 1-1 as they got a lot of core flips and a lot of things out that time as Vaughn and Bells finding another KO onto Snake here. So another early power play for the Sad Boys, but can they convert this one into a goal? As last round, we did not see that. So we'll have to kind of see what goes around here as Vaughn using that core flip for the first barrier. Definitely kind of a good move there just to get it out of the way, but Bell's getting just destroyed right now and kind of winning every single strike core. Oh, but almost gets taken out by that dash punch and by that rocket. So needs to play careful here. Almost has that core flip, so I think he will be the target of a lot of aggression from Sad Boys right now as Bells starts dribbling it up here, taking his time for now. Gets shrunk as the Lunar Nuke comes in, kind of evade checking Gumi a little bit there. Vaughn doing a little bit more damage. Just kind of just a little bit of a back and forth here.
Yeah,
oh,
and
KO!
And Sad Boys getting a KO now on the power play here, hopefully trying to get something, but unfortunately the core goes all the way back through that center speed. They are going to lose a barrier for it, but Bell's making up for it here on this bottom side. There's the Tifa Fortress. Vaughn trying to fly for it, not able to grab it. Now it's kind of his turn with the core, but it comes back to Bells. Bells dribbling off this bottom side, dash punch, sends Gumi into the net, and that's a Sad Boys point.
That was an absolutely beautiful dribble there. I think he just got his dash up too, by the way, because of that dribble. So well played there from Bells. If the Ori Julie player definitely study this man because he does it like nobody else. And from that, actually gets the core flip as well off that kill. So core flips, gets one bear, almost snipes that second one with almost a cheeky little angle, but not quite there, but manages to get it there with the punch anyway. Goal is going to be open for Demons Raw, and they need to defend this unless they want to go down to a single set. Here comes the slow shot from You Already Lose. Actually manages to save it because the boost from Vaughn takes out Gumi, so there's no one there.
Yeah, and again, this Julie and Bell so powerful is going to be first pick here, able to grab possibly a build different here if it's up, but it's not there for him. He's going to have to deny the extra special, I would have to imagine, but, you know, so powerful in this role. Sitting here, doing so much damage, sending people into the net. This is what you want to see from Bells. This is how you win this game as Vaughn, maybe getting a little bit of a consolation egoist here. You know, some more dodges, possibly to deal with a little bit of this Gumi rockets as, you know, they not really getting anything too much you want to see in your Zentaro, but does grab a dash training, and hopefully that's going to be what he wants to really put some more pressure onto the side of Sad Boys, get that core forward, because that's what Demons Raw needs. They need this core on the other side of the map, but it has just not been happening so far.
Yeah, the arrow is so huge for Snake in my opinion. You know, it's not Super Surge, but it is that next best thing where you're getting the extra range on that passive, and you do have a dash range now, so I believe that just completely unlocks the character and just allows him to play so much more defensively because he can jump on offense at any point, basically whenever he wants. So definitely a great pickup there, but a good draft from Sad Boys to deny that extra special. And the egoist from Vaughn, you know, is definitely going to come into play here if he can manage to save up for that core flip.
Yeah, now Vaughn just sending it right through. Gumi not able to get that one clear. Bells was sitting on that top side, Vaughn on that bottom, and an excellent play from Sad Boys, putting themselves up 1 point. And this possible final set, they, you know, Demons Raw, again, they have a pressure comp, but they just can't get the core on the other side.
Yeah, and keep in mind, guys, that Demons Raw did pick this map. They won the coin flip and picked this night market expecting to win off it. So if they don't get the win here, they got to play on Oni Village next, which is basically just Sad Boys' home. They have not, I don't think, lost on that map this entire season. The only time was actually... They haven't lost the entire season 2 on that map. They lost, you know, previously. They've looked a little bit more human on that map as of recently, but it is definitely, I believe, their home court overall as Bells punches it in. All 3 people, I believe, he got there with the core. So they want to send it to Oni Village right now and take this Winter Finals home.
Yeah, and even if Bells, you know, with that little fiery punch there, didn't get that one through, the Lunar Nuke was there as well, would have hit probably 3 people because they would have all been trying to strike the core, and Sad Boys putting themselves here on match point. Demons Raw, it's their time, they need to do something, and Snake trying his hardest here on the bottom to get something going.
Yeah, trying to get something going, but Zentaro just does not have that same level of pressure that the Juliet has on this map. You know, the dash punch feels a little bit stronger for these barriers, but Gumi trying to do his best at keeping them away and trying to help on that offensive side. Luna Nuke coming in here, but not going to be able to actually do too much. But he's running in with the Egoist. There it is. The Egoist actually getting that last barrier from the speed. And now the KO, and now Bells with just a simple strike down to the bottom side. That is a 3-1 set win on Demon Raw's map pick for Sad Boys. This is huge.
Yeah, and Sad Boys sending themselves to the first win of this best of 3, going to their map now. The one they wanted to play from the start. As, you know, again, we talked about it at the start, right? This comp from Demon's Raw is very good, but you have to keep that core on the other side. You have the era, you need that core control. If you don't get it on the other side, the Zen's not going to be able to get it past the Dubu by himself. You need that Luna there to help you, but on the other hand, Vaughn and Bells, they don't care. It's a Luna and net. We're just going to stuff it past them, or they're going to kill the Luna. And that's what they did, and that's why they're sitting here up 1 game in this best of 3.
Yeah, and guys, keep in mind, you know, when you pick that Zentara, you're trying to get a lot more pressure, you're trying to get a lot more damage, more KOs, and the Luna goalie, that was the whole purpose of their comp, right? They had the era for that midfield control, but Gumi and Snake were supposed to be the ones killing them, but Snake had 4 KOs, Gumi had 3, Vaughn had 6, and Bells had 7. So I think the Luna plus, you know, Brawler duo, while it was double forward instead of goalie and forward, I believe just kind of outclassed, I mean, Gumi and Snake there a little bit with the KOs and with the damage. Vaughn actually with the most damage in the game at 38k. The next closest was Snake at 34 and Gumi at 34k as well. So Vaughn kind of showing why he's kind of the Luna King right now, right?
Yeah, and getting that Deadeye so early. Set 1, essentially. I mean, that's where you're going to get most of your damage, especially on that Luna pick with that twin drive. You know, even if you're not essentially trying to, you know, dash for damage, you're going to get it just because you're hitting people from that 600 range that Deadeye needs. And here we are, Oni Village and Snake already hovering this Asher, plus the Estelle. I mean, come on, it's Asher Estelle. It is the simple classic of Oni Village, but I'm curious to see what these bans are going to be. It looks like possibly they're hovering between the Dubu and the Julie. And then it looks like they're banning that Julie. But no ban from... That's interesting. I want to hear your opinion on this.
Okay, I purely think... I don't actually think they forgot. There's no way they forgot. I think they're so confident. I'm going to spin in this narrative, by the way, because it's more fun. They probably just forgot, guys. I'm just going to be completely honest with you before I spin this narrative. But they're BMing Demon's Raw here, guys. They think they're so comfortable on this map, they don't need a ban. And I'm going to be honest, I don't know if they do too, as we're seeing the Kai Rasmus, that Kai midfield here coming in for Vaughn, one of his comfort picks versus that Asher era. So I do think Kai is definitely a lot better as a midfielder than Era is on this map. But if Era can get this, I mean, can get the Cast Blast, can get the Chrono Boost, it's going to be a little bit scary for sure. But, I mean, I don't know. We'll have to see as we're getting into this game now.
Yeah, and obviously Quick Strike stacks. I mean, what other 2 Awakenings do you want as a starting for Oni Village? This is classic Oni Village gameplay with this Quick Strikes, with the stacks. Only Gumi taking the stacks, though, as Vaughn, Bells, Kainoob, Snake, and You Already Lose are all going to be taking this Quick Strikes. Especially You Already Lose, definitely going to need that against this Asher pick. But, you know, again, we talk about it, right? This is the difference in the 2 comps. You Already Lose playing a bit more of a standard defensive goalie, while Gumi going to play something to help his team, as you see him running up here. And they just need the pressure on the other side for Demon's Raw to be able to pick up this map.
Yeah, I'm actually a little bit surprised that Bells didn't pick up the stacks on stacks, but, you know, definitely a dribbler. one of the best to ever dribble, right? So I'm not too surprised that, you know, he picks up the Quick Strikes. Definitely comfort for him. But the stacks on stacks feels like it might have helped get him around a little bit better, but, you know, we'll have to see how the Quick Strikes comes in. You know, maybe he's favoring that energy. I think the energy buff from Quick Strikes that happened a few patches ago, probably one of the big favorites in here. So whoever can get their hands on Egoist is actually what I'm looking for in this game.
Yeah, Egoist, the only one that's, you know, really still there that you might want. Catalyst, obviously, and Fire Up both out of the game, so whoever does get that Egoist, as Bell's making a nice play here and actually just going to send it right through before I even was finished with my point. But, you know, Egoist, whoever gets it is going to become that guy in this game, especially since Stack's off the board already. You can't get that flat move speed to even match it.
Yeah, and just to talk about that play from Bells, I mean, showing me exactly why he took Quick Strikes, right? Using it to the perfect degree in order to win that strike war versus Kainoob, as well as, you know, find the barrier and then runs in with the core flip for the goal. So great job there as Snake actually answering for a second barrier of their own. So Demon's Raw kind of looking great here, and a great save from Gumi with the barrage. You know, ran a little bit far forward, but manages to save it anyway. When you're that confident, doesn't matter. As Bell's looking a little bit low on energy here, but shouldn't matter too much. You already lose with that defensive Tofu Fortress, trying to keep it forward. But Gumi running up now with that core flip, and this might go in, guys, as it takes out. You already lose with the flip, and then puts it in that bottom side. It's 1-1.
Yeah, and that's the Kai goalie classic, right? On this map, you sit in that bottom speed. When it comes to be your time, you run forward, you zoom at the speed of light, walk up, try and barrage it past them, and then just core flip them into the net. And that was perfect textbook example of that pressure that Demon's Raw can apply to this map, because look how far forward Gumi is running on this map compared to you already lose.
Yeah, Gumi definitely has a bit more of an offensive presence, you know, compared to that Dubu, right? But keep in mind, the Dubu is running momentum boost, so the Dubu definitely can, like as he's doing right now, kind of running up, having that log to cover an option. Still going to be helping his team offensively, but I feel like you don't need to as much when you have that Kai midfield, especially as the game kind of moves forward and you see a bit more speed coming out of Vaughn.
Yeah, and Vaughn's sitting here staggered on this bottom side, needs to play his life. Snake, you know, Asher able to pretty much kill staggered people very easily, but Vaughn just a little bit too fast, playing around the speed zone on the bottom, playing for his life here, and doing such a good job at living.
Yeah, and the cool part about Bell's picking Rasmus here actually is that Rasmus, you know, basically just a midfielder themselves, right, as a character, so can kind of fill whatever role. So if Vaughn is getting pressured too much, gets low, Bells can come back and do really, really well in that kind of midfieldish role. So great pick here as Snake, you know, kind of dribbling around the Tofu Fortress here. Vaughn does come back up, but Yardley's has that core flip, manages to save it here for now. Great Giga Blast forces Yardley to actually use that core flip himself. So great job there from Gumi, but Bell's looking a little bit dangerous here with that quick strikes up top, but gets shrunk by Kainoob, and Kainoob invests that flip as well. So keeping it kind of clear for now. Oh, but pass it right to Snake. Vaughn manages to get it back just in time with that quick strikes. A little bit of, I guess, strike war this game until this last barrier can go down, or until Sad Boys can get a good offense running in here. But Gumi has the core flip and has every single ability here. Great save from Yardy Luz. That Dubu log is looking so incredibly strong, basically stopping that core flip by itself. Bell's using that core flip. Gumi tries to predict it's going top, but Bells puts it right on top of him going bottom. The barrage not able to hit it there as stomp the floor, young man. That was a great play.
Yeah, and again, you know, we talk about it. It's kind of Kainu versus the world. You know, Bells on this Rasmus and Vaughn on this Kai are just able to put so much pressure on the field, so Kainu really needs to either outplay them just in skill or have some help from Gumi, but it is so incredibly difficult for him to get this core forward to Snake. It's Snake not really able to affect the map, because if he's coming back to deal with the midfielders, then how are they going to score past the Dubu?
Yeah, I think really the key to scoring on this Dubu is having that run up, the eject button Kai, right? Come up and kind of be that second midfield, right? Give Kainoob a little bit of breathing room to cover it clear, and then once it gets to Snake, it's kind of all over, right? But the Dubu, even though, you know, has the log, has the Tofu Fortress, so managing to just have so many tools versus the Asher, excuse me, as really, I mean, it's kind of hard, right? So I think this draft from Sad Boy is just so good. The Dubu really just paying dividends this whole game. So Bell's kind of running up here, opposite barriers going down for both teams. So just kind of waiting for a team here. Great barrage and a great pendulum swing from Bells and Vaughn to kind of get that last barrier here. Gumi with nothing left as it was on that offensive side just for a little bit too long for them. While Vaughn dribbling here, getting a little bit of energy here. Actually gets a full bar off of that little play. So good job from Vaughn and Bells here. Ooh, Bells almost gets the play with that Death's Touch getting in here. Tries to find the KO, doesn't quite find it here. Oni Village kind of happening here. The core is going a million miles per hour as Vaughn trying to farm up a core flip here with the quick strikes. Gets that core flip into the top side, into Bells. Unlucky, just misses the shot as Gumi manages to defend for now. But you already lose, looking stalwart in the net right now. Just an absolute brick wall. There's just so hard for Snake to score on him.
Yeah, and you already lose doing everything in his power just to keep the score away. But Gumi with a nice little Giga Blast trying to send it forward. But again, just this midfield presence from Sad Boys is so strong in this bottom part, and he flips it. Bells sending it right through with that pendulum swing and sending us to our first draft in this game. And you know, if you're Demon's Raw, you really want to win that first set, because now look, Bells is in front. Bells going to be able to take one of these strong awakenings here for himself, possibly might deny the prime time. Honestly, I don't know if you necessarily want to give Gumi the prime time here. It has the hot shot as a backup.
Yeah, he takes Demo.
But Demo, such a powerful awakening, and you know, we haven't really seen Demo at all today. And boy, you want to give us a bit of a rundown on why Demo's so strong here?
Yeah, not only is it giving you size, which Rasmus just absolutely loves size, right? The higher pendulum swings, the better secondary range. So it's just so incredibly good for Rasmus in general. And, you know, it might be a little bit weaker on Oni Village as you're not really getting both barriers at the same time, and they're not next to each other, so you can't fully combo your things. But if you can get, you know, possibly a secondary primary, right, to get that first barrier, you have all your abilities back up again with that 8-second cooldown reduction whenever you get a barrier to really try and get into a good position to secure the second one. So we'll have to see how they play with it here as Bell's doing great, doing it right there, right? Using that pendulum swing and then getting that secondary back from the barrier to manage to secure the second one. So great job from Bells to really show why the training is so strong right now.
Yeah, and if you think about it, from Sad Boys, they have really multiple, I would like to say, takeaway abilities, right? You have that Death Touch from Bells. You have that Giga Blast from Vaughn. Compared to the other side, you really only have Gumi's Giga Blast, who's able to kind of steal a core away from people. So Vaughn and Bells able to work so much with Dead Space without really having to worry about the core take away from them, as Bells just here on this top side with this Whiplash is just going to put it right past Gumi. Gumi trying to get forward with that eject button to make plays on the map, but it just came back to bite him.
Yeah, and like we're saying, if Gumi can manage to use that eject button and get it on the offensive side, then it just works so well, right? But so far, at least in these last couple of points, Gumi hasn't really been able to run up too far here. That's actually right there was the only time he's been able to do that in a while, because Sad Boys has just been pressuring on that offensive side of Demon's Raw just so much, right? Vaughn and Yordi loses like some great clears as well, managing to keep it at Bells the whole time and let him cook, right? So Gumi almost has no space to run up, but doing a little bit better this time as Snake and kind of keeping it forward for a little bit longer, you know, not being able to make too many plays. Gumi trying to make a play himself, but Bells has that core flip, needs to be careful here, getting shrunk, using that core flip, but doesn't really get anything for it. So good try, but, you know, Gumi and Snake are managing to keep the core flip for now. Vaughn doing so good with these dribbles, actually farming core flips with his quick strikes so well, as Bells with another chance here. Will he be able to get it? No, not quite, but the Tofu Fortress is denying Snake any chances himself. So great job from both the goalies this set, I think, as Vaughn coming in with that core flip and actually gets the barrier from it. I believe that was just a Giga Blast into a strike, so that was incredibly good. And then Bells actually uses the barrage from Gumi to his own favor and hits it with that secondary recast into the top corner.
Yeah, and again, it's just so hard for Kainu to solo hold this midfield by himself. Like, Gumi is walking up and trying to help him, but Vaughn and Bells are just doing such a good job at keeping the pressure, and then when the core goes on the other side, Yordi is just there to hit it straight back to Vaughn. They have to work more together in tandem, as they just lost both their barriers and possibly might even be losing the set right here.
Yeah, possibly, but managing to, you know, hold it together for now is Gumi and Kainoob. Can Vaughn and Bells end it right now, or will Snake finally, you know, try and make some impact on this Asher, but just kind of get this last barrier? But it feels like Yordi has just had Snake's number this whole game in these offensive, or excuse me, defensive for him, but offensive for Demon's Raw's possessions, right? Now we have to be careful because Vaughn and Bells has that core flip. One of them might look to secure it here, but all three members are on defense. Vaughn with that core flip, not managing to find anything so far. Great try with that Giga Blast, but nothing too crazy. But I don't think Sad Boys cares that much because Vaughn can just kind of farm another core flip with that core strike, or with those quick strikes, excuse me, as Bells still has one here. The pendulum swing, the hook into the core flip, into the top side. Great patience from Bells, and that's going to secure the second set for Sad Boys. Demon's Raw is looking in trouble.
Yeah, and Vaughn just has so much control over the midfield. I mean, he's first in this draft. Obviously, you could tell getting those barriers, getting those goals, it's just so impossible to deal with him because Demon's Raw just can't take away the core from him. You know, this era has to walk up towards him to even be able to do it anyway, and that's the Castle Astonai. Very important, but also a really good pickup for Vaughn, able to have that, you know, blazing pace up for much longer. And he's already doing so much in that dead space. So now with that extra blazing pace and that quick strikes, he's going to be passing the core, feeding it up to Bells, and Bells, every time he's gotten it, he has gotten a barrier. He has put it past the Gumi. So Demon's Raw needs to have something change here.
Yeah, and Snake not really getting what you want here. A Spark of Focus by itself, not really going to be doing too much. Gumi gets that aerials in kind of a perfect form. So I think Sad Boys definitely won that draft here. And I think this is why Kai, you know, on this map, but in general, is so good against the Era, right? Because it's hard for Era to shrink the Kai because of that speed that he can have over time, right? And Kai just denies Era training so incredibly well, right? A lot of the awakenings that Era likes, Kai is really good at using as well, like that Chrono Boost, like that Castellas. So, I mean, really just a great character draft, I think, for Sad Boys this game. I said it before, I'll say it again, but it just feels like there's almost no answers for the comp of that Sad Boys is drafted.
Yeah, and you might be able to think maybe Kainu tries to possibly go something like the Estelle, or maybe they just ban the Kai and run possibly like a Dubu, but no matter what, it's still really difficult because you have this you have Bells on this Rasmus who is just doing so much work on the other side of the map, but Snake almost getting that one through, but Vaughn doing a minuscule amount of trolling, passes it directly to Snake, and Snake sending that one right into the bottom edge. A much needed point for Demon's Rock.
Yeah, a little bit of a mistake there from Vaughn. You know, maybe thought that I don't really know what happened there. Possibly a little mouse slip, something, but not gonna matter too much. I don't think that'll phase him at all, as it's only 1-0 and they are up 2 sets, so definitely nothing too crazy here, as Vaughn with that Giga Blast almost gets that bottom barrier, but just misses it. Bells with that core flip coming in here, trying to find something, but Snake is gonna be core flipping here as well, trying to actually KO Vaughn from that, but not gonna be able to find it as the Barrage finally gets the first barrier for Sad Boys, and you already lose playing so aggressive here with the Momentum Boots. Dubu has that core flip, so not really too scared here. It has to invest it though, as Snake with an Astral right in your face. You don't want to be risking that, as Bells, you know, shrunk, can't really do too much on the offensive side here. You already lose, looking a little bit dangerous here. Does not have any more abilities, but manages to clear it with that Summer Assault strike. So great job from him at keeping it here, and a great play there, actually dribble into pass to Bells, but does not actually get anything for it, but a great try there for the barrier. Bells has to be careful with that stagger. You do not want to get KO'd here, or else Demon's Rock can have all the pressure they want in the world. That is their whole comp. So Bells, you know, needs to be careful here, just evading the tornado, and so is walking back. Great move, actually, to come back and just try to stall a little bit of time, get that goalie orb. Perfect. Yep, back to full, but the core flip from Snake actually is going to be knocking You Already Lose out of the way, and then Vaughn just misses a core flip themselves. This is Demon's Raw's chance actually to possibly get this goal.
Yeah, and Demon's Raw making such a better adjustment, and there's their goal. That's a well-deserved point. They made such a good adjustment, that point, because essentially what they did was they had Snake fall back a little more, maybe put less pressure on You Already Lose, and work towards pressuring Vaughn, not letting Vaughn have free reign with that core, not letting Vaughn.
But yeah, just letting
on You Already Lose and let anything here.
Oh, sorry, you might cut out a little bit there. But
oh no, you're good.
Regardless, Vaughn, you know, taking a little bit of damage here with that Snake just kind of sitting on him, and now and Snake, I mean, definitely has adjusted, like you were saying, right? So has adjusted to the play style here and what he needs to do. Just kind of, I mean, for lack of a better term, fanboy some of the members of Sad Boys, right? Get a lot of damage in, get a lot of pressure in as he's looking to KO Vaughn here soon, but Vaughn is just too fast to KO as he's getting all these orbs. Gonna be forced to use that core flip, but actually great flip usage as You Already Lose was a little bit too far up, and Snake now with that flip has to invest it. Can he get the goal, and hits it right past You Already Lose? They managed to get a seg here in this game and a possible reverse sweep.
Yeah, and this is what you want to see from Snake. Snake putting pressure on Vaughn to the point of almost staggering and possibly almost killing him. And actually then, once they're able to get the core forward, once Vaughn is in a bit of a bad spot, you know, he then puts the pressure onto You Already Lose, and here it is, Egoist plus Chrono Boost here in the same draft. Unfortunately, kind of actually deciding to go for the Chrono Boost, but Vaughn now with this Egoist Knife's Edge cast to last, slick kicks gameplay. I mean, he is going to be unstoppable on the field. Once he gets that core flip, he is going to be zooming. And another important note, actually, Gumi picking up, you know, that specialized training, and actually might be a good option to try and help Snake put some more pressure on Vaughn. Vaughn gonna get hit by that, possibly, you know, if he's playing on that bottom side with that Knife's Edge, he could die for free. So Gumi definitely gonna want to be looking for those Giga Blasts.
Yeah, I mean, if Gumi can find a KO, or at least help Snake find a KO, right? It just opens up their comp so much with how it works here, and a great, oh, wow, great defensive play from Gumi as well to actually save that. That was looking a little bit doomed, but manages to find a great barrage in order to save it there. As the Giga Blast coming in clutch here, staggering Bells. Actually, the first time I've really seen him staggered all game as Snake runs back for the kill. Loses both barriers for it, so will Vaughn be able to stall for a little bit of time? We'll have to see. You Already Lose, just taking his time here. Probably going to lose that first barrier. Actually manages to save both. So I'm surprised here. Bell's back up already. Losing one barrier from a core flip, but I think you'll take that trade any day.
You definitely will. You know, Bell is getting knocked off the map, but you only lost one. Plus, You Already Lose still has his flip. And now look how much, look at this pressure that he's putting up here. This timeless Dubu wall is just absolutely eating multiple hits from the core. And Kainoob, I'm not too sure what happened there. Didn't use his flip, and Gumi got hit by the pendulum swing. Core went right past him, and you know, Sad Boy's picking up a great point in this possible match set.
Yeah, I mean, I think Kainoob thought he could win that strike war, but Bells with a great strike war win on Kainoob, and actually just a good pendulum swing, that Rasmus primary, in order to smack Gumi in the face as well as the core and put it in. So great play from Bells there, keeping it in that top side, and now has that flip prepared too, and only one barrier for Demon's Raw here to hold. So I mean, a little bit scary here. Gumi has to defend, kind of forced the flip for his goalie on that defensive side there, but Vaughn now has that core flip too, so can kind of start taking the lead here. Bells just has to try and survive, gets that goalie orb for Demon's Raw, you know, trying to deny that for now, but it's just getting shrunk over and over again. You know, the chrono boost for Kainoob is just putting in so much work, I think, on the side of Demon's Raw, just buying them so much space, but Vaughn winning every single flip opportunity, or excuse me, strike opportunity there, but just can't get the barrier. Bell's looking so incredibly low as Snake is just hunting people for this possible KO here.
Yeah, and Kainoob, really that chrono might have been what he needed to start, you know, trying to be able to outpace Vaughn. Has that fight or flight, has the chrono boost, has that quick strike starting too, and there he is. He takes that barrier from You Already Lose, and a Snake actually flipping to get Bells off the map, and now You Already Lose probably forced to use his flip here, but actually makes a nice play to Dubu flop out of the way, not having to use his flip, and stalls for enough time for Bells to come back up.
Yeah, great defensive play from You Already Lose, you know, not using that core flip too early, right, and still manages to have it for this, you know, scary moment right here with Snake in front of the net. So great job layering abilities and just waiting for your forward to come back here. Bells noticing it's a lot harder to, I guess, play the game when you're shrunk 24/7, so great job from Kainoob, just not letting Bells play the game here, but no shrink here, but Gumi with a crucial strike war win manages to keep it away from Bells last second. Vaughn trying to keep Snake in check as well here, but I feel like needs to cut involved here a little bit for these offensive plays, and it doesn't even matter because Snake, once you get that in front of the goal here, Vaughn has no choice but to flip, but it doesn't even have time to do it as Snake, with that pass and with that Asher primary, manages to punt it in the goal.
Yeah, and that's the pressure you want to see from Demon's Raw. Once they get it on that other side, they allow Gumi the ability to, you know, kind of walk up, kind of play with this prime time on that bottom side, and just try and get the ball forward, force abilities, force barriers, and that's what they need to be able to win this game.
Yeah, definitely is what they need to do, and I'm not really sure what adjustment they made last set, as they didn't really get that many awakenings to help them, but this set, you know, they're rewarded with that specialized, the chrono, and that bulk up, so their game plan is definitely being able to put into full force here, but, you know, Gumi has to watch out here, might have to burn this core flip, but great job from Snake, actually, to keep it on to the offensive towards You Already Lose, forced to burn that flip away from Snake. Ult coming out, Snake is just bullying You Already Lose right now, but Bell's forced to burn that core flip, trying to find something. You know, Vaughn has that core flip of his own, past to Bells, but Bells actually gets core flipped by Gumi there, so he can't make any use of that play. So great offensive play from Sad Boys here, but the defense on Demon's Raw, you know, we've seen it all season, right? The double goalie from Kainoob and Gumi just managing to be so hard to actually take down here. As You Already Lose with the KO himself, the Summer Assault actually managing to do it, so takes Kainoob off the field, and this might be Demon's Raw's chance, or excuse me, Sad Boys' chance to get an offensive play going.
Yeah, and Vaughn instantly being cracked from that Giga Blast plus Snake, and you know, we talked about it, right? Snake needs to be able to put pressure on, you know, on someone like Vaughn, on someone like Bells, and you know, he's scaled to the point where he's able to, he has bulk up, he has peak performance, putting him at 504 base speed. He's able to move a little more around the map, even though he doesn't necessarily have something like Whiplash or Blazing Pace or, you know, Era's secondary. So it's really important for him to be able to move around the map, and he's gotten it now. But you know, Sad Boys on the other hand, and Vaughn here with this flip sends it right through, and now we're on match point. It won't matter if he's able to move and put pressure if Vaughn's just too fast with this nice edge on the bottom side with this cast to last. He's just zooming around the map.
Yeah, and as you said, Vaughn using that speed that you were talking about to get in position to find that core flip and put themselves on match point. But I think that last round really was just all You Already Lose. Caleb just managing to find so many great plays defensively and offensively, getting that last barrier and actually finding a KO to start everything off. So great job from the Dubu here on Sad Boys, and has that core flip here too, so is looking very, very confident coming into this next point here, as Snake trying to find a possible chance to flip here. Kainoob trying to feed it to him over and over again, but uses the flip actually to KO Vaughn. We'll have to see if that can pay dividends here. You Already Lose forcing to use that flip, but it doesn't matter. The Asher is just too scary, too hard to hit around, as they win 2 strike wars in a row to get that top area and the goal. So great point from Demon's Raw here, but now, you know, energy bar is looking a little bit low on the side of Demons, and Bells with that core flip about to come online, and gotta be a little bit scared here if you're Demons.
Yeah, definitely need to be, but, you know, one barrier already down. It's not the one that matters. You really want that top one on that top side, just because that's the bottom side for you already lose. The easier one to defend for him. But, you know, Bells with this core flip now really just needs to get something going forward, as Vaughn is going to get hit by that shrink there. And, you know, it's so difficult for him to play with Snake just sitting in his face, but a nice Tofu Fortress from You Already Lose to keep pressure on the other side.
Yeah, and a really good tornado here, actually. The Magical Maelstrom from Kainoob managing to burn Bells' flip. Bells got a little bit scared that he KO'd from it. I don't know if he would have, but forces out that flip all the same. So going to be very, very nice here. That top barrier finally going down for Sad Boys. So Demon's Raw, you know, has to hold that one barrier. It's a cross barrier, so kind of just a normal Oni Village game so far. Snake and Kainoob both burning flip, but great plays from You Already Lose and Bells in order to save both of those. So great job as Vaughn now procs that Egoist, has the quick strikes, flipping to get past Gumi. Gumi looking stalwart, an absolute iron wall in net, the iron fireball, I guess is what you call Kai. I don't really know, but great plays there. But not the end of this interaction yet. Bells just dribbling past everybody so far, trying to find that barrier. Great Giga Blast from Gumi, managing to hit it out of Vaughn's hands for now. The Barrage keeping it forward, but just all three members of Demon's Raw running back, trying to just stay safe here as Bells looking for a play here. Death's Touch being used, but the Pendulum Swing has it too. Great clear from Gumi, and You Already Lose now maybe can run up and find that core flip. Uses the Tofu Fortress on that top side. Vaughn too shrunk to handle the bottom side, so this could be Demon's Raw's chance. Can they get it to Kainoob? Can they get it to Snake? But no, it just looks like it's all Demon's Raw. It's only a matter of time before they might get this barrier, unless Vaughn gets KO'd here. But Snake with a great dribble there and a great placement to get that last barrier. Now with Vaughn being staggered, it's looking a little bit rough for Sad Boys, and Snake running in here with that core flip puts it into the bottom corner, and they take the second set. Great play and heroics from Snake to actually secure that set.
Yeah, and what a crazy set from Gumi. Obviously, you know, holding it down, being that lockdown, and you know what, that primetime giveaway, you know, in that first carousel might be coming back to bite them. He has that primetime, he has the aerials, he has the stacks, and now obviously has that specialized. He's able to hold it down so much. Tempo Swing coming out from the Asher, possibly to put a little more damage pressure onto Vaughn, a little more damage pressure onto You Lose, but You Already Lose is going to take that Spark of Reason, taking it away, just saying, hey, I'm going to sit here with, you know, a casual 450 more stagger. You're not killing me in my own net. And really important as well, Bells picking up that built different, able to possibly, you know, he was struggling a bit to get some of those barriers in that last set, just because of the fact that, you know, Gumi's sitting with this prime time, but now, obviously he's a lot bigger, but it doesn't matter if he's almost dead, as Snake just did his entire health bar for fun.
Yeah, Tempo Swing, definitely very, very strong training right now, managing to do so much damage here. And one thing that I'm actually looking at here is You Already Lose that stagger, has a Spark of Agility as well with that Spark of Stagger, so getting more than 450, actually getting, I believe it was like 800 or 850 off of those two sparks. So You Already Lose is pretty much going to be impossible to kill. Not that they were trying to anyway, but the big thing is he's going to have a little bit more speed in order to catch up here, as actually the Magical Maelstrom from Kainoob managing to take Bells out already. And then, oh, unlucky, does not get that core flip out. But, oh my god, the heroics from Vaughn to get it upfield, and then with the Giga Blast, managing to actually get that last barrier. So great play from Vaughn there to even things up, and Bells now with the respawn has a chance possibly to do something on the offensive side here. Is it pass it by himself, looking for that bottom side here, might hit it through, but dies instead, and now we're going to need more heroics from Vaughn, more heroics from You Already Lose, who has that core flip available in order to keep it away from Snake, and just keep their chances in this game. Bells coming up here in 2 seconds. You Already Lose forcing to use that somersault, still has the core flip here, going to be using it here, but a great Giga from Gumi to keep it forward, and it just looks like Sad Boys on the back foot this entire round so far.
Yeah, and Sad Boys, it's really difficult just to deal with the absolute pressure that Snake is now putting on the field. Does have that quick strikes, and he's just moving so much around for dealing, honestly, a ridiculous amount of damage. But now Bells just trying to get something going, uses that Death Touch up to Vaughn. Now Vaughn here passing back to Bells. Bells, unfortunately gets hit with a little bit of the whiplash bug from Rasmus, and had a wide open net there, but got a little bit of a MOBA momented, as he wasn't able to hit that direct angle, as now there's 20 million things going on here in the set, but they're just trying to get it forward. Sad Boy's trying to get something working here, as Vaughn is fighting for his life here in the midfield.
Yeah, I mean, Bells is getting so many shot opportunities and almost has his core flip up, and Vaughn feeding it to him over and over again, but Gumi is kind of just reading Bells like a book here, and Snake doesn't really have to do the same amount of work, as he just pressed primary on that Asher, and if You Already Lose doesn't have log up, it's kind of over. So great job from Snake from just being in the right place at the right time there to secure that point, and I think Vaughn and Bells really got to just start cracking the code that is this Gumi Kai.
Yeah, and it's so incredibly hard just to get it past, right? Like, Kainoob is sitting here now. He's scaled to the point where, he has Stagger Swagger, Chrono Boost, Fight or Flight, Quick Strikes. He is so fast on this field, and it's so obvious, but Bells with a nice pendulum swing actually getting that barrier, giving him that Demolitionist proc, but Snake just gets to mow his HP down whenever he has ult up, as Gumi is just going to take Bells off the field here, and now another power play for Demon's Raw.
Yeah, another power play. Can they get it here? Snake with that core flip will invest it here, but a great job from Vaughn, actually, to just basically run that entire defense. Doesn't even need, you already loses help there, as Bell's back up now. Pendulum swing, perfectly timed off of the dribble, and Gumi has no time to even use the core flip. Bell's finally looks like there's a chink in Gumi's armor, and he's taking full advantage of it.
Yeah, and that absolute perfection there, that's what you want to see from your Erasmus. Dribble into the speed zone, and then you pendulum swing the core and the goalie, and just send it right past him. No option for Gumi there, as he was in hit stun, and Vaughn already taking a barrier. That's what you want to see. You want to see these early barriers fall, as You Already Lose makes an excellent core flip play to keep that top barrier alive.
Yeah, and Bells with a great play themselves trying to get that bottom barrier, but Gumi, manages to read it a little bit there. Bottom barrier going down for Sad Boys, and Gumi with the eject button runs up and flips for himself to take that last one, and a great era shrink followed by Snake with the help in order to get that core flip goal. So 2-1 for Demon's Raw here. Sad Boys, they've done it before. Can they do it again? Oni Village is their comfort map, so will they be able to bring these last 2 points home?
Yeah, and definitely need to, as they get the barrier. They got that top barrier instantly, though, last time, but unfortunately fell, so they just need to get this pressure on. They need to get this barrier, somehow find it past Gumi and Kainoob in this midfield.
Yeah, it's so incredibly hard, right? When you have an era in your face when you're Bells, right? Just an era in your face, not letting you do anything no matter what. And then a Kai right behind him, just blocking whatever you want, right? So very, very difficult here. Corfle coming through for Bells, manages to get it past Kainoob and Snake, but it can't get past Gumi. But finally, with the Whiplash, manages to find it. There's a chance here for Sad Boys. Can they get this point? Because they need it. And You Already Lose, trying to set up Bells for success here. Vaughn playing a bit further back just in order to not die, right? Let Bells soak all the pressure. Let Bells kind of make the play. That is kind of the Sad Boys way, right? Sad Boys lore, get your forward, the core, feed Bells the core, but Vaughn trying to do it himself. Does not actually core flip, though, in the end, but Bells has another chance here with this pendulum swing, kills Gumi, so now it's a power play, and Vaughn going to be making full advantage of it with that core flip pass up to Bells, and it's just a simple strike war win from there. 2-2, set 5.5. My pick'ems are looking happy right now with these set 5.5s. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and, set 5.5, this is the one. This is your moment. Both teams possibly a little bit nervous. Demon's Raw absolutely have to win this one, and Sad Boys are just looking to take this one for themselves, get themselves to grand finals here, as now double flip out. We're talking about nerves. That's a little bit of nerves there, a bit of miscommunication from Demon's Raw. Both their flips burned, as now Vaughn on this bottom side, but Gumi doing such an excellent job with his barrages, just keeping this bottom barrier alive, but they need that one to fall for Sad Boys, as they do finally take it.
Yeah, and Vaughn needs to be careful here, cannot slip up, because if Vaughn goes down, that is basically their whole offense just is being run through him, right? Vaughn is kind of just the glue that holds the Sad Boy squad together, as you already looked at that core flip, cannot get it around Snake, so now that barrier is gone, but that doesn't mean that Demon's Raw, quite has the advantage here yet, has to, I guess, survive Bells' onslaught here and survive this core flip that's going to be here, and cannot do it, so now both barriers gone for both teams. Can they get it cleared? They finally get it cleared. Great job from Vaughn, and You Already Lose. Flip going through for Kainoob just to get it forward a little bit, and Vaughn now staggered, almost has that flip, but has to use the evade and gets KO'd anyway from Snake, and a great passing play from Demon's Raw to get it to Snake on that bottom side. You Already Lose had nothing to save it there, and they even up the score in the series 1-1. That was insane.
Yeah, and Vaughn on that bottom side wasn't an elusive, but unfortunately had to strike the core, and as soon as he did, Snake flips him off of the map, opening up that entire midfield. And you know what, we talked about it, right? We said Snake needs to play up front and has to hope that Kainoob and Gumi win that midfield, win that pressure war to get him the core so he's able to send it forward. But you know what? It didn't work those first 2 sets. But then finally, when he scaled, he got a little bit of base speed. He got a little bit of damage. He was able to put so much more pressure in that midfield compared to Bells. Bells, was sitting up front, but he didn't get no base speed. He had the quick strikes and slick kicks, but that was about it. Compared to, Snake having that peak performance with that bulk up, plus that tempo swing, then he was able to put so much pressure. Look at that damage, 70,001. That one little extra damage. That's what you want to see.
He's got the jackpot score, Daft. He's got the 777. He's got all the 7s he wants, right? 7 goals, 7 saves, 7 KOs, 70k damage. what a performance from Snake, really, right? I mean, I felt like it was a little bit rough on those first couple sets, right? And just getting into that place where you want to be on that Asher, but managing to trust their team, get enough damage in, kind of change your play style a little bit, focus on that pressure, and just slowly kind of grinded Sad Boys down. And it wasn't easy. Set 5.5 was definitely not, definitely nothing crazy. So we are going to have to go to this game 3 on Atlas Lab, which I think is kind of comfort from both squads here. You know, Vaughn with calling it Vaughn's Lab and Gumi kind of mocking him recently, calling it Gumi's Lab recently because of just how scary both teams have looked on it. I'm excited to see the draft stack come in for this last game.
Yeah, I'm excited too. You know what? If we get something out of Snake like that again, one of those performances, he just sits, on maybe a character like Zentaro, like X, and just absolutely whittles down on the Sad Boys defense. They went down. Last game, they went down 2 sets, right? They cut their losses. They gambled their sets away. But it's Snake rolling that jackpot. The jackpot king brought it back, brought us to this game 3, and we're trying to see if he can't do that again. I'm one of those picks like the X. I'm hoping, we might see Era X. If there was a map, it would be this one. But again, Finny also highly contested pick on this map, able to take advantage of that side. If that center doesn't pop, that big little spinny thing, that doesn't pop. Those areas are so small that you're able to work with. So Finny able to drop the secondary in there, able to work just so much on applying pressure to enemies who just decide to walk through there. And again, another important pick is that Juliet. We talked about it, right? Able to send people off the side. If you're playing in that small part, Juliet with that pummelers, with possibly the new Knife's Edge, with a little bit of size, is able to just send you off so easy. But you know what, Borg, I have to imagine you got something to say about some of the goalie and midfield picks for me, though.
Yeah, I think this map kind of, you can be pretty creative, right, with your picks, really in any role. And as you're kind of talking about the forward positioning there, I'm definitely expecting to see Zentaro regardless. I don't really think it'll be banned, possibly, depending on the Awakenings. We'll have to see, but I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of things, I don't really see the Luna getting through. I know Gumi's pretty confident on the Luna of goalie, but especially after that Night Market game 1, you don't want Vaughn on that comfort, especially on his comfort map, right? So definitely not something I don't expect to come through. I think it will be a Luna ban for Demon's Raw, and if it isn't, then I expect Vaughn to be playing it 100%, right? So I'm definitely looking for that to see if that happens. If not, Vaughn has a lot of picks, right? If it's core control, if it starts with Sagger Swagger, then you could possibly just pick that Kai again, right? Kai definitely not the greatest on Atlas Lab, but if you can get some health or some stagger, it makes it a lot easier to play the game. So I could definitely see that. Kai Noob, I think likes Amy here. Definitely likes Amy here. Could possibly play a Vice. Maybe we'll even see Vice on Gumi. So they could play some like crazy kill comp, right? So I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of ways that could happen for this midfield. I really think it's just up to Awakenings. And for this goalie, I kind of talked about it a little bit. Gumi has, a little bit of different picks that he could go. Could go that Vice, possibly even that Amy. I don't really think he'd want to mirror match Caleb on that pick, though. So I'm expecting possibly, maybe an Amy from Kainoob, and then we'll see an Amy from You Already Lose, just because they have to ban that Luna, right? So the threat of the Luna just ever looming kind of opens up Sad Boys to play that Luna goalie, possibly. Or sorry, that Amy goalie.
Yeah, we talked about it, right? That first map was Demon's Raw pick. The second was Sad Boys. So we're on the map that no one wanted to play, which is incredibly interesting because they both won on the maps that they didn't pick. So it is entirely anyone's game here. Both teams so good on this map. Both have really strong comps to be able to play on this one. And I'm just super excited to see what type of picks we're going to see. Again, it's Atlas Lab. Atlas Lab able to pick just so much variety, so many different style of comps. Maybe you might see something like the Luna band. Maybe you might see an Estelle pick. Maybe you might see an Era, an Amy, a Kai. There is so much variety that we can see here, and it all just depends on some of those starting Awakenings. We might see, a pure core control comp, a pure damage comp, and I would honestly be really excited to see the Vice. I have to imagine it's a little bit less priority, only just because rapid fire out of the game, that 40% cooldown that you can get for that 7-second primary, which so strong, by the way. It is unfortunate, but heavy impact still in there for that Vice. You got that specialized, a lot of stuff that you're really able to work with. As I imagine, both teams taking a hot second to recollect themselves right now after that set set 5, 0.5 game, a little bit of nerves, trying to shake it out, just realizing it's a new game. We ignore the last one. We take this one, we move forward, and we play our best to take us to grand finals. And I'm really excited. And as we're getting into it, I'm so ready to see these bands.
Yeah, we're getting into it right now. On to Atlas Lab. Let's see what we'll, I guess, be picking here. The Zentaro and the the Lunas being hovered for Demon's Raw here. I'm still expecting them to ban it, by the way, guys. Yep. Okay, we're seeing the triple Luna ban and the triple Luna hover. Full respect to Vaughn 07 on to Vaughn's like, oh, Gumi hovering that. Oh no, he's just teasing us. There's no way they don't ban Luna here, and it actually is going to be the Asher ban. So respect to Snake's Asher. Definitely here. Maybe it's a size awakening, possibly maybe like a bulk up or something like that. But I'm fully expecting Snake to lock in Zentaro here. Yep, fully. And then Amy on Kainoob, just like I was saying. And then Gumi hovering that Vice goalie. So it really just depends on what Sadboy's. Okay, so Akai coming through here. So could be a goalie. It could be for Vaughn. We don't actually know yet. We'll have to see just based on the second pick here. Will it be, that goalie, or will it be a different thing here? The Juliet, we won't know until third pick, I guess. So Bell's on that Juliet, and then the Kai, we don't know. And then I actually missed it. So Finney going to be locked in by Kainoob, and that will be an Amy. So I believe this is an Amy goalie and a Kai forward with that Finney midfield for Kainoob. So full damage versus, some damage, but managing to have good core control as well. So I think it just depends on the Awakenings, which is Egoist versus Stacks on Stacks.
Yeah, and something interesting to note, the entire team of Demon's Raw taking that Stacks, while Sad Boys all taking that Egoist. We got the Stackers and we have the Egoists. I'm not too sure which one is going to win in this fight, but I do think it is kind of funny. But again, we talk about the comp differences. Now we have this full damage comp. As both barriers gone, that's the difference for that Vice. Vice, pretty difficult to, kind of defend, but on the other end, Bell's already off the map, showing us this power of this damage comp, as Vaughn, possibly going to be dying a lot in this game, is going to need to pick up a bunch of that stagger.
Yeah, and so will Bells. They can really pick and choose who they want to kill. This kill comp looking very, very scary as Snake with that core flip trying to get that barrier, but just does not manage to do it, as you already lose manages to find that nice save, and actually a KO for Vaughn and Bells on to Snake. So great job actually killing the KO comp and getting another one with the goal off that punch. So great job from Sad Boys to get that early level lead and getting the first point.
Yeah, and I think it's already been, we're already like at 4 KOs or something in the first set. So that's going to set the pace of this game unless, we get some really high stagger awakenings early. People are dying left and right. Bell's getting kills off the map. And, Kainoob is just putting so much pressure with the secondary. As you can see there, Bell's even trying to lose it to dodge it, but is just going to lose his entire health bar. But on the other side, Vaughn is just absolutely having a field day with the core.
Yeah, the weakness of Finney, I guess, is that core control right in the midfield. So Vaughn, with that Kai, what is Kai's strength? It is the core control. So managing, as long as he can survive, should just be able to dribble around Finney all day for the most part. And you already lose as long as there's cooldowns up. Shouldn't be too scared. So Sad Boys, I do like their comp into this kill comp. And while the Demon's Raw KO comp has a lot more DPS, the power and the burst and the knockout power from, I guess, Sad Boys just managing to hold strong here as the core control comes in. Great pass to Bells as a good shot onto that top side. So they're really showing their strength here as, they're not scared of the KO comp at all from Sad Boys, or sorry, from Demon's Raw.
Yeah, and when you do have this Egoist here, even though Vaughn is getting knocked off, he's still managing to get a kill, even while staggered. Like, if you're trading with this KO comp and you have the Egoist, you're doing so much work just because of the fact that Demon's Raw needs to be able to kill them, because once this Egoist gets stacking up, once they, are moving at light speed, Vice can't defend that. Vice has such a difficult time defending these cross-map plays, and Bells, you want to see this from him, right? You want to see him getting these kills on the side. You want to see him punching people off the map, and that's what you're going to want from him this game.
Yeah, and a great TP up and Amy Wall in from You Already Lose to help Bells get that last barrier. And while Snake did manage to get the last barrier himself before he died, still opens up the map for both sides. So we'll have to see who can actually manage to get this last point. Great ult from Gumi and a great primary from Snake to take Bells off of the field. Vaughn now looking low himself, gets forced all the way back to his other side, but it doesn't even matter. A great ult from the Finny on Kainoob into that bottom side. Really, you already lose kind of just had nothing, and I don't think he really cared too much, you know, didn't want to risk too much to try to get that save. Might as well just save your energy, cut your losses for next point, as they are still up 1.
Yeah, and I'm not even too sure if we're playing Omega Strikers or Pinball at this point, considering how people are flying around the entire map. Somebody has been staggered at one point or another this entire game. Vaughn almost losing his health bar, almost getting sent off the map, is going to get debuffed here. And there's so much elusives, so much damage coming out from both sides of the team. Whoever can win this first set possibly might be able to get a bigger advantage, as now that barrier's down, Vaughn dribbling on his bottom side almost gets it through. But You Already Lose, gonna blink forward, cuts me off a little bit, is gonna send that one pass, and again, that's that difficult with that Vice. Vice just so hard to defend your barriers. You know, when you think about Amy, you do have that blink, and that's kind of your real counter, but Vice doesn't really have too much, as you know.
Quick strikes.
Yeah, there's that quick strikes with that Egoist. I have to imagine he is going to grab it, but you know, extra special here is up for the Amy to take as well, but heavy impact is up for the Vice. There's so much good stuff in this game for everyone to take. I can't imagine that anybody here actually got something that they didn't want, and as Vels is going to pick up the Spark of Strength, everybody got something incredibly good for their kit, for their character. So this next set is going to be KO heaven.
It's literally, this game is, can Demon's Raw manage to, one, not get gimped by like a Giga Blast or a Dash Punch, right? And keep damage up in time for them to get these KOs and start getting this, I guess, momentum, right? This tempo, as Bells finding a KO early. A great job from You Already Lose and Bells to actually put damage onto Gumi in order to get that, and Vaughn, great job surviving so far. So Sad Boy is just kind of showing that the core control comp that they kind of drafted here still has some fangs of its own, right? Can still look for KOs of themselves.
Yeah, and you know, when you think about it, right, we're talking about these ranged goalies again. They need pressure on the map. They need the score to be forward for them to be able to, you know, kind of put damage on the other players, kind of work to get barriers with their teammates. And Sad Boys with this Kai is just getting it forward so much often. So You Already Lose has so much space. Look at where he's able to put the turret up. He's able to walk so much far forward than Gumi is, just because of this fact that this Kai has so much core control in the game.
Yeah, and Bell's managing to survive for now, but Kainoob does have that flip, so needs to use it here probably. Yep, and a great job hitting it into the ult and then popping the ult at the perfect time in order to take the barrier. But You Already Lose is now up here, and Bells actually finds a KO onto Gumi again, and then the glitch pop from You Already Lose actually manages to secure the point here. So great job from the goalie of Sad Boys to keep the pressure up, and Bells, I mean, managing to survive there for so long and actually taking Gumi out himself. So really just showing why he was chosen as that #1 forward in the league, right?
Yeah, and Bells, you know, you think about it, right? If you can't get the core past, you might as well try and kill one of them. They've been trying to kill Bells this entire time, but he has just been an absolute monster running around the map. Even though he's getting hit by full pinball machinery, he has just stayed alive with that Egoist, able to dodge, you know, a little bit more. Does get some of that, you know, elusive back, 10 energy every time he does use that elusive. So he has just been living on the field, and that's what you want to see from him.
Yeah, and definitely doing great right now, managing to survive one more time, using great evades here, and then almost finds the dash punch kill onto Kainoob, but not quite there. Vaughn gets that Egoist proc with the quick strike, so gonna be here, but great job on that misdirection from Kainoob. That Finny primary is finding that KO onto Vaughn, and You Already Lose cannot hold this last barrier. This should just be a goal here coming in, but unless you have insane strikes like that, and a great job from Bells to actually hold there, they managed to finally hold until Vaughn is alive, and Bells still alive here too, finally gonna get taken down by Snake. That Oni's Blade just is too much to actually go through, but a great barrier take from You Already Lose, taking advantage of Gumi playing so far up, as Vaughn Vaughn and You Already Lose. Can they make another heroic play? Can they keep it up in time? No, not quite. Snake and Kainoob finally just putting it past them, and it seems like this damage comp is starting to kind of, you know, pick up in speed a little bit.
Yeah, and again, they got so many good awakenings that last round. They got that Timeless on the Finny, they got that Prize Fighter on Gumi, and they got that heavy impact on Snake. They're scaling in this game, and Sad Boys need to be careful because they need to keep this game, you know, going for their side. They need to take these sets early when they're able to, before this Finny, you know, scales, maybe gets a Cast-O-Last, or starts just becoming a monster in this game and starting to take over.
Yeah, you definitely do not want to give more damage to the side of Demon's Raw, as we're already seeing what they can do with just the one training of damage that they have, as Bells goes down early, but Vaughn doing great job at the core control game early on with that Egoist, getting both barriers here, as has that core flip, can try to make an offensive play on their own, just using so much to actually get it away, and a great core flip hitting on that bottom side. Gumi cannot get back with the eject in time, and just didn't find the strike. So great job from Vaughn to take full advantage of the enemy's power play, actually, just doing so well.
Yeah, this is Vaughn's game, and you know we're all
Vaughn's
living
lab.
in it. This is Vaughn's lab, and we're all playing on it. That sounds a little better. But you know what? Look, he's making such good advantage of this dead space. He is dodging all the abilities thrown out from Gumi, from Kainub, and he's working with Bells just to get these barriers, trying to get something working before Bells' eventual death, or his eventual death, as he gets hit by that misdirection, got hit by essentially everything, and then kind of finishing him off. This should just be a goal here, as there it is, that misdirection drone forward, winning that strike war against You Already Lose, and they take another point. And if Demons Raw can win this one, they're looking in a good spot.
Yeah, but they did just use a lot here, and can the Sad Boys, you know, can they stabilize? Bell's taking a lot of damage early, has to be careful, not take too much more. Great Finny ult here, but right up to Bells, actually great pass from Vaughn, and now with the Already Loses ult, the Amy ult, the turret, can they do anything with it? But not quite. A great ult from actually the Vice, the Gumi, managing to actually stop all of that play, so great job. But the dash punch here, you have to be careful, as the ult coming in from Julie can't find anything, and You Already Lose making a critical mistake, losing their own barrier off of that black hole, so Vaughn has to make a great play here. Great save from You Already Lose, managing to keep it out for now. Gumi almost has that core flip, but cannot farm it in time, and a great Finny ultimate, the showstopper, actually managing to hit it into that bottom side from there. So I mean, Demons Raw are clawing themselves back into it, and if they can get some damage, maybe, like you said, a Castellas, or maybe, I mean, like here, Deadeye here can possibly be picked up as well for Finny. So Demons Raw, or excuse me, Sad Boys, got to be very, very careful.
Yeah, and that Deadeye gonna be one picked up by Kainub. You don't want to give it away to the Amy, who's already dealing a decent chunk of health. But you know what? Specialized is here on the board. I'm not too sure if it is going to be picked up. If the Vice picks it up, though, it's going to be a little dangerous. So it is going to be taken away. That Built Different is going to be a nice little consolation prize for Bells. But he might go the bulk up. Or Spark of Agility. Spark of Agility with that Spark of Strength is going to put him at a decent amount of power now. Honestly, a pretty good option as well. Putting him at 148 power is essentially having slightly more than, 2 prize fighter stacks. So he's doing a decent amount of job, but you are going to need to see some kills from him.
Yeah, and
as I say.
Yeah, definitely great job there to find Kainub, managing to actually get that kill, and Vaughn, great defensive play there to managing to actually save that barrier, and loses the other one, the little bit of a stray core, but still managing to get a barrier of their own. So great job. And I actually really like the Spark pickup from Bells, because not only does it set him up for a possible Spark of Resilience or a Spark of Focus next time for the triple Spark, but also by picking Built Different, he actually has a bigger model where he could get punished for, a lot of these projectiles. So I like the fact that he doesn't take the size for now and just leaving it to the Spark. So if they can win this set and he gets a Spark, they're looking like super, super good for him in order to scale.
Yeah, he really is going to need that. And you also think about it now, they're forced to take away Spark of Resilience from him, right? So it's essentially later down the line, if, he's second or something, it's a guaranteed free deny. But Bells managing to get one barrier before he gets sent flying off the map. And You Already Lose doing a nice little glitch pop there to save that one, as Vaughn throwing his Giga Blast down there. There's the Amy turret. And Snake is fighting God's hardest battle here on this bottom side of the map, but does get punched off for his efforts.
Yeah, it gets punched off, and now it is the barrage from Vaughn that manages to find that goal. Gumi channels the ultimate, trying to cover as much space as possible, but Vaughn just there so incredibly fast with that chrono boost and with the slit kicks, right? So just managing to get there in time and get that first point for Sad Boys. And like we said, if Sad Boys can secure this, it really just harms Demons Raw's chances of getting any awakenings that they need to scale off of damage. And I mean, as we're seeing here, Sad Boys are kind of just outpacing Demons Raw so far at this point.
Yeah, and what you really need, Kainub's, Finial. Like, he has done such a good job in this game at putting it down, making sure You Already Lose isn't able to do anything about it, because once that Finial is dropped on the, it's Atlas Lab, right? Once it's dropped in this position here, it's so hard to defend. You're either forced to take all that damage from the ult or to give the barrier, and Vaughn always has to put himself in a precarious situation and almost dies for it.
Yeah, almost dies, but managing to run to that corner area to bounce off the wall instead. Ends up getting taken down anyway, but not before Bells finds that dash punch onto Kainoob. So it is even 2v2 here, and I don't expect any barriers to be taken here unless the Egoist from Bells can manage to make a play here. Punch gets the barrier themselves into the possible flip, hits 3, but does not get the core. And here comes Vaughn running up the side, bouncing Soren angle into Bells' dash punch, but it actually was just Vaughn who gets the goal credit there. I believe Gumi and Kainoob were just stunned up by Bells' dash, so they couldn't make that save.
Yeah, and again, this is the problem. You know, that Vice, it's so hard to defend your own net in some of these situations, especially against an Egoist. So if Bells can stack it up, if he doesn't get hit, if he's allowed to farm his energy, he's just sitting up here farming energy. If he gets some of that, he's able to do so much damage, take so many barriers, and possibly even get the goal.
Yeah, almost gets both barriers there. Actually, a great play from Bells, but just did not quite end up working out to its full potential, but still very, very good, as Vaughn needs to be careful now. Playing along the edge, looking a little bit dangerous as the Stake is hunting Vaughn here, as Vaughn gets that, finally gets that orb and managing to stay a little bit safe here, but Bells going down to that fully channeled Vice ultimate here from Gumi, and now Vaughn is staggered once again, so You Already Lose probably going to have to doing a lot of the heavy lifting here with that core flip and with the abilities here. Uses the core flip, but managing to actually lose the strike core to Snake, who gets that barrier, and then the Finny ultimate from Kainoob just makes it impossible to clear.
Yeah, that Finial, if you're not playing someone like Kai, not playing someone like Dubu or Atlas, who's able to really just clear that instantly, you're stuck in such a position, like, when that barrier is dropped, it is so incredibly hard to get it past. And Snake has been doing such an excellent job comboing with Kainoob, making sure he's there for the barrier. And again, this is why You Already Lose is doing such a good job at putting that turret up. But Vaughn getting core flipped off the map.
Yeah, getting core flipped off the map, and Bells actually getting hit by that Atlas Lab gravity well, and You Already Lose gonna have to pull out some heroics here at the 3v1 with Snake using that flip as well, possibly here. And Vaughn respawns, actually helps out You Already Lose here, who managed to stall for so long, and now all 3 members of Sad Boys are back up, and Snake uses the core flip for nothing. So if You Already Lose and Vaughn can survive here, if Snake can, you know, or Snake can manage to find a kill is really what happens. Manages to find Vaughn here and manages to find the strike war, but cannot get it to the top side. Bells winning all the strike wars. This is exactly what you need from your forward in this scenario, but it doesn't matter as the ultimate from the Finny actually hits it right underneath and right past the Amy turret. So great play from Demon's Raw there, looking a little bit dicey as Sad Boys are kind of making them, you know, making them work for it.
Yeah, and Gumi also getting this consolation prize in missile propulsion. So, you know, he's able to primaries from the entire other side of the map, tossing them over, tossing them, hitting people. Unfortunately misses that one, but you know, on a 7-second cooldown, he is just chunking damage as Bells almost manages to get a kill for himself there.
Yeah, almost gets that dash punch kill onto Kainoob, but Kainoob managing to walk up just in time in order to save himself there. One barrier going down for Gumi. Bells trying to find the second one. Punch into a strike, actually beats out Gumi there, wins the mind game, but loses the stagger for it here. So they're going to have to find this goal quickly, or there might be a Demon's Raw power play here as Snake looking for that kill on Bells, but Bells managing to heal up just a little bit using that ultimate. Vaughn has that core flip, puts in a topside punch into the bottom corner, not quite there as the glitch pop manages to keep it forward, but Bells goes down from the gravity well. Can Vaughn find the barrage? He does! Heroics from Vaughn, managing to get that goal 1v3 after Bells comes down, and they win this set number 3 and have first pick in this draft here.
Yeah, incredible stuff from Vaughn there. Even at the end, walking up and down to make sure that Gumi had no clear angles against that barrage. If he hit it up, it was still hitting the barrage. Hit it center, it was hitting the barrage. Or down, it was also hitting the barrage. So excellent stuff from Vaughn. And there's that Spark of Rezo. Yep. We talked about it. Now Bells having a very casual, I want to say it's 1,150. I think it's 1,150 extra stagger that he just picked up. You know, no bulk up for him, no consolation bulk up, that was already gone, but does have the tempo swing if this does go to the next set. But obviously, you don't want to see it there.
Look how much stagger Bells has. 2,850 stagger. It is that 1,150 stagger, by the way. You were right on that math for the Spark with 3, but Bells now with that buffed up Spark of Power has 170 power, managing to find that very long KO onto Snake. So Bells is just going to be looking like a complete monster, but you know, Demon's Raw, not the most sad about that game, I think. You know, Snake does get the Super Surge, which is very, very nice, and Gumi does get that Twin Drive. So it's definitely going to help them, and they have an opportunity, you know. But I think killing Bells is kind of just out of the question now, as Bells killing them now is in the question, I guess, if you want to put it like that. So they're going to have to put a lot of their resources onto Vaughn here, because Bells is just going to be an unstoppable god this rest of this game.
Yeah, and if Bells does manage to get that kill here, as now the flip burn from You Already Lose doesn't manage to catch the core though, but Bells so incredibly hard to kill on this bottom side. There's a flip from Vaughn. Bells getting one kill onto Gumi, does have the flip here. Now sends it forward, doesn't even flip, walks it forward, stares Kainub in the face, says, hey, you're not hitting this core, I'm not flipping you into the net. Good luck.
Yeah, and just making full use of that buffed up pummelers as well, right? Plus the Egoist speed, just striking it in, doesn't even need to use the core flip, has some extra speed with that Egoist, right? That extra, I believe it's 12% speed or something like that while having that core flip, or that, that flip up. So finding that first barrier already, and Bell's just looking so scary. You cannot go near him. He can KO you from so far. Snake trying to find something for himself, but just misses out on that Zentaro passive strike. Bells has that core flip. You need to get it to him, Vaughn. You need to get it to your forward here. Can he find it? He can. He's winning so many strike wars, finding that barrage. You already lose. Oh, missing that. Actually missing the glitch pop there, but it doesn't even matter as Bells finds that glitch pop into a flip, into a strike. Both Kainub and Gumi are just stunned by how Bells is playing right now, and can they topple this monster that is Sad Boys?
Yeah, and Bells just so strong with those 3 sparks. I mean, you think about it, he is the senator of this game. He is sending people off. Kainub even last round was forced to use the flip just off of getting hit by Bells' ult. Otherwise, he would have died, but Snake making a valiant effort here, just trying to get something going for his team, trying to get the score forward, but You Already Lose is just going to clear it with the flip.
Yeah, I mean, You Already Lose, definitely kind of accustomed to these Zentaro players managing to finally save all this stuff as Bells finds another KO. I think that's 5 or 6 just on this set alone, in these 2-3 points alone. So great play from him, just absolutely popping off here now. Vaughn with the ego speed, with the flip, running in with this barrage, trying to get this barrier here, uses the flip as Bells finds the 7th. I'm going to call it the 7th KO of the set here as they get 1 barrier. Can they get 2? You Already Lose coming in now, trying to get this last one here, has to eject back, and then Gumi and Snake manages to save it for now, but not until Bells comes in with that ultimate, has the ego speed here. You need to be careful if you're Demon's Raw. Don't get nervous. You just have to save it one more time, but it doesn't matter. The ult from Kainub actually scores on themselves into that top quarter, and Sad Boys takes it 2-1 on Vaughn's lab.
You know what? We talked about it, right? We talked about Snake that last game, but look, here's Bells. He is the senator. He is here to collect the taxes on the Jackpot King and sends his team to this grand finals. And, you know, if you're Sad Boys, you're sitting in a great position. You put yourself up into that grand finals. You know, you're already there. Like you made the hard game. You did your time. Now Demon's Raw going to have to go down, face this core overflow team, and gonna have to put in the effort to really bolster themselves back up. Just take a moment, take a breather, and then get themselves back into that grand finals. But, you know, look at Bells. 11 kills, just absolutely a monster on the field that game. Doesn't have a lot of redirects. Look, he only has 103, but it didn't matter when he got that 10%, you know, he got that movement speed from pummelers. He got the kills that were absolutely needed on the Kainub, on the Snake, and just what a great job from him.
Yeah, and Demon's Raw, that damage comp, it felt like it was doing so well early on, right? They had, let's make this count here, 15 KOs in total. And before that last set with Bells, I think, let's just call the final tally, 7 kills he got on that last set? It was 6 or 7 for sure. I don't know which exactly one it was, but he had 11 KOs. So before that last set, Bells only had about 4 or 5 KOs. So winning the KO and the damage game was Demon's Raw that entire time, just making Sad Boys work so hard to get every single point and every single barrier. But with that Spark build, like you said, the Senator build, that 3 Spark build from Bells, just investing in those sparks, not taking that build different, not taking any size, just taking, you know, not denying any trainings to get that 3 sparks, right? So just managing to hold strong, find that scaling opportunity, and really just kind of put it away at that last set. So great job for the Sad Boys at securing grand finals and getting that winner side, which is a huge buff, right? Because now they can take a little bit of a break, kind of study Demon's Raw for another series that they have to play now in losers finals. And then if Demons Raw manages to beat Core Overflow here in the losers finals, they have to play another game. They have to run the whole gauntlet in order to come back to Sad Boys. So a very, very hard day for Demons Raw ahead of them here.
Yes, definitely have to work hard indeed. But you know what? I'm excited, to really look towards our next game, and I'm sure that we'll get there soon. But before that, I believe we are going to take a little bit of a break.
Yeah, we will be taking a break here, and stay tuned though, guys. We will be coming back shortly, playing a couple videos for you guys to a possible next series here coming in. So stay tuned, stay in your chairs, maybe take a little bathroom break, get some water, and we'll be right back very shortly for the next game coming in here, and a possible mid-show actually from K-Bot. I gotta double check for doing that, but either way, stay tuned, and we'll be back shortly.
Basketball fan, and we all know what LeBron said in Miami.
Not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7.
I wish I could say it was number 5. It's number 7.
You're pretty much looking at, for about a year straight, your perennial rank 1, 2, and 3.
As he does get up, he actually has the core pressure. He's going to control this mid, he'll get it for it. Vaughn has no elusive, and Leo is trying to go for the kill, but Bells gets the goal gate, has the flip, and just scores the goal.
The Met here, but not able to get it through just yet. Lucky ended up burning the energy burst, and Caleb's trying to run forward with his own, is able to get a shot down.
Nonetheless, close to getting an energy burst. Thought he might have had it, but no. Doesn't there, just goes for the elusive. Now the anomaly is there, but Vaughn finds the barrage, holds it on the goal line. Forward once again to Upbug, can't find the dash forward.
Leo needs to find the single gate as fast as possible. Bells is low, but he's not gonna be killed as he finds the kill with a dash punch. Now, great glitch pop, finds Bells.
The secret sauce, it's just playing better and winning more, and these guys can't do it like we can. It's just that simple.
It's me! Share this!
Welcome back to the final day of the Season 2 of the North American Strikers League. I'm here with Spooked Alter, and we're here for this Losers Finals matchup between Demons Raw and Core Overflow. We should be getting into it right now.
Yeah, I'm excited to get into this match. You said it was Demons Raw versus Core Overflow, and Demons Raw is going to be, I think, a little bit tired after their game with Sad Boys. That was such an intense and, like, just absolute... they went the mile on that one. It went to the last game, and unfortunately, they just weren't able to get it out. So maybe they'll be a little tired here. I don't know. What do you think is going to happen?
Yeah, it's definitely grueling to play through so many matches. I know the casters were exhausted after that series, so you can just imagine how tired the players are. But Night Market is the first pick. Demons Raw have won the coin flip here. This is their pick for the first map. I believe Atlas's Lab is second, Oni Village is third up on the table. They do not want to play against the Slop Luna, and they take it away immediately.
That makes sense. Slop's games so far have been really strong on that Luna, so it makes sense to ban out here, and I didn't quite catch the other ban, but whatever it is, I'm sure it was a vital one.
Yeah, it was an era ban, keeping Kainoob off the pick, not letting him enable Snake, not letting him be as comfortable when backing up Gumi, but I'm looking at the Finny goalie coming in. The Finny on both sides. I'm pretty sure that is Streaks Finny on the side of Core Overflow. It'll be definitely very interesting to see these damage comps play, and also how well Gumi can defend compared to Slop, because Gumi has an argument for being the best goalie in the world, and on this fragile goalie pick, if he can keep up and output that damage at the same time, especially in a critical matchup like this, that could be just Demons Raw taking it very, very quickly.
Yeah, and we're going to be starting here, and it seems our starting awakenings are going to be extra special and stacks on stacks, but surprisingly, only the Julies took the stacks on stacks. So it's going to be interesting to see here who can stack up those, those pancakes, and who out here can KO the other one to deny the pancakes.
Yeah, and also very, very important is that extra special on Slop. Against a damage comp like this, having that Atlas special every single round up so much more often can definitely be a difference maker in whether Streak and Leo Leon can survive or not. But right now, Leo Leon is the one who is looking incredibly low. On the other side, though, Gumi's barrier is lost. Core goes backwards. A little bit of fumbling on the defensive end, but it doesn't matter. The Finny secondaries bouncing the core around. Leo Leon still being kept low, taking so much damage, and has to survive to maintain these stacks that are slowly but surely stacking up.
Yeah, I mean, we see here right now, Gumi has no barriers up, but it does seem the pressure is up forward. They're trying to get that last barrier. Will it do it? The aim comes out from Snake, or from Kainoob, and does not able to quite get there. And now we have core flips on the field. One's going to come up from Streak, trying to get that goal, but it's going to go right to Kainoob, who might have a core flip of his own here to back up his team. Snake is looking awfully low, though, and the pressure's coming to their side a little bit more. Snake is being denied wherever he wants to go from that Finny secondary. As we're going to see here, the juggling. Snake's almost getting KO'd, but he's barely keeping on. But no, just as I say, that Slop gets the KO, and Finny Streak gets the goal for round 1.
What an incredible end to that round that was. Streak using the short end of the primary, no hesitation on the detonation, and the angle was perfect to the bottom of the goal. Streak, not the biggest fan of goalie Finny, but this midfield Finny that he is playing, looking incredibly successful so far. But on the other hand, it is Streak who is the one who is KO'd. Both barriers are being taken. Gumi walking up in the midfield, those those momentum boots really helping out in the mobility aspect of this Finny, as Kainoob and Snake are piling on the pressure to the top side. Slop and Streak having to double goalie. These are two of the best goalies in the game, though, but one of them is down on the side of Demons Raw. Snake goes down. Kainoob has flipped to the top side, still saved by Slop. Another flip is available for Gumi. The Finny special is there, still not getting the goal. It is still saved by Slop and Streak.
Definitely an insane, as you said, two of the best goalies as we're seeing here. They're just holding it down, waiting for their, the Leon to come back, but unfortunately it was too late as Snake is able to get that right in between them, get that into that corner pocket for round 1. Definitely an insane defensive matchup on a team like Demons Raw. You might find yourself always on the defensive, but for these two people, the Shriek and Slop, man, they're just so good at what they can do to stop you from really getting any of those things that you think are so solid checkmates, but they're just not, because they're the best two goalies that we have seen on a team, both combined.
Yeah, and honestly, all three of these teams here in the top 3 are defined by being able to double goalie so effectively, right? The duo of Gumi and kind of the duo of Vaughn and You Already Lose. And here, Slop and Streak passing to the top side, and Streak is there to make the coverage. And now has the special, has the flip. So many tools available, but both barriers are still down for core overflow. It's dangerous as Snake walking up, trying to get possession, but Leon gets one of the barriers here, looking for the second. Gumi, though, so much speed to work with. The Finny secondary blocking off so much space. Kainoob has flipped, Streak has flipped. These resources are going to have to be burned soon as Streak uses it. But now it is Snake in position. Kainoob with the flip. The secondary put down by Streak is kind of counterproductive here. Sends it backwards a little bit. And you know that Kainoob is looking for an angle. Trying to catch Slop sleeping, but Slop was cleared away once again. But Kainoob has the flip available. Getting a little impatient. Blinking forward. Trying to use it. Trying to fake them out. Even the dash punch from Snake. It's not enough. It's still defended by core overflow.
They are just absolutely a stalwart defending team, and that Finny, the gravity well is going to get that barrier, and it's, oh my god, it's going to manage to get that bottom corner too, a redirect from Leon. What an insane matchup. They're just playing all that defense, and all they needed was that one opportunity, that one chance to make a scoring opportunity, and they were able to get a barrier and get the goal.
Capitalizing so well. Demons Raw, they're going to have to be a little more successful. They're going to have to do a little more in these plays. They lose one barrier, but they're thankful not to lose two there. That was almost the double doink angle right there, but this time it is Snake getting the KO on Leon. Maybe a huge power play, but Snake taking so much damage from the Finny. Great primary coming out from Gumi. Gets one barrier, looking for two against Streak. Has flip available, but will not overcommit. Kainoob barely getting that barrier. Huge opening for the side of Demons Raw, but they've been in this position before. They have to convert here as Gumi playing the midfield. Snake dropping back a little bit, slowly advancing. Flip available for Gumi. The expanse burn. Streak standing still, and Kainoob covers the clear.
Did you see how all three of them were blocking some part of that goal, and yet still they're able to get that in? What an amazing just forward pressure that they were able to get through there. Wow, that was just intense to see all three of them sitting in that goal box like that.
But we're seeing the Demons warm up yet again. They were undefeated for a reason. They finally lost their first series in North American Strikers League history today. The Sad Boys took that off them, but their win rate in the North American Strikers League, both Season 1 and Season 2, is still incredibly high for a reason. They are continuing to heat up here as one barrier is taken on the other side. The redirect inside the Finny special. But these pillars, these basically rune pillars of the Finny secondary are a little bit scary for the goalie to clear into Slop, just waiting out. Now it's Leo Leon with the play, getting it around Gumi. Huge opportunity for Core Overflow and Leo Leon. Playoffs Leo Leon, technically the defending NASL champion on the side of the East League. Won it with light last season. Does not want to let it go too easily.
Yeah, and as we're seeing here, the Gravity Well is coming out, not able to quite get the core where they want to. Now Snake's dribbling, trying to make a play close to core flip as well. Right here we're seeing Kainu backing Snake up, and with that glitch pop, he's able to get it in for the first set. What an amazing pressure. Snake was just taking all eyes on him so that Kainu could do his work in the back line, able to just secure with that glitch pop. What an insane, MVP for him. Well deserved, well earned, and he's able to grab himself Timeless Creator or anything else he wants from this draft.
Probably a Twin Drive here. Timeless Twin Drive. It's a very big debate, right? Would you rather take Twin Drive away from the Atlas or maybe even the Finny? Or would you rather have Timeless for yourself, as Twin Drive does fall to the Slop, Atlas, and Deadeye falls to Streak? So it's a little bit scary here. Core Overflow getting a lot of power picks, but everyone, I'll be honest, getting a ton of... The power in this draft is ridiculous. Everyone getting some sort of incredibly good or even best in slot.
Yeah, this Twin Drive. Timeless Creator, and then the 1-2 punches and the Deadeyes. It's just all great. It's BIS. It is exactly what we needed to see here for a great game. And now, as we're going to start this off with Kainu taking tons of damage from that new Finny secondary. They have it twice now up, but it seems they were able to get an orb heal away. No barriers have dropped yet, but it seems that they're going to change that by getting the first one with the Finny secondary now. Looking to hunt the third. They will get it because the Atlas shift is secondary, so not able to keep it. And the Snake with the 1-2, the dash punch is going to be able to secure that goal.
Do you see that visual? That was very, very interesting, but it didn't really matter in the end. Just a visual glitch. The players were only shocked for a moment, and it is still Demons Raw continuing their offense. Great Finny special by Streak, though, converting with Leo Leon to the top side. 2 barriers in an instant for Core Overflow. They're looking to make it happen here, as now it is Slop on the defense. Has the flip available, can send it up if necessary, but it just goes back and forth to Kainu, who is just sending it back forward. Look at the meter on the side of Demons Raw. It is incredibly high. Their flips will come online, if not this round, in the next, and that could just very well be just a round-winning conversion for them as Gumi continues to send it forward. Slop still has flip. Streak working on one as well. Looking a little dangerous, but still defended away by Core Overflow. This lockdown defense from Core Overflow has won them so many points in this game alone. And yet again, Slop locks it down, sends it forward, but this time, the Timeless Turret will continue sending it forward. Kainu maintains possession. Gumi steps up. The KO onto Slop. One of the goalies goes down, but Streak is still left on that Finny. Has flip available. This defense could continue for 5 more seconds very, very easily. Snake now pushing up, looking. Kainu with the flip available, but the flip used by Streak gets the KO as well, and Core Overflow hold.
Yeah, and as we're seeing here, they're just fighting for their life for this last barrier, but now that Slop is back online, back alive, he might not have flip, but has every tool in his arsenal needed to make sure this ball does not go in. But Leo Leon has all of his, cooldowns ready to strike, and dash punches in with the assistance from Shriek, able to get that ball in. Now it's 1-1, and that was an intense overtime match, but now we are tied up on this set. It seems that Core Overflow is not out yet at all by any means necessary. Looking to make a play here as we're seeing the Amy turn comes out, trying to get this barrier, but they're not able to quite get it, but Slop is looking very low. There comes the healing from Atlas, though, so it's going to be harder to KO him with that. It's just the extra special, letting them have so much healing in this kill comp.
Yeah. So much healing in that Twin Drive with the eject button, by the way. The additional cooldown reduction and the Twin Drive means Slop can defend for so long, not have to worry about dying thanks to the extra special on the special. Now they're trying to get some damage on Streak, trying to build up some meter. Look at the meter from the side of Demon's Raw. It's incredibly high, but can they convert with these flips? That midfield flip does not do too much. Just burns one of the 2 charges, but they do get the KO onto... Wait a second, Kainu goes down. Demon's Raw, this is looking a little dangerous for them. Leo Leon is low, but they cannot get the KO unless they can find it right now. And Leo Leon will just dodge around the center pillar, just heal all the way back up thanks to this extra special from Atlas. And once again, it is Streak in the midfield. Core Overflow just holding and then finding the perfect opportunity to strike.
Yeah, it seems Snake here is having a rough time converting, just getting all this damage done to him and having all this out, but it seems that the turret is going to be able to take it away with that super hot core moving around at the speed of sound. Now, with both barriers broken, it's going to be harder for Core Overflow to defend this. Will this team be able to hold out with that triple goalie setup? We'll have to see as Kainem's moving forward with a core flip, but it's going to be launched away by Streak's own core flip now. Snake getting it down, trying to make a play here. It seems that Kainem's going to take a ton of damage, though. right there from, I can't even say it fast enough, but Snake was able to get a ball into that net by himself. Solo play showing why he is part of Demons Raw, how they are just able to handle any situation, even with all that defensive power.
Yeah, incredible dash there. Sent it directly in the Demon Angle bounce around the members of Core Overflow. Now it's another round, another future. This time, Demons Raw does not want to make it last too long as they get one barrier really quick, but Leo Leon is lurking. Kainub has to be so careful. Wants to use the slip on the offense, but has to navigate across the field. Now Snake forced to elusive. Kainub and Snake with the dash punch, getting the second barrier now. One pass, one flip might be all that it takes. Midfield, Kainub, the expanse from Slop, still blocks it. Gumi dribbling around, trying to get it past Leo Leon, manages to do so. Somehow navigates around the Juliet with the secondary, and Snake trying to dash it in, unable to do so far. But the special from Fini, Gumi from across the map will secure another set for Demons Raw.
What a really cool freaking gravity well from that Finny. Oh my god, it was able to get it right into that corner pocket. Such a cool thing. And now as we're seeing here, Demolitionist, definitely a really strong awakening here. Going to be taken by Kainub with all that cooldown reduction and denying it away from Leo Leon. Super good here.
Yeah, Demolitionist is incredibly strong. There's also a little quirk where sometimes it does a little more than it's supposed to, so will be incredibly good for Kainub already, especially if that turret ends up taking some barriers, the cooldown reduction, maybe even 2 turrets, perhaps, if the right situations occur. And overall, in this draft, we're going to have to watch out a little bit if Streak can get some dribble plays going, but I think in general, Demons Raw are not looking too scared right now.
Yeah, I think they're feeling pretty comfortable. I mean, they're up 2 sets, but they can't get too complacent. It seems that they're not. They still understand their opponents. They're able to get one barrier here, fighting for this midfield pressure and also their life pressure for Kainub as he is getting that damage, all of that taken up. And now seems they're trying to be almost able to convert here, which they will be able to do. Glitchpop trying to cover up those options now that they have Snakes up in the top corner with the ball, trying to search for that dash punch. Will he be able to find it? It seems that not quite this time, but they will be able to convert here because it seems that they are able to just so quickly be able to switch from offense to defense. Alright, here's the double gravity wells. They're actually going to be juggling the ball. Dash punch comes in, but it's going to miss. And then the extra help with that glitch pop, but it's not quite enough as Slop is just holding it down because he is a stalwart defender. He just has what it takes to play here, and it's just showing so much as he's able to be such a good player on their team.
Yeah, but look at Gumi on the other side, defending against Leo Leon's dash punches, striking it correctly every single time it feels like. And now, with it being overtime, the core is getting a lot scarier. Great glitch pop from Kainub. Snake has flip available, so does Gumi, so does Kainub. They all have flip available. Snake in front of the net will send it to the bottom side, but the bounce is not what you want there. Kainub does have flip available. Oh, but Streak stuck between Slop's expands and a turret. That's an unfortunate coincidence right there. And Kainub with the perfect placement of the firewall sentry.
I think there's not much you can do that other than maybe pray and wait for that expansive wave, but there's no telling that you'll be able to time out that turret. That was just quite the unfortunate situation to get put into. As we're seeing here already though, they're putting themselves in a good position away from that as they're able to find an early KO onto Snake. Now trying to convert, the gravity well comes out, but the other gravity well comes out from the other Finny here to delay this core as long as possible. That Finny secondary reaching almost like all the way across the map. Leon trying to convert, but now that Snake is back, he's going to take the ball away. And the glitch pop's going to come out, try to get the barrier, but not quite finding it. It will actually find it. And now the turn's going to come out, trying to search for that last barrier, but they're able to keep it out. But they're taking so much damage in the meantime.
So much damage being taken, and Streak goes down. Snake getting the punch and still staying alive despite the primary from Slop. Now it is all up to Leo Leon in this midfield and gets the KO onto Snake, has the flip available, deflects away the flip from Kainub. Huge opportunity for core overflow now, but Kainub will just control the core. No, slow down a little bit. Leo Leon looking to get both barriers here. We'll get one, looking for 2, but Kainub's timeless turret will end the play for now.
Yeah, I mean, what an intense play. They wanted to get both barriers there. Gumi thankfully is able to save one, which I'm sure is a great boon, but oh no, it's going to come in flying, able to get that second barrier that he worked so hard to defend. Now, as we're seeing here, that gravity well, though, is going to take the other barrier. It seems that they just wanted 1 for 1. The gravity well, who knows where the core is going to go when it's moving that fast. And now as we're seeing, it's bouncing around, pinball time. But it seems Snake wasn't worried about that. He was worried about getting a KO now. And now he's trying to get the ball, has it in the corner, trying to make a play here, not quite able to get it through that expanse, but now Kainub is going to be able to get the ball back to him with the glitch pops, trying to get it through. Corpulip on the side of the Demons Raw, trying to make a play here, but the gravity was going to stop it. Corpulip comes out into the top corner. Flame Flurry is going to come out, stopped again. Another Corporal just going to be stopped by all these gravity wells. Streak just looking so low, not able to get in on this action at the top, but it does seem the Corporal, another one's going to come out, and it's going to work. Get that nice Demon Angle bounce off of the middle platform, able to score into that top corner.
Yeah, that ambiguous trajectory to bounce off the center, and Gumi not able to get there in time. Finny not with the tools to make it happen. Great play by Leo Leon, despite the fact that Demons were really pushing their advantages in that set, and now once again they're here. Streak taking a lot of damage on the bottom side. Snake also taking a lot of damage, though we'll have to be very careful. Has been one of the more KO'd members in this game for good reason, right? He is getting in there and getting in there again and again with the dash alongside the turret. Kainu gets credit for that one, and Demons Raw are just one goal away from taking this first game in the losers final.
What an intense matchup that was right there. There's just so much stuffing potential, so many tools being used. The fact that this Gumi can just sit here in the back line and support his forwards like that is so well done, especially because of his just knowledge of being able to push up and push back, knowing when and how to do what. He has the knowledge, has the how-to, the know-how, all of it's there, and now he's trying to use all of it to convert, take this game right here as they're able to get both barriers there, keeping this ball forward. Gumi has the flip, he's going to use it, trying to get it to Snake, and Snake is going to slide it right through, get that dimer in to settle this first game.
Yeah, Snake just threading the needle on the bottom side under the expanse, and Demons Raw, they do not want to keep the sad boys waiting. They want to speed on back to that grand finals because they want revenge, and Core Overflow is but a stepping stone in their path.
Yeah, I mean, they just want to get that rematch, right? They lost their first ever game, and they want, or not game, series, and they want that rematch. They want that revenge. They are on their demon hours. They are out here searching, trying to find it, and if they can win this next one, they're going to be one step closer to getting it.
Not to say it'll be easy, though. We saw how Core Overflow locked it down, and the conversions they created when they were able to respond on the other side. Leo Leon with the scoring plays, with the barrier takes, and everything. But I don't know. This was Demons Raw's map pick after all. They picked Night Market. So the next map, Atlas's Lab, might be a little bit more favored for Core Overflow.
It just might be. I mean, they are in their most comfort zone, but as we're going to what map did you say again? I'm sorry, I must have amnesia.
Atlas Lab.
Atlas Lab, and this is going to be a little bit of a, a little bit of a soft spot for them, or just a hard-hitting spot, because they just lost their last game on this map, so they definitely are not going to want to lose this one too, because then it's going to be a little bit even more personal. But they're going to do what they can, try to get this win out, and we're going to see what they can do here. Hopefully we can get started on this match right away. But what do you think is going to be going on here when we see the bans? Because they did ban out Slop's Luna, which makes a lot of sense. I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing that again. But what do you think?
Yeah, it's almost like it's almost 100% a Slop Luna ban unless the side of Demons Raw wants to match it, which is a possibility. I wouldn't say it's likely, but it's a possibility. And on the other side, maybe they banned the Era last time. I don't think the Era ban will come out again. I think they'll ban something, perhaps the Aimi. I don't know. They could think. I'm very interested to see what the ban is from Core Overflow, because I don't exactly think they'll ban the Era again. So it's really, really up in the air, because Demons Raw's pool of characters is quite deep, especially on a KO map.
Yeah, I mean, if we're seeing some like really KO intensive awakenings, as we saw that one time where we had extra special in Deadeye, or not extra special, specialized training in Deadeye, we're definitely probably going to see either a Luna played or a Luna banned for sure. But we're just going to see those vices come out to play, and all that damage is going to stack up. And we'll see. It'll have to depend awakening wise, but for sure, I think we can definitely count out the Slop on the Luna.
Yeah. Most likely it will be banned, but we'll be able to tell. We don't have to guess anymore, because we're just about loading into game. This is the second game of the losers finals on Atlas's Lab. Demons Raw versus Core Overflow. And yeah, this draft will be very, very interesting, as I think Gumi will just be picking an offensive goalie here. I'm interested to see what Kainu picks, especially because Kainu could go for full damage here, could go for core control. And they played full damage last time against Sad Boys, right? They picked full damage. Sad Boys picked comfort, more core control again. Whoa, okay, I guess I was right. I didn't expect it to be right, but they banned the Aimi.
You are smarter than you think, you know? You are your greatest critic. And now as we're seeing that Imi ban come out, it seems Snake's gonna reprise his role as the Juliet and kind of hopping onto the Kaiword here. And Gumi making a play appearance on what looks like Vice. Or Kainu will go the Finny to match the other enemy Finny, a Finny Ditto.
Yeah, but this is looking a little scary for Demon's Raw, because Leo Leon Zentaro is a force to be reckoned with, and Juliet, although she is known as the KO staple, the dash puncher, Zentaro is a little bit higher on the damage front, and well, we'll have to see what the starters are, what the awakenings are, and how it all pans out. But as we load in, if Core Overflow can play this comp to its full potential, I think I would favor them a little bit.
A little bit, you say. We're gonna have to see as we have a 1-2 punch reverb awakening with only Kainu taking reverb. And now we're gonna have to see how that's gonna play out. But he is a little bit harder to kill here, which I'm sure Snake right now wishes he had that, because he is so low, so just damaged. As we're gonna see, the black hole's gonna get broken, which makes sense because you don't want to walk into that when you're this staggered.
Yeah, and Snake immediately being KO'd by the staggered Leo Leon, who immediately heals back from the staggered state. And now Leo Leon jumps in, has a level 2, gets both barriers. And this is the Leo Leon Zentaro. We've seen clips of it. We've seen the plays. We've seen the incredible goals, the KOs. And once again, the legend continues as he is the one who takes the first goal of this game.
He really lives up to those clips, those highlight reels that he is constantly seen. He's showing off why, because right there, and then he made it a play right there between everybody. Super cool to see, but now it seems that Demon's Raw does not take kindly to that, as they are going to take one barrier, looking for the second one, getting the kill now as they are in a power play situation, and Leo Leon is also super damaged. We're going to see right here they're just staggered. Now they're going to be jumping around, but Snake's going to win that strike ward, to win that barrier, trying to get the goal in. Can he do it? Getting the pass up to Kainu from Gumi. Now they're going to try to make a play, but a back pass into Leo Leon's going to be unfortunate for them, because now he has the ball, but he's going to be staggered out of the game. And it seems that there also is another KO. No power play for anybody here.
Yeah, and that was an incredible knockback onto Leo Leon. Leo Leon was going for the flip into dash. That knockback pushed the dash out of reach. And now it is Demons surviving. They are thriving even as Gumi jumps in. Snake in position. Kind of taking a lot of damage, but good. Just goes back to heal. Has that health again. The KO onto Leo Leon as Streak tries to push forward, but it is just Streak trying to use this the special, but it will be unsuccessful. Now Snake dribbling with a punch. Slop deflecting it away. Gumi will have to drop back thanks to the Streak secondary, but once again Streak in the midfield just locking it down. You know, his main role is goalie, but midfield is just goalie with lower stakes if you think about it. As Snake goes in, Slop has the flip. Leo Leon in position. Wait a second. Whoa, gets knocked back to the perfect spot to score in Core Overflow. 2 goals to nothing.
That was an insane, just a part. Luck is a part of the game, unfortunately. And right there, Leo Leon showed off just how he can use that black hole to get launched right into the position he needs to be. Was it luck? Was it skill? Who really knows here? But it won't matter, because now they are going to have to move on. And if they can, you know, secure this out, then it's going to be a really good lead for Core Overflow.
Yeah, Core Overflow continuing to work on these barriers here. Looking like their map pick for a reason, as Leo Leon so much damage onto Snake together with Slop. The crossfire from the Vice and the Zentaro. Vice Zentaro is a comp that has been a terror for Omega Strikers ever since the two were unleashed onto the video game. And now once again they go forward with the addition of Finny, the additional damage. Snake so low, staggered yet again, has to be so careful as Kainub. The health bar is looking low as well. Slop now pushing it forward. The barrier is not taken as Streak is staggered. Has to be careful. And this time it will once again be Snake who is KO'd.
Yeah, but Leo Leon just got KO'd from the dash. And now, as we're seeing here, a power play chance that's going to come out in 1 second here. Will they be able to use these 5 seconds effectively? Snake shrugging it off, taking that KO like a champ now as he's trying to get it. And he's not quite able to get the second barrier because Leo Leon just spawned it in time. But Kainu with the gravity well is going to be there to secure it, do what they need to do to get this barrier. And Finny, Streak is staying just alive. And unfortunately, that shot misses, not able to get it in. But the Vice ultimate is going to be able to shoot that ball right into that corner.
Yeah, it was looking a little bit sketchy for Demon's Raw, right? Their scoring attempts were slightly off the mark, but in the end, Core Overflow taking a little bit too much damage. Demons managed to secure that one, but they lose a barrier very, very early, and the damage is going to start piling on both sides. Leon now, the target streak, unfortunately, hits the center, and that health advantage could be huge, prevented from regenning by the secondary of Kainoob. Look at the damage, look at the health bars. Streak is so low. Leon is only halfway. The staggered state for Streak almost taken out and will finally be confirmed by the secondary of Kainoob. Now Slop in the corner, stunned up, the barrier taken. Demons have just become so more methodical in their gameplay, and it's really paying off.
Yeah, and that finish shift almost gets the ball in, but the Vice lightning shot all the way from downtown. Just what a sniper Gumi is here, able to get that ball in for his second goal of this set. Will he be able to get the three-pointer shots that he needs for his team here, as they're all able to get the KOs, and just having him in the backline there, able to secure those goals with that precision is just what they need here.
Yeah, and you saw Slop make those saves, but in the end it wasn't quite enough. But Slop still defending. But wait a second, they've realized Slop can't defend if Slop is off the map, if he is gone, if he is taken away. And Leon trying to get the barriers, but it is still defended by the side of Demons Raw. They're continuing to send the core forward, continuing to manage to defend, and all the barriers stay up on both sides for now. Leon trying to push forward, but this health bar is so low. No meter left, and Snake has plenty of meter to play with. Now Streak has to be a little bit careful here. Snake is just going to go all out. Has no stagger, nothing to fear. If KO'd, well, that was inevitable anyway. And Snake continuing to stand in front of Slop, continuing to try and make the play. Eventually sent away, but Leon is unable to get the KO. Snake regents out of stagger state, is immediately taken away by Streak. It's really going back and forth here. Both teams getting advantages, getting the KOs, converting for one barrier. Leon looking for two, unable to do so far. Wins the strike war against the flip delay. The wait from Gumi does not pay off, and they're forced to make the defense here. Leon so low, but still it is core overflow holding on.
Yeah, and right here, as we're seeing here, they're not just holding on, they're scoring as they're able to get that in for the first set here. They are trying to go that extra mile, be able to just really work this team that's already been tired out from that really intense game earlier, and they know that if they lose steam here, they're going to take not just this game, but the next one after, as they're able to get this Finny MVP, looking to get that Demolitionist.
Yeah, and if, you know how we talk about Exodia this, Exodia that? Demolitionist feels like an Exodia in one awakening. It is so powerful. But specialized and flight or fight or flight. Sorry. Wow. Okay. Fight or flight and specialized training falling to Demons Raw. Definitely a lot of power, along with a nice edge for Snake. So although it is looking really good with that Demolitionist for core overflow, Demons Raw got a lot of power here.
Yeah, a lot of power. I mean, Vice is just known to be really strong in specialized training, but with that 1-2 punch assisting it as well, that is just so much power. If you get hit by one of those and they have that 1-2 punch procced, you are just dead. But it seems that Snake here is also showing off that he has that KO potential too with his new lovely Awakening Knife's Edge, getting that extra power on that side there, able to take that, you know, Zentaro all the way downtown. And as they're also able to take this barrier to downtown as well, it's really just a clown car getting so many things there. And now as they're trying to get this ball in, will we see it kind of on the top with the Finny matchup trying to get through, but they can't quite get it now. Gumi has the ball with the gravity well in. The gravity well is going to shoot right to Streak, right to Leon, but it's not enough as it's going to go right into Snake, who's able to shoot it in for that first point.
Snake really playing on the knife's edge there with the knife's edge speed on that bumper, dancing around all the projectiles, eluding Leon's attempts to KO, and finally sneaking the core in. Really playing into the power fantasy, some might say, of that Awakening. And it's so powerful on Juliet, right? With that 1-2 punch as well. Whoa! What a supernova from Gumi. A KO onto Slav. Streak staggered. Leon's gonna have to do something incredible to bring this one back. It's a double KO. Leon alone in the net for now. Slop comes back, but what can he do? Get the stun, make the saves. He is doing it all so far. The supernova still manages to save it, but can't even take the passing plays on an open net, trying to push it forward, still saved away by the entire team of Core Overflow, passing it downwards. Gumi trying to push it forwards, still cleared away by Slop, still stuffed away by Leon, but finally it will be Snake who wins the strike war, and that point went way longer than it should have.
I mean, what can you say? I mean, this team, as we talked about, is just so good at triple goalieing that, making sure that nothing slides through, and they weren't able to triple goalie, they were only able to single goalie, and then double, and then the triple when they were respawning back, coming back alive, and they held out for as long as they could, but unfortunately a play like that usually isn't going to go your way. But now They still have this last point here that is on their side. They can still make it work for this set, but with one barrier down, it's looking maybe a little grim as Kainu's trying to convert this ball, get it over to Snake, as they're able to get one barrier there though. Looking for that last one, trying to get the pass through to Leo Leon. Gumi's unfortunately going to miss that core flip out now as Snake misses the dash onto that, Zentaro. Pesky guy's going to run around everywhere, but the barrier is going to drop on the side of Demon's Raw. What's going to go happen? But I'll tell you what's going to happen. That Gravity Well is going to put that ball in, go right past Gumi for that first point on the side of Core Overflow.
An incredible recognition by Streak, instantly detonating it the moment it was struck. The core spun around a tiny bit, Streak was right on top of it. Found the timing, found the angle, found the goal, and the KO comes through for Gumi now. So many KOs, Leo Leon off the field, it is Streak alone in the midfield. Slop trying to defend, taking so much damage though, is Streak stunned away, completely staggered. Gumi looking to confirm the KO or just take the goal here as Snake and Kainu find the bounce, find the set, and even it all up.
What an intense set that is going to land on the side of Demon's Raw. 1-1 here, trying to close this series out right now. And as we're going to see, Deadeye is going to fall into Finny's hand. That's going to be such a good grab here, because it does so much damage already, that primary, but now it does even more, that 30% more.
Looking at this draft, this is just ridiculous. Look at all the power picks available. Tempo Swing, Quick Strike, Deadeye, Stagger Swagger. Like, no one's going to go without anything good here. Even the Zentaro last pick will still get the build different, nerfed so heavily, but you'll never turn down that little bit of size, as Gumi, of course, will deny the Tempo Swing, prevent Leo Leon from turning into an absolute KO monster.
Yeah, I mean, that's nice. Really, you have to do that. It's not even a choice here. Now, as we're going to go in, we're going to have to make a play, but it seems that Leo Leon's already staggered. The damage is just piling on now, but the KO is going to come through to Snake now as they're trying to convert this, get this last barrier in. The dash is going to come through, all that damage on them, but they're still holding this barrier with their lives. Look at this strike warring machines in this corner here. Gravity Well to come out for that extra defense. Leo Leon's back online and getting the KO as soon as he is and getting that first barrier. Looking really strong here for the side of Core Overflow.
That was ridiculous. Snake just evaporated. It wasn't even like a big knockback thing. I think it was just like a 1-2 punch on the Finny's secondary, which is why it was just like a very sudden knockout. But that one is a little bit more emphasized as Leo Leon gets taken out. Snake gets the barrier even past the supernova of Slop, but Slop managed to get the barrier on the other side. A little bit of hope for Core Overflow coming in. Slop with the flip, sends to Gumi, forced to eject back for now. Still pushing forward is Leo Leon. Now back alive, finds a snipe, finds the special, but not quite in time. The Strike Wars coming down. Kainu wins it against Leo Leon, manages to make the save. The core goes forward. It's trapped by Kainu, trying to find the angle, but this time it is Streak on the offense in position. The secondary from Kainu will block him off for now, but once again, it is Gumi sending it forward. The weird bounce directly to Snake. Snake in position with Kainu, with Gumi. The Slop Supernova will still defend it as Gumi has flip available. Will not want to use it right now, but might have to if Leo Leon gets a good shot. Has the flip to the bottom side, still saved away by Slop. These clears are ridiculous. These shots are ridiculous, and finally the core is too fast for Slop. Snake sends it to the top side, ending another long set. Point. That felt like a set.
Did really feel like a set with how long that was going. Really stretching out these points as long as they can, but it is going to be that first point on the side of Demon's Raw as they're working their way here, trying to get this through as they're getting so much damage already onto Streak now, with Snake able to get that one barrier at the top, trying to get this bottom one with the help of the Finny. Not quite able to, and that Gravity Well is going to hold the ball. Leo Leon's going to go for the shot, but it's going to be blocked out expertly by Kainu, but it does seem that Finny is going to be able to find that barrier now. Both teams have two barriers down on the side of Demon's Raw here. Definitely going to be even tougher, but they do have the KO. The power play is going to come out from them, trying to get this last barrier with that dash punch. It's going to find that barrier now. Will they be able to find the goal? They can't quite get the pass to Snake, though, as it's just been marked by Streak here. And the core flip, though, is about to show up for Kainu. Will they be able to make a play out of it? The Slop getting that ball in, using that lightning to do his best. Trying to get this in right here. The core flip now on Kainu, might have to burn it, but no, he trusts Gumi to be able to defend that now, as Kainu's making his way forward with the Gravity Well, trying to make that shot. Core flip comes out from Slop, trying to get it down. Core flip from Kainu right into Slop, who's able to defend it. As we're seeing here, there's just so much panic on the field.
Yeah, and Slop has been so good on the defense. You saw Snake dribbling in the corner. Slop just predicts the dribble, sends a primary out, and ends the play. So precise, so automatic. There's a reason Slop was voted best sub by quite a significant amount, I think. And Kainoob now pushing forward. Slop is still alone in the goal, but teammates will drop back shortly. Winning the strike force this streak. Leon setting it forward, but no! Tragedy! This black hole spawns and immediately sends the core into the bottom right side. Demons Raw looking very, very happy for Atlas's lab right now.
Yeah, definitely a good grab to get because they are almost out of this really long-winded set here, and they're almost out, but that one, that barrier is going to drop. Leon's looking for that second one, trying to make the play. Gravity Well is going to come out, not quite enough to get it through, as they are now looking to make this happen, looking to break away from all of this defense that they're on and convert into some offense. With that Gravity Well, the Corporal is going to come out, all the ability that are being thrown just to defend it, but it's not enough as they are holding strong. Gumi, just what a great defender he is, being able to hold that still through all of the manic and chaos that was. Now as Leon is looking low, gets the orb, manages to stay alive a little bit longer as he's starting to regen. His team here is not quite able to find a KO, but it seems out of nowhere Leon is just back to being staggered, but so is Snake. Now who will be able to get a KO first? It seems both teams, Finnies, are looking to grab one.
Yeah, both Finnies attacking the brawlers right now. Kainoob though pushing up with Snake. They don't get the barrier off of that. Slop somehow manages to keep it. The bounce is not quite right from the side of the Demons, and now it is time for Streak and Leon to play offense. Kainoob is staggered. Kainoob is looking a little bit dangerous here, but has full meter, has returned to the unstaggered state. Leon will confirm that barrier with the primary, looking to send it forward, and an amazing Finny secondary by Streak will get the bounce necessary, and Leon getting credit for that one. I'm not sure how exactly, but oh, it was Kainoob's Finny second. Oh no.
The realization sets in, but it does seem Demons Raw still is in a really good spot as they have 2 core flips on the field. Might want to burn them a little early with how this KO game's going, but they're showing that they don't need to, as they're not even having to use one to defend or get a KO now as they're trying to make a conversion. Core flip comes out. It's going to get that barrier. That bounce shot's going to work through it now as they lost one barrier, but it's okay. They have 2 gone, and they have a power play opportunity once again. Both barriers gone, but the shot is good from Gumi. The Gravity Well isn't strong enough anymore to pull that out. It is just weak enough, just enough for Gumi to get that shot in for that set.
That's heartbreaking if you're Core Overflow. It was almost enough. You got both barriers with the heroics from Slop, but in the end, it was just a little bit too far, and the twin drive we picked up, but that will leave Heavy Impact to fall down for Slop, right? And that's a little bit scary. The Heavy Impact's so good on the Vice character. No! Lets it fall down. The super... Wait a second! Heavy Impact falls down here. No prize fighter. Heavy Impact is passed up here.
Heavy Impact, I guess, might just be weak this patch. I don't know about you, but what we're seeing right now is nobody at all taking that. Doesn't want that damage, that 50%, doesn't want those cooldowns, especially when all of this manic's happening where everyone's stacked on top of each other. We're going to see how it's going to work now, but it does seem that Snake is showing that he didn't need it, as he's able to get that KO now, and he's just looking even better here, trying to make a play happen.
Yeah, and Snake picked up that prize fighter, so we'll just start snowballing into oblivion as long as he can stay alive, and he has shown that he definitely can now. Dancing into the box, getting another KO onto Leon. That's 3 prize fighter stacks for Snake. That is full power Juliet, and I think it might just be over. The snowball is a little too much. They picked the snowball, and they have done it in the first 30 seconds of this point.
Yeah, I mean, just what a insane KOs that are already coming out, and as we're going to see here, they are just trying to work for this last barrier most of the time. They don't have to work very hard as they're only working through 2 people, but they are able to get it when there's 3 people up. Crazy how that works, but now, Will Snake is staggered here, trying to make a play, looking so low, trying to, just stay alive here as the Vice is going to drop their secondary on them, trying to make a play here, but they aren't able to quite convert this out of the the goal box because Kainoob is holding it through, but Gumi is making a nice snipe appearance to show up, get the goal, dip back to his goal box, just to say hello to them, just to say goodbye.
What a fadeaway by Gumi, and that was incredibly clutch because it maintains 3 stacks for Snake, but without any meter, Snake is not long for this world, but still definitely a good play to be made. The double barrier though is not what you want to see. Snake goes down to stack. One of the stacks is erased. So not the most optimal situation for Demons Raw, but not too bad either. They still maintain some stacks. Gumi has metered the KO on the streak, and somehow out of nowhere, Kainu getting the snipe means that they're in position. The stacks are back to full, defended away from the offensive push by Slop. Demons are looking so good right now. They get the barrier. They're looking to get the goal. Snake in position, dribbling down, looking into... No, still defended away by the gravity well, by the Finny special. Snake again, stunned up, looking to be in position. Gumi sending it back, but does not want to burn the flip just yet. Leo Leon, don't forget, he did pick up the Super Surge, incredibly strong on Zentaro, but Snake looking to make the play, still saved away by Slop. Kainu passing it back forward. Gumi, so much damage, but the Supernova just completely whiffs, unfortunately, and Kainu working on a flip. Snake working on a flip. Will they need the flip? No! The 1-2 punch on the second hit of the core sends it past Slop.
Wow, what an intense matchup we just saw there, but what can you do? This is Demons Raw in full power, enraged after their last match on Atlas Lab. They are not letting that go again as they are able to get one KO, get one barrier, and now they all have core flip trying to make a play. There comes Snakes, but it's not quite able to grab the core, but it doesn't matter because the gravity well is going to be able to just do the work, stuffing power as Gumi makes his core flip, his guest appearance in the goal box for that nice shot for the victory of this series.
Gumi just sends it right between them, notices the panic, no hesitation from this Vice, and Gumi. Again, just an incredible performance from Demons Raw. They're looking to get back into the grand finals on the loser side, but if they can play like this after a short break, of course, well, anything is possible.
Yeah, I mean, anything's possible. I mean, just look at the KOs we saw that game from them. 10 on Julie, 8 on Vice, 35,000 damage on Finny. Just how can you compete with that, especially when they're also having all this core control as well on top of it? It's really just so much.
So much damage, so many KOs, and in the end, the Snake, I think, a huge aspect of that game was Snake just getting 2 KOs immediately on Leo Leon, and the threat of the 3 prizefighter Juliets is not to be understated.
Yeah, definitely can't underestimate that. I mean, it seems that they really did need heavy impact, to the surprise of you and me. I personally thought it was going to come out from at least, you know, anybody. At least last pick would take it, but both teams just decided they didn't want it.
Yeah, it's pretty understandable from Slop, actually, looking back on it. Was Spark scaling? Was if the Spark of Resilience came in for Slop, with that bulk up, it would be incredibly strong scaling, 3 Sparks plus bulk. So I see the vision there, definitely, in hindsight. But again, on the replays, Gumi sniping it through 2 at the very end, and Demons Raw, they managed to secure it. But before that, we're going to head to a short break while we get, I believe, a desk segment set up. So, Spooked, anything you want to say before we disappear?
Nothing much. What an insane game. Demons Raw is looking to climb their ways, claws through the hells to get back into those final positions for the grand finals against Sad Boys. Will they be able to do it? Only way to find out is by watching here.
Yep. Don't go anywhere, because the grand finals... Sorry. I lost myself. Don't go anywhere, because the grand finals are up next.
Anything you want to say here? This is your moment for winning the league.
First, I want to shout out to like the TOs and the casters. Like, thank you guys for doing this. Like, this league has been a lot of fun playing in.
Playing with this team is easily the most fun I've had playing in any team environment, period.
Yumi, what do you got for us?
I just wanted to say, I'm on top of the West yet again. I will always be on top of the West. I've never ever lost any West tournament or event I've ever played in, and they call me the king of the West for a reason. I will never be defeated.
I love Albion just sending damage onto Gumi, trying to slip up this iron wall defense, but nothing can happen right now. Looking romantic how hard they're holding it down together. Oh, but Snake is paid back in kind. I love Albion. Oh my god, what a crazy defense from Goody and Kainu. Right, bloodbath again. The chicken eggs and small mammals coming. Oh, hello, and Snake.
There's just too much defense from the side of Demons Rock.
Has an incredible teammate in Snake by his side. The flip up to the thing over and over. Both barriers go down. Optiplug tries to get one, but Gumi finds the angle with the barrage, finds the angle with the strike yet again. The barrier stays up. Tiny but Gumi continuing to defend, holding hands, defending that barrier.
Still denied, and now...
But once up, save it, but has a shot on goal.
Trying to stay alive.
There it goes.
Gumi pushed all the way up.
By the Giga Blast.
Finds a kill. This
Demons are gonna smoke these noobs. And Vaughn is dead.
but he's never standing in a spot where kind of could easily pass it. So
Because he got the flip. Oh, and the block.
like kind of has to push through someone in order to get Snake the ball. No, a little bit of a misstep there at the goal line. Good save from Gumi. Good strike shot. Kainu, the Giga Goat, coming through, flashing the Sad Boys Evo.
Call me the king of the West for a reason. I'll never be defeated.
It's me! Share this!
welcome back, everybody, to the North American Strikers League, hosted by me, Mystic, not by K-Bot, not by Borg, because those two fine gentlemen will be casting the North American Strikers League Grand Finals that's coming up after this. I am joined by Daftgrass and Liari here on the mid-show analyst desk. So why don't you guys introduce yourselves How are you guys feeling about today's games? Daft, what about you?
You know what? I'm feeling pretty good. We saw this already, right? We already saw this matchup. We saw the winners finals for Demons Raw and Sad Boys. Sad Boys took that one, stick themselves in grand finals. So now Demons Raw are gonna have to play this one from behind.
And Liari, how are you feeling?
Great. These games have already been really exciting. We've seen so much Finny, which I love seeing. Teams really reacted to the patch changes and ready to play on it. And this grand should be really fun.
Yeah, speaking of the Finny, appearing quite a bit both in the midfield and occasionally in the goalie position. We saw it from Streak yesterday, debuting it for the most part, and now Kainu picking it up as well, and Gumi in the goalie position. So I do like the change up that is happening here. One thing that I want to talk about is that as we go into this grand finals, the way this is going to play out is Sad Boys, because they are on the winner's side, only need to win a single best of one or best of three series, whereas Demons Raw coming in from the loser side, if they want to take on the gold medal today, they're going to have to go through a bracket reset and win 2 entire best of threes. I think after playing so many matches, right, for Demons Raw having to play winners semis, winners finals, and then losers finals, and now having to potentially go through another 2 best of 3 series, do you think they have what it takes to take over Sad Boys, who are sitting in the grand final slot at the moment? Liari, what are your thoughts?
I think I am a Demon's Raw believer. Gumi only scales with more games played, so does Kainu. And Snake, obviously. Honestly, like, I think they all have really deep character pools. They obviously tried a lot of things out in Winners Finals. I think Gumi hasn't really picked the Luna much in tournament, even though he has been practicing it a ton. And I think they got a lot of very important data from those games that they'll be able to take into these games and adjust to drafts and just pick really good stuff that's going to take them the win.
And then speaking of the Luna pick, so in winners finals, Demons Raw went a little bit more unconventional, like you said. Daft, do you think that was a big factor as to the outcome of the game, or do you think that it was a completely fine team comp? Like, what was your thoughts on the picks that went out?
Yeah, so when Gumi does pick something like this, Luna, the way that their team is structured and the way that they played in those games was, we need to get the core forward for Gumi to then walk forward on the map and use that twin drive, get into the action. They rely a lot on Gumi, just really coming into play, getting those barriers, getting those goals, especially on something like that Luna, which is able to fly, cover some clears from You Already Lose. While You Already Lose on the other side, he's very much more of a defensive lockdown. So if they're able to get that pressure on the map, keep that core on the other side, they're really able to unlock these sort of range picks that that Gumi has really been picking out in this goalie box. But if not, they're going to make, it's going to be hard for them to win.
Yeah, so I agree with you there. I was surprised to see a couple of picks in the midfield side of things from Kainub. I saw that he was playing pretty much era only into the Finny, and then like a singular Aimi pickup. He is someone that I expect more to play aggressive with how the season has currently gone. Seeing someone maybe like Kai midfield, maybe more Aimi, and I did not see that. Do you think Era is the pick for Kainub? Liari, as a midfielder, what's your opinions?
So I think they've been practicing this comp a lot lately, where they have Era midfield, Finny, and then typically like an X or something in the forward position, and they just deal a ton of damage. I think it works for them, honestly. I feel like the game against Sad Boys felt more like nerves and them just underperforming in key moments than it was the comp being at fault. I definitely do think they have an option where they can put Kainub on more of a damage dealing carry, and that could come out depending on the Awakening starts or the maps. But I don't think there's a fundamental issue with putting Kainub on Era.
Okay. And last thing before I want to hear you guys' predictions. It has been Demons Raw that were seed 1 going into this tournament. But right now it is Sad Boys sitting on grand finals. It is a hill that anyone could have went. It could have went either way. Inky Splash Zone gone, one of Demon's favorite maps. With the 3 map system right now, Oni's Village, Night Market, and Atlas Lab, what are the maps that you guys want to see for each team to pick first? So, Daft, what are the maps that you think that Demons are going to take, they want to pick, they want Sad Boys to have last?
Demons looked really good on that Night Market. Obviously, they picked it first in the series against Core Overflow, obviously won it. And, they decided that, hey, you know what? They didn't win it against Sad Boys, but they did win on Oni Village. So I think a combination of Night Market, Oni Village is going to be great for Demon's Raw. Those two maps, they feel the most comfortable on it, and I think they have a pretty good chance of taking down Sad Boys, forcing this to the, that bracket reset if they're able to get those priority maps in for themselves.
Okay, and then right before predictions, Liari, what are the maps that you want to see Sad Boys take?
Well, obviously Vaughn's Lab. Also starting to be called Bell's Lab after that last game. He got so many KOs. And I also want to see them have a good Oni Village performance. They lost to Demon's Raw last time. They lost an OSPL in Grand on Oni Village. And it's their map. It's supposed to be their map. I want to see them have a dominant performance and win on that.
Okay, and with that, Liara, I'm going to start with you. Predictions. Let's hear it. Who do you think is going to take it? What are the scores? Well, you can also let us know the scores, but who do you think is going to take this at the end?
Gumi OS, King of West, along with Kainoob, the Queen of West, and Snake. He's there too. They're going to win the first one, probably 2-0. The second one will be 2-1 after they reset it.
Okay, we're going for the bracket reset from Liari. Daft, what's your thoughts? Can they reset and take it or no? Is it a Sad Boys win?
Look, I talked about this a little bit before, on during that winners finals, but running the gauntlet is so difficult. And especially if you look at it from an Omega Strikers history perspective, there have been, I'm sure it is like less than 3 teams who have run that full gauntlet, run that, bracket reset. So as much as I wanted to give it to Demon's Raw, I think it's too difficult, especially in a huge NASL Season 2 Grand Finals. So I'm going to give it to Sad Boys. I want to see them win.
It's hard to be here. If you guys can see right now in Discord, I have both the Sad Boys and the Demon's Raw tag as my name. And it's so tough to pick. But you know what? I went to land with Sad Boys. I think that they will take it. They're on the winner's side. My prediction is going to be Sad Boys takes this without the bracket reset. So, with that being said, predictions are done. We have a 2-1 over Sad Boys over Demon's Raw on the analyst desk. Let's see if it comes true. It is time to cut to your casters of this grand finals. Borg and K-Bot, you guys take it away.
This is the largest rivalry in Omega Strikers. And this is the largest stage that we can give it. Borg, you ready for this one? The rematch from earlier in the day, the classic between the Sad Boys and Demon's Raw. This one should be one for the Omega Strikers history books.
Yeah. If it's anything like the winners finals, I think we're in for a not only an exciting grand finals K-Bot, but an incredibly long grand finals K-Bot, especially with a possible bracket reset coming in. So I'm super excited to be casting this, especially here with you, K-Bot. It's been forever since we've casted together, so I'm excited to finally be able to just color cast.
Just color cast, and hopefully my endurance can keep up, because normally I'm just used to doing the hosting segments, but now I'm coming actually onto the caster's desk for one final time this season. And folks, you're not going to want to miss it. Here we go, starting off on Vaughn's Lab. This was the comfort game 3 for the Sad Boys earlier today. We'll see if they can start off strong in this match, starting here.
Yeah, I don't actually remember. Did they win the coin flip in Select Atlas Lab, or was there not a coin flip? I can't remember how it quite worked, but I don't think it really matters for the narrative I'm about to take here. I think after Lat Winners Series, right, in that very, very dominant, I think, Atlas Lab map towards against Demons are on that Winter Finals, right? I think they're not really scared of it. I think they selected that Oni Village because they felt pretty comfortable in Oni. They felt like they have a lot more practice on it. It's more home court for them, but the Oni Village map, they actually lost. They won the Night Market, which was Demon's Raw picks, and then they won Atlas Lab, which was the third, the kind of the decider, right? So I think they feel a lot more comfortable on Atlas Lab as we see the comps locked in now. It will be that Kai midfield again, Juliet, Amy. Same comp as we saw in Winners Finals against Demon's Raw, running that Vice Juliet now instead of Zentaro with that Amy forward. And it's a Timeless creator built different start. So both Amy's running that Timeless, and then everyone else going to be running that built different.
Watch for those size awakenings as this further goes along, especially given by the fact that we see Demolitionist now in the game. There's an extra one, and you see the Sad Boys emote to start things off. These folks are locked in, and they are ready to take this one versus Demons Raw and hopefully shut up Gumi's yapping a little bit.
Seems like we got some unbiased casting here, but I mean, I would be lying if I was unbiased as well, as I was a Sad Boy sub here. So, you know, Demons Raw got all odds, including the casters stacked against them, it seems. But great start going on as Gumi gets that last barrier here for the Sad Boys, and Vaughn looking a little bit staggered. So I would say Demons Raw looking very, very, ready, I guess, to take this first point.
Looking poised to do so here. Gumi forward. Already used that Thunderstruck. Won't have access to that for a while. Snake tries to send it up to the corner. Here comes Kainu with the Cyber Swipe, but it's sent away. There's the Energy Burst used by Yordi Lose. And Vaughn will be there as well to hold the goal line. Tries to play a little bit more forward, especially looking towards a KO versus Kainu here, but just bounces away from Bells' fist. Vaughn will collect the core, and now the KO goes back this way. Another opportunity for Demons Raw, but the Thunderstruck already burned out of Gumi. Forward pressure, not quite online yet. There's the punch. Core slightly wide. Down back to Kainu. Cyber Swipe in. Denied down to the corner. Sad Boys holding on for now. Collapse hasn't come through from Demons Raw. Maybe there's an opportunity to send this the other way.
Yeah, looking for an opportunity to get an offense going, but Demons Raw is kind of struggling here. Yordi Lose is playing so incredibly well, and then Bells now with the dash punch onto Kainoob and the stagger of Snake with that Juliet ultimate. Now it looks like Sad Boys is kind of starting the offense of their own.
Still have yet to find this final goal barrier, though. It's been nearly 2 minutes of playtime in this first rally. Yet to see it on either side. Here's Snake, now supported with the Firewall Sentry. Vaughn tries to send it away, but now it's going to get past both of them. And Kainoob will strike first for Demons Raw, the league MVP this season. Gets the first goal in Grand Finals.
Yeah, that Timeless Creator Amiel just putting so much pressure down, and all it really takes is one Strike War win to just put that one away. So what play to Demons for getting that first set? And I mean, Sad Boys too managed to hold that for as long time, even though they lost both barriers quite early.
Now Bells finds the KO off the back against Gumi. Maybe this will have the opportunity finally for the barrier to fall, but no, Kainoob actually with a nice Cyber Swipe. Be able to slick it past right there. Vaughn will collect the barrier nonetheless. Gumi back online. Now Bell's stunned away. Firewall Sentry out. Makes this a little bit of a tricky clear, but Yordi Lose still finds a way to hold the lock. Now up to the top side. It's just going to bounce in. Gumi's not fast enough yet at this point. With the eject button right now, and Sad Boys will get their first goal in response.
Yeah, really not too much you can do there with a well-placed shot from Bells, getting that into the top side. And, I know, kind of similar narrative to the Atlas Lab game of Winners Finals, right? Just a little bit of different picks in terms of Demons Raw with the Julie instead of the Zentaro, right? But I think Demons Raw is really going to be trying to pressure, trying to get a lot of damage down, and just try not to let Sad Boys run the field with this Kai midfield. But if Vaughn can manage to survive, if Bells can put out enough pressure on his own, then I think Sad Boys is just going to be feeling pretty comfortable this game.
You mentioned Demons Raw attempting to play that more damage-based playstyle. That's been the name of the game for them. That's been what's been tried and true so often, especially with Kainoob towards this IME midfield of all things, and Gumi over to the vice goalie. But for right now, while they might be able to find the staggers, they're not able to find as many conversions onto these KOs, at least so far at the moment. And both goalies holding incredibly well. Here's another Firewall Sentry, still able to keep it away from that goal barrier. And we are in overtime, still 1-for-1 finally. Bells with the dash punch combo up there to the top side. Doesn't quite get it past Gumi. Kainoob will collect it off of the rebound. There's the power cord, finds the goal barrier on the other side. Firewall Sentry up. Yordi Lose dives in with the Cyber Swipe. There's no one down on the bottom side of the map to punish from Demons Raw. Vaughn, low on stagger, has to go elusive for a moment, but now doesn't have another dodge at his disposal. Ooh. Punch comes through. Bells punishes Kainoob for greeting for the core flip, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. The Snake will find the return favor KO. Bells looking for the collapse in the corner and will find it there when the vice is weakest. Sad Boys take the advantage here and are on set point.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade, but you know, Sad Boy's looking a little bit scarier on that, as You Already Lose did have that core flip, and Bells just managing to actually reach the core at the end there to put it in the top side. So not actually needing that core flip at all, as Bells looking for a KO with the core flip, but no, Snake just barely surviving with just enough stagger. Bells just a little bit of a miscalculation. Now will not have core flip for the rest of this point, but Sad Boys do get a barrier of their own, so it's not the end of the world yet. You Already Lose forces that core flip out, so managing to have it here as Vaughn actually goes down to Snake, and Snake goes down to Bells.
That glitch pop comes through, lives up to the name, pops Vaughn off the map. But he'll be right back, and still the goal barrier is going down. Hey, look, so not only did a lot of the games in the last winners finals match between these two teams go the distance to, you know, set fives, even up to, you know, a goal five, I think, in some of those sets. But it feels like also these rallies are just so long. Neither one of these teams is able to fully find an advantage, and the goalies have been holding it down quite a lot. You Already Lose, I think, was probably the first one to tick over to level 5. Shortly there, followed by Kainu. But it feels like, Borg, these goalies still holding it down on Atlas's lab, despite the fact that we don't have like that many creation goalies, right? That many that you'd think of as the short-range goalies trying to protect these barriers till the day they die.
Yeah, I think the main kind of thing there and why this is the case is actually the midfielders, right? I think Kainu and Vaughn probably, you know, not actually really counting Streak, who was supposed to be a goalie, but two of the most defensive midfielders, I'd say, in the league. That's not to say they can't make an offensive play, but definitely both of them play that goalie role so well and are able to provide so much support to their goalies. As Snake trades his life for a barrier, I mean, depending on what Sad Boys can do with this power play, I'd say it might be worth, but maybe not, as Bells takes away this last barrier and has the core flip now, looking to put it in with that core flip, kills Gumi and strikes it into that top side.
Beautiful positioning by Bells up there to the top corner. And again, you're stuck between that energy burst and the goal line. How many goalies have gotten KO'd into their own net so far today, Borg? Feels like quite a bit right now. And there is a lot of punishing coming from these brawler characters. Indeed, it'll be Bells getting the first pick here. And a lot of decent options, but is going to opt for the denial of the Happy Star.
Yeah, extra special, definitely important to deny there. You do not want an Amy Ford with Timeless to have that extra special already, but that opens up the fight or flight to be taken. Definitely one of the new trainings that I'm keeping an eye on. Snake going to be taking that prize fighter, hopefully to get a couple more KOs on his part, and Gumi getting that hot shot. Vaughn taking that Castellas, which will help, you know, run from that defensive side to that offensive side. And You Already Lose getting the stacks. Not going to be too crazy, but if you can get it stacked up and not get, like you said before, KO'd into your own net, it's going to help out a lot.
See what happens here. Bells, or both Julies actually, looking for their classic dash punch combo. Doesn't come up with any KOs there, but now Vaughn staggered on the top side of the pitch. He's going to be able to get away for now, and we'll see the play stall out for a moment. But again, this is what we're talking about. Now here comes the pressure. Thunderstruck forward. But here's the other thing, Borg, is it feels like we haven't seen Gumi go for a lot of those forward plays. We know Gumi to be an incredibly aggressive goalie. In terms of making those forward plays, especially on a pick like the Vice. Haven't seen a lot of that, and now gets punished for it, gets KO'd. Bell's power play opportunity, can't find the dribble to himself off of the goal gates. So Sad Boys will look to regroup.
Yeah, Kainu's been playing a little bit further up, I'd say. A little bit more than usual, I'd say, this match so far. As we see there, the core flip, Snake and Kainu both investing that core flip, but just unable to get anything out of it. But yeah, it just feels like Gumi has to play a little bit more defensive this game so far. I don't know if that's necessarily due to Bells' forward aggression or, I mean, it doesn't even matter what I'm saying. I think Gumi actually making me look like a fool there with that Vice static off the primary. Just kind of creeping that in that top side. You Already Lose, just a slight mistake.
Every goalie gets their one, as some say, and that was the one for You Already Lose, perhaps, in this tense of a match, but the nerves have to be off the charts. As we mentioned, there is a storied rivalry between these teams. Of course, they're friends. Of course, they hang out all the time. But when it comes to actually competing on the pitch, these two want to just be able to say that they beat the other, right? That's it at the end of the day. And all of the talk about whose league was better back in Season 1, Disneyland in the West or whatever, all of the same, these teams want the win today, and they're probably nervous for it, especially in Game 1 of this potential marathon, especially if we get to a reset.
Yeah, I mean, a bracket reset would be... I mean, like we were saying before, the gauntlet, right? That's kind of the thing I was saying in that beginning winners finals match. If Demons Raw can manage to hold out, but I mean, it's going to be hard to hold out with Bells strike warring like that. Gumi just unable to actually land that core flip, and Bells with a great strike in there. But basically what I was saying is, even if Demons Raw managed to get that reverse sweep, Sad Boys has had some time to just study and just watch kind of Demons Raw a little bit. Maybe they might try a couple things this set, but if I were them, I'd try to just steamroll right away, because getting that losers finals in that bracket, or sorry, that grand finals bracket reset is just so tiring for both teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, hey, guess that just means Gumi's going to have to down another little bit of G Fuel to be able to, you know, stay concentrated for the last little bit of this. Now we see Firewall Sentries both exchanged. Bells low on Stagger. Will actually retreat back to pick up the Sad Boys gold box orb. Now we'll look to come on back through, but there's the Fiery Flurry coming out of Snake, finds the KO against Vaughn. 2v3 back the other direction, which means that this barrier will be likely to hold, and now the rebound off of the black hole favors Snake, who core flips for the barrier, looking for the shot to the net. No, denied that time. You already lose, still maintains the energy burst on the back, and now Vaughn's back up, looking for Bells from the top corner. No, denied. Overtime once again, and now the bats comes through. Gumi still there to deny this barrier. These barriers feel oh so small. Neither one of these teams fully able to find a lot of that, and in no small part, likely thanks to the time this creator built different start. Now, goal line core flip comes out of You Already Lose. Snake low on Stagger. Here comes another one out of Kainu. Can't quite get it up. You Already Lose wins strike ward down to the bottom side. Snake low on Stagger. Still looking for something in the goal box, and Bells will send him away with the Fiery Flurry. The offensive pressure hasn't been kept up by the Sad Boys. You Already Lose now. Cyber swiping up to the top side. Now Snake again tries to find something, but now gets sent off of the map. Bells up to the top corner. There's the energy burst to dodge everything, but Gumi still finds a way to hold the lock. Here's the Firewall Sentry in the corner. Gives Bells maybe a little bit of room to work, but these goalies are holding it down more.
Yeah, the king of the West, self-proclaimed, and as Liari said, the queen of the West apparently now too. Kainu, great little cyber swipe there, combo off the dribble. You Already Lose can only save so many after, I felt like an eternity of last point, but Gumi just really showing why he's probably one of the best, if not the best goalie in the league right now.
Was voted on the first team by not only players, but also staff. So certainly the respect out of his peers is there. King of Disneyland or not, proven his worth in the league this season. Now You Already Lose. Beautiful clear around the bottom side of the barrier. Firewall Sentries exchange. Looks like it's going to go to the favor of Demons Raw. And now open goal gates again. They're looking to find it on this set. Kainu forced to burn the core flip out of Bells' Fiery Flurry. Snake tries to collect the core, but it doesn't come up just quite there. There's the Fiery Flurry again, keeps it in the corner. Gumi's down to the bottom side. It'll keep it alive up to Snake, who will send it back. Demons Raw found a way to equalize the set score.
Yeah, I mean, really just the superior turret placement from Kainu there, as well as Gumi playing so aggressively, just keeping that play alive, even though after finally just like, it felt like they saved it. Just teleporting in and keeping it alive, right? So great job from Gumi just being super offensive, and now they're going to get rewarded for it with kind of getting that Demolitionist, which has been so incredibly scary. And on that Amy with the turret, which is such an important cooldown, that, you know, I mean, you get a barrier and then you might get your turret back up soon. So that might be very, very important here. But, you know, on the other side, we see You Already Lose with that Twin Drive going to be super good on the eject goalie here. Chrono Boost onto Vaughn, letting him kind of run the map a bit better. Bulk up onto Snake, getting a little bit more power. Tempo swing, same thing for Gumi, more damage. And Bells actually getting that big fish. So guys, it might be a little weird because it's damage meta, it feels like, but size is still very good stat, as maybe not, as Snake just with pure damage kills You Already Lose right away at the back of the goal.
Power play opportunity here. Vaughn's got to find a way to hold. Can't do it there as it's bounced around in the corner quite a bit. Glitch Pop comes through from Kainu, applies the pressure, but it's not there in time, and now Snake is there to be able to clean it up. So much pressure just came out there in a beautiful execution on the power play for Demons Raw. But to your point about the Size Awakenings, all three Size Awakenings now, of course, taken, with Demo getting picked up as well there by Kainu. And so now it's only You Already Lose doesn't have any size trainings versus 2 on Kainoob, 1 for Snake here, of course. Might make it that much more difficult, especially with how small these seemed earlier on. And indeed, here it is again, Kainoob in the corner, able to bounce around and use that energy burst to try to keep it online. Can't find the goal this time, though, and Gumi tries to use the Thunderstruck to go forward. Can't find it there. Bells up the top side. Now it gets a really nice bounce to the favor of Snake. Can't find the angle to put it back. Vaughn tries to apply some pressure up here to the top side, as well as Bells coming in on the Flying Phoenix. But again, they can't find the goal barrier for now. Even with this Firewall Sentry out, it's just not far forward enough. Finally, the barrier gets connected with, but it's Kainoob and Gumi potentially on the breakaway. No. Gumi will have to dash back with that eject button. Now Corflip comes out. Oh my goodness. Almost a goal off the Firewall Sentry, but Kainoob will find a way to clean it up nonetheless. 2-0 up here in the third set for Demons Raw.
Kainoob flexing his MVP muscles, it feels like, so far this game. Just not necessarily a carry, as Snake and Gumi have been putting in so much work as well, but Kainoob just definitely feels like controlling the map a little bit better than Vaughn is able to right now, as Vaughn is getting pressured so much. As we see right there, Gumi just taking Vaughn to half HP right away. It feels like Vaughn has never really actually had a core flip this game because of how much he has to evade.
That's a great point, and now gets sent off of the map there as the chain continues on to the midfielder of the Sad Boys. The captain here, who seems to always find his way to these grand final situations of the major events and sometimes can't fully pull it together in order to seal the deal. Glitchbot back to the other side. Still in the corner here. Vaughn looking for something, even with Bells down. Won't find it there. Here's the Thunderstruck out of Gumi. Looks for the Supernova, doesn't connect with the core. Now pretty far forward. Core flip out of Snake, though, will get it right in front of the Firewall Sentry. And Demons Raw are up 2-1 in game 1.
Yeah, Demons are kind of just rolling over Sad Boys right now. The momentum from Demons is just so incredible, actually, to watch. And now they're going to get rewarded, right? Look at all these trainings coming in. So Kainoob will get that first pick. We'll probably pick up the quick strikes, just knowing Kainoob as a player. Yep, really, really strong training. You already lose. Has kind of a pick of the litter here for a lot of things. Might take the perfect form, might take the knife's edge, but doesn't take anything too soon as 1-2 punch going over to Snake. Snake now going to be so scary, but as I say scary, you know, heavy impact on Gumi as well. The damage coming through on to Demons Raw is going to be incredible. But perfect form and specialized training onto You Already Lose and Vaughn respectively, gives him a little bit more options, I think, overall. And Bells with that knife's edge too. Maybe he can find a little Gimp KO here and there. It's going to be pretty difficult. I think that draft is a little bit in favor of Demons Raw.
I was about to say, I mean, Bells can't be too disappointed picking up the knife's edge, right?
Oh, definitely not, no.
Often finds himself on the side of the map, and there indeed finds the KO to put one away. That one's versus Snake. Power play opportunity now running up the top side of the pitch. Uses that Fiery Flurry with the extra speed, and now we'll find the punch into the net. As the Giga Blast comes through from Vaughn as well. It'll be Vaughn credited with the goal on that Giga Blast opportunity, but that one was going in no matter how you sliced it.
Yeah, and I believe that was like a 4 or 5 goal streak for Demons Raw, finally shut down from the Sad Boys. Bells kind of doing a little solo play there, it felt like, getting that KO, and with the new Pummeler speed, getting both barriers, now doing the same thing again, minus the KO. Now Vaughn comes in with the barrage to help him finish it off, and Bells and Vaughn are just starting to come back. I mean, Sad Boys comfort zone.
Sad Boys comfort zone, they get down a little bit, then Bells gets a little bit of extra speed, and look how he's utilizing it. Not only on the sides of the map, but also in the enemy goal box, deep in the enemy goal box. Not being afraid to find those dribbling plays between both goal gates. Now though, Bells is the one that's staggered, and Snake looking for the KO here, can't find it, goes elusive for a moment, but still gets punished. Although meanwhile, Vaughn had control of the core and was able to find the goal gates on the other side. Now Vaughn going to be the target of some of this damage. Thunderstruck comes in. Gumi elects to not jump in with it. Now Vaughn on the dribble. Down to the bottom corner, and he'll send it back himself. We're going to set 5 in game 1.
Yeah, Vaughn just seeing Bell's heroic performance for those first 2 points and saying, you know, sees him get KO'd and decides to take it into his own hands. Really, really good patience, really great dribbles. Gumi had nothing because of the investment of aggressively earlier, right, to KO Bells and to try to get that last barrier. So well played from Vaughn, and now gets his pick of the litter here. Takes the Egoist, actually, which is a great pickup because you do not want that to trickle all the way down to Kainoob. So Vaughn going to be enjoying that Egoist speed when getting, you know, that full energy bar. So it's going to be helpful there. Bell's getting that peak performance, and with Big Fish Stagger, so definitely going to be getting a little bit of speed there. Going to help. Snake getting that reverb, kind of same deal here. But I think the biggest deal in this entire draft, or at least two of them, are the missile propulsion from Gumi, helping the team a little bit without having to invest everything from going in. And actually the Super Surge with You Already Lose, because of that Twin Drive pickup from earlier, You Already Lose is going to be a very, very good offensive asset now to Sad Boys.
And we've already seen the amount of core control Bells and Vaughn can have. Now what happens when you throw You Already Lose into the mix means that bottom barrier is almost certainly going to get taken out as we see it there. Vaughn now looking to go forward. Fiery Flurry comes out of Bells, finds the goal lock there, and now pass back forward from You Already Lose. Vaughn goes elusive for a moment. Here comes the Fiery Flurry out of Snake, and again Vaughn will dodge. Still bounced around, pinballed. Glitch Pop comes through, and Vaughn can't control the core, and now it's going to slip right by him with a strike on cooldown. One goal up for Demons Raw. They're so close to starting their way on this marathon.
Yeah, quick strikes were not enough, I think, to correct that little mistake from Vaughn there, but it's only the first point, and it is the last set here. You know, we've seen what Sad Boys can do when they go down anything, and now they get both barriers here. Gumi's showstopper, I can't remember what it's called, but the whatever it is. Supernova. Supernova, thank you very much, Mr. K-Bot. Not actually able to save anything there, but getting the first barrier. Snake trying to get the second one, not able to get it yet. Bells trying to KO Kainoob, which he does find it, and now Bells and Vaughn 2v1, now 3v1 with You Already Lose dash punch, but Gumi, great save, and now Snake is back to help defend.
Beautiful save from Gumi. Snake is there, punches it up to the top side, burns the energy burst though. Bells will get sent away, and Sad Boys will have to retreat, but here comes Vaughn coming in with the extra speed. No, Bells gets denied as Snake sends him off the bottom side of the pitch. Now it's back up here in the corner, slips through the firewall center if You Already Lose, and the goal lock's going to fall as a result. Kainoob still keeps it up in this corner. Here's the firewall sentry as well, but the core will slip away. Back up to Snake. No, Vaughn will send it away. Supernova tries to launch it back, and now here comes the Cyber Swipe. Looking again, but Snake finds the KO, and now the shut up to the top corner. Demons Raw, one goal away.
Down 0-2, can Sad Boys, you know, pull out a miracle like they did last set and just steamroll these points? But if Demons Raw, and Snake especially that point, keeps playing like that and finding those KOs, it's going to be so incredibly hard. We'll have to see as Snake almost goes down from that specialized training Giga Blast, but managing to kind of stay stabilized here a little bit. But Demons Raw is on the attack.
On the attack, Firewall Sentry already used out of You Already Lose, and now core flip it down to the bottom barrier. Here comes Kainoob yet again, but the black hole is going to be the thing that sends Bells away. Power play opportunity. Gumi dives in, racks up the damage, and now we'll find the KO there. Map 1 will go to Demons Raw.
Yeah, and a little bit, it seems like of a repeat from that Winners Finals, right? You know, except the opposite. Demons Raw in Winners Finals selected their first map and lost on it. Now Sad Boys selects their map and now loses on it. I don't really know what's going on here, but not really too big of a surprise. I think both these teams are incredibly good at all three of these maps in the pool. So nothing too crazy here as we get into the stats. Actually, Bells with the most KOs in the game at 10, but Snake shortly behind him at 8, and then Gumi with 3 and Kainoob at 2. So Demons Raw, I believe, actually giving one more KO than Sad Boys that game. So I was expecting them to get a lot more, given that they had an average of like 20k, 30k more damage than Sad Boys.
I was about to say.
Yeah, managing to only get one more KO than Sad Boys, but still take the win. So, I mean, I guess you take that with Kainoob at 275 redirects and 102 shots, K-Bot.
League MVP for a reason, right there.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
all I'll say about that. But that's what I was going to say. Look, sometimes it's it feels like, Borg, it's not all the time about getting those KOs, right? It's also just as much about actually being able to rack up the damage, forcing the enemy team to play more defensively. And then if you've got them playing defensively and you happen to get a cheeky punch or a glitch pop or something that's able to send them off the map, that's really what Demon's Raw is looking for. But at bare minimum, if they can get Vaughn or get Bells staggered by dumping all of this damage on top of one of those two targets, they'll be forced to play more passively, and they won't have the ability to go in and be more aggressive, especially on a map like Atlas's Lab with that giant gravity well in the center.
Hey, I mean, you got it right on the money, K-Bot. I mean, that's basically what I say in a lot of my coaching sessions too, right? There's so many players, I feel like they just need to finish that kill. They feel like they have to run all the way back to their side of the map to get that kill, or run all the way. Like, you don't need to chase people around. You get them staggered. If you can't kill them, don't worry about it. Play some offense. Do what Demon's Raw just did there. Get the stagger. Try it. If you can't get those kill confirms, pressure the goalie. Start pressuring someone else, you know? Because once that staggered player runs back into the play, you can just kill them and the core at the same time. So definitely well played from Demon's Raw there, especially in that last set. Sad Boys, you know, making some heroics in that that fourth set, actually coming back 3-0, but sadly could not really make it happen towards the end. So well played to Demons for taking that first point, but we got plenty more Omega Strikers to be played. I think Snake might be having an issue with the game, so restarting real quick as we're surely soon going to get into this next map.
And one of the things here with Demon's Raw taking that first game, now they're going to the map that they picked to play second in Night Market, and also the game that they won in Winners Finals earlier today. So you have to imagine that Demon's Raw feels pretty confident heading into this one, right? They feel like they've got the wind at their backs in order to try to take care of business here as we load on to Night Market. The real question is, are we going to see any adaptations out of the Sad Boys? Of course, this Luna was banned away previously by Demon's Raw against the Sad Boys. We'll see what happens now as we load into Striker Select.
Yeah, actually, correction, Winners Finals, they lost their Night Market. And then they won they lost Night Market, and then they won the Oni Village. So they are going to be banning the Luna away, and then the Finny ban. So nothing new, at least from the Winners Finals. Same type of thing, but Juliet going to be locked in for Bells. Basically, you know, one with that character right now. Bells feeling so confident on him. Dubu going to be locked in from Yardy Lose. And then it looks like Era Vaughn. So I wonder if this is a cast to last or like a Chrono Boost start.
I have to imagine it's probably Chrono Boost, right?
I assume so, but we'll have to see here. Oh, wow. Okay, so Prime Time and Knife's Edge. So both Julie's going to be taking the Knife's Edge, and then everybody else in the game going to be taking that Prime Time. So kind of been Vaughn having a little bit of a shrink ray battle this game, basically.
Now imagine. That was good on the opening. 2 Octavia shrugs and the Sad Boys emote out of Demon's Raw, and of course, full Sad Boys. But hey, these Julies are going to be moving around the map, not only with the middle speed boost, but also now with the Knife's Edge around the sides. You think they pick up another speed awakening at some point, and then they'll really be cruising on Night Market, especially here. And with the Flutterfly out of both midfielding eras here, you know, this forward Ditto is going to be incredibly interesting to watch, especially, and especially puts priority on some of these early Awakenings carousels.
Yeah, Vaughn almost going down there from Snake, but has to still be careful. Snake does have that core flip in Yordi Lose's face, but Yordi Lose is about to get a core flip himself, so should be safe for now, as Snake and Vaughn are having a little bit of a little 1 HP war over here in the corner. Bell's going to be finishing him off in the corner, but no, it actually doesn't kill. But the Fiery Fury from Bell's actually managing to finish it off, especially with that nice edge power. So Sad Boys are going to have a little bit of a power play here.
Power play. Maelstrom comes out, doesn't collect the core. And Bells is going to get interrupted and
MOBA moment.
Knocked away from actually finding the core there. Snake now finds 1 KO against Vaughn, has the extra speed from the pummelers as well. Can't find a way to get it in, and both goalies have already built up energy bursts in this game. Such a long rally to start things off in this game 2. NASA Season 2 Grand Finals, and now, oh no, slightly goes around the log. You already lose, not back in time, and Gumi will get credited with the goal for Demon's Raw.
And it's actually so unfortunate because if you look at the energy bars of all the players, Demon's Raw didn't actually have to expend any flips there, and they have two, almost three actually, as Snake is on that last bar right now of energy, and now you already lose this soul core flip on Sad Boys, has to use it, but it doesn't even matter because he loses both barriers for the side of Sad Boys. This is so incredibly hard for now Caleb to defend both these barriers. Vaughn is now looking low too. Demon's Raw is just looking to put this one in with the core flip into the flip. There you go. I mean, all it took was a strike.
Disaster striking here in the first set for the Sad Boys. This is not the form that we know You Already Lose to be in. We can't sugarcoat this, Borg. That it feels like it has to be said. This is the guy that won National East last season, right? On a different roster, now coming together with Bells and Vaughn here for Season 2, and needs to find a way to continue holding, especially against the offensive presence that is Demon's Raw, who this time around aren't necessarily playing their tried and true damage composition, but see if they can find the hold here. Bells looking for the core, can't find it, has the energy burst online, and now can go back up to the top side. Here comes the Maelstrom out. Knocks You Already Lose away for a moment, but still, hold is made and play starts to die out for a moment.
Yeah, I've seen crazier things happen in these games. I think Sad Boys can take this set back, as we see now. Bells with a great kill to start things off and has that Pummeler's speed buff now. 30% extra speed going to be helping him hopefully get this last barrier here for the sake of Sad Boys. Getting that lower side, great pass from Vaughn. Almost gets it in with that shrink ray, but great save there from the side of Demon's Raw. Vaughn now has that core flip, so does You Already Lose, trying to play a little bit aggressive here, walking up with that core flip, just misses the angle on the bottom side. Top side just misses the angle too. Gumi covering both sides regardless, so it wouldn't have even mattered. Bells now back in that forward position here after taking a little bit of a break and finding another KO, getting that speed buff again. Snake just feels like he's getting Juliet diffed right now at this point, as You Already Lose needs to get it up, though. That's all for naught if they can't get this point.
Elstrom clips the core, finds the barrier. Goal gets open on the power play. Bells trying to collect here, looking in the corner. Now it gets knocked around him by Kainub with a well-placed Bewitching Beam. Back down to the bottom side, though. Snake with a knife's edge speed. Not there in time. Notice in the core back now. It hits the bottom corner and goes in. You Already Lose. Can't find the save there, and Demon's Raw find the first set here. As I said, wind at their backs. They've got all the momentum rolling with them.
And now, I mean, a little bit of a scary draft here, too. Chrono Boost is up, and Vaughn is last pick, so you know, you might think, hey, maybe I have to deny. Okay, denies the Demolitionist, which just allows Kainub to take the Chrono Boost here if he wants. Actually takes the stacks on stacks, so leaving Chrono Boost up. Maybe just doesn't think with the prime time that it's that important. Bell's going to be sparking up. Maybe it'll be a repeat, right, of that last set of the, or last game of the winners finals. So maybe the spark will be kind of showing up here. Vaughn managing to get that Chrono Boost, so definitely not too upset with that. But Snake with that prize fighter, and now Kainub with the stacks on stacks. Might, if they can keep them stacked and not get KO'd by Bells, feel pretty confident into this next set.
Something to look out for there was the Spark of Agility was one of the awakenings up in that last carousel and was burned. Now there's only 2 in the pool remaining with so many more carousels to go. Bells will be hoping for the luck of the draw here with the rest of this build. But hey, made it work, as you mentioned, in that winners finals game. We'll see if the repeat comes through now. Maelstrom finds a KO against Gumi here into his own net. Power play opportunity. Kainub back in time. You Already Lose starts to come down. Now back to the bomb side. Rollout log used. Bells goes forward, interrupts Kainub, and then that will let the goal by. Snaps the 3-goal streak, and You Already Lose has the offensive pressure at bare minimum in order to secure this.
Hey, I mean, has that Demolitionist too, right? So if they do get that assist or a barrier themselves, it'll be pretty nice, you know, put a wall down or a log down, get a barrier, get another one, right? So definitely not a bad thing here, especially with the size. Vaughn with a great magical Maelstrom in order to start that play off. Bells with a great finish as well, as he's getting core flip now too, and Demon's Raw are starting to feel like they're getting, I guess, downloaded a little bit as Bells KOs Snake again.
Here comes some of the adjustments out of the Sad Boys. This is one of the things that makes the team so strong. They have so much experience playing at this high of a level on so many other events so many other weekly tournaments, and they come out on top so consistently in those events that now it's about executing on the largest stage. Bells find another KO, and Sad Boys will maintain control of the core. There's the gold barrier falling, and now off the night market wall. Send it up. Now Vaughn passes, beautifully done, down to the bottom side of Bells, slipping it right behind the glitch pop from Gumi. Well done to find it. And now it's the Sad Boys' turn to respond, potentially with a 3-0 of their own.
Yeah, they did it last game. You know, the game didn't end up panning out for them at the end, but in that fourth set, manages to find that quick 3-0 after getting 3-0'd themselves. So we'll see if Sad Boys can, you know, come back with this really, I mean, decisive win in this set here. Vaughn actually uses that energy burst, almost gets taken down for it, but manages to survive for now. You already lose looking real beefy in net there with that core flip and with that size. Vaughn almost going down. Snake trying to look for the kill, but cannot find it. Now Vaughn will be in play enough to get a magical maelstrom out. Almost takes Gumi out. Just not quite long enough as Vaughn now gets KO'd by Snake, but has to invest the core flip in doing so, and both barriers are down for Demon's Raw.
Trying to Snake up to the top side, but you already lose, finds the KO. Buys some space. Now the Maelstrom comes out. Nice clear. Down to the bottom side. Gumi tries to help, but the aggression will be lost. And now Vaughn back up to Bells. Gumi going to win the strike ward there. Snake now has to dribble off the Tofu Fortress as Vaughn joins the bottom side, but Bells comes in on the Flying Phoenix to shut down the core flip and answers the 3-0 sweep with a 3-0 of their own. Play the main theme of the game as Bells is going to put on the protagonist hat.
Oh, and there's that spark, right? But I don't actually know if Bells is going to be taking the spark, as 1-2 punch is up, and you don't want Snake to get a hold of that 1-2 punch. So making a very important decision here, ends up taking that spark anyway, so is willing to take the risk. Maybe Vaughn actually will take that 1-2 punch. The Tornado with 1-2 punch does hit very hard, but no. Going to be giving it away to Snake, taking that kind of loss here, taking the fight or flight instead, which will definitely help Vaughn get around the map. Monumentalist now for the Dubu, going to be helping with the size of those creations, and Kainoob, I want to say stuck with Reverberation, but it's definitely still very strong as you get a little bit of stagger, a little bit of cooldown. Definitely nothing to shy away from as this third set is now going to commence. And I really don't know how this is going to go, right? I mean, these sets have been so unpredictable.
It is going to be difficult to see, but I am looking at Snake right now. That knife's edge 1-2 punch combo on a Juliet is so deadly. We'll see how many more that he can actually pull off. And now the Maelstrom actually is going to be what catches Bells off. Coming in from Kainoob. There's a Bewitching Beam down, but a nice Strike War win up to the top side from You Already Lose. Summer Assault comes out, Rollout Log eaten up by Snake, and now the Firewall Sentry comes out, but it slips right past that last barrier. Snake still in the corner. Kainoob here as well, and now Bells looking for the KO. Gumi cyber swiping up to the top side, but it's still held by You Already Lose. Now Bells down in the corner, but doesn't have the speed to catch up and force that core home. Snake also in the corner on the other side of the pitch. Tofu Fortress used to buy some time and space, but it's still right here for Demon's Raw. Gumi forward, doesn't commit the core flip yet, and now all three members have energy burst for Demon's Raw. Snake will use his as the barrier gets taken, and now both gates open. Core flip down to the bottom side. Rollout Log used. Kainoob tries to come on in here. Snake looks for the cheeky shot. Now there's a beautiful Summer Assault save coming out. Snake almost finds the KOs, chunking down the stagger bars of both Vaughn and You Already Lose. But the core will go around the world and continue to do so. Bells now off the Maelstrom up to the top side. Gumi will take it away. And now trying to buy some space for himself with that Fiery Flurry. There's the Tofu Fortress out yet again, down to the corner. These teams so close so often. Now a power play opportunity. Maybe this is it, but the glitch pop comes through to buy some space. Now it's off of the barrier. I don't even know how that corner bounce happened, but Vaughn will certainly take it. That's 4 straight goals for the Sad Boys.
Hey, the Night Market Classic, those rounded corners, right? It can basically bounce anywhere you hit there. It's so hard to actually read where that goes. I believe Vaughn was actually trying to pass it up to Bells, but, you know, maybe that was intentional, maybe not. Either way, manages to get it done all the same off of that power play from the Bells dash punch. So well played there. You know, the knife's edge really just putting in dividends for Bells, especially right now. Snake just hasn't felt like had as much of an impact, especially recently, even with that 1-2 punch and the knife's edge. So I'm expecting Snake to be trying to get a couple more KOs here, but it feels like Vaughn and Bells are playing really, really safe against him.
certainly appears to be the case. Now Maelstrom out, core flip used out of Gumi before Bells can use his own. Snake though, it's his turn. Up to the top side, finds a barrier. Now the Fiery Flurry will find the KO against Vaughn. Power play opportunity, Summer Assault used by You Already Lose, and now in the ensuing one, and there's the split barrier, gets it once again. Bells comes down to help the defense. Still has energy burst of his own. You Already Lose so close. Now up to the top side, wins the strike board there as well. Now the core flip committed by Bells. Vaughn starts to go forward here, coming back online as Bells is also looking for the offensive play, but now no, can't find it there, and Snake will slip it right through everybody. The Drought's finally responded, Borg, and we've got to set the score that's tied.
Yeah, Snake actually great strike there. I feel like Sad Boy is actually doing so well at that point, but Snake actually managing with that offensive pressure and the turret from Gumi managing to find a cheeky little strike, right? You already lose could have saved that with core flip, but it's so hard to actually figure out that Snake's just going to hit it straight at you, right? Vaughn thought it was going to be a dash punch up tops. I mean, so did You Already Lose, but none of that happened. It was just a simple little strike, as it doesn't even matter because Bells is putting everything into these barriers here and the strike to score the goal, double barrier. I mean, the Bells special just comes back and all of a sudden does an entire point himself.
Bells special there, certainly, right? But how hard? There were no clear angles for Gumi, right? The top side of the map was completely covered by Vaughn. The bottom side of the map was completely covered by You Already Lose and the Tofu Fortress going out as well. Where were you going to send the core? Except to try to slip it past Bells, but that is such a difficult task to do. But now, power play opportunity for Demons Raw. Snake goes forward, You Already Lose. We'll find it with a Summer Assault. Now, the energy burst is going to get stuffed away, and now the Maelstrom finds the KO. The core will go back, and this could be a pivotal Awakenings carousel coming up for whoever wins this set.
Yeah, kind of with the insanely well-placed magical Maelstrom there, the Era Tornado just putting in work. So incredibly good on this map, and just a well-played, honestly, from Snake there, too, to catch the core flip from You Already Lose and to keep that play alive the whole time. So well-played from Demons there to keep this even. And now Snake looking a little bit low on the offensive side here, but gonna survive for now as Bells trying to make something happen here. Vaughn backing him up for now, but it looks like Demons are gonna be able to clear it.
Here for now. Now, Firewall Sentry out. There it is. Comes through. Summer Assault. Strike just a bit too early. Snake will take it himself. And Demons Raw posturing to take this set and send us to a bracket reset.
Yeah, if they take this game, this last set, they will get the bracket reset best of 3, right? So trying to finish it off here, don't take too long, but they get rewarded in draft here. Probably going to be, it's actually a difficult decision here. Might take away quick strikes from Vaughn there. Yeah, definitely a good call there, but that does leave Built Different up for the rest of this draft. But at the same time, Gumi getting that Timeless Credit going to be helping with a lot of these Dubu, these Amy offensive ults. Cast Last going to the Dubu, helping a little bit. Tempo Swing, I guess, being taken away from Kainu, maybe just allowing a little bit more damage and healing from the Tornado and those beams. But somehow, some way, Built Different is apparently weak this patch. Size over to Bells, I think, is going to matter a lot.
But Snake gets the quick strikes, and we've seen that forward presence out of Snake, right? Seen him be able to find these reads onto You Already Lose in a couple of instances so far. See if the quick strikes can provide a little bit of that extra stuffing power for Snake. Now Maelstrom sweeps through both sides of the pitch, actually. Exchanged by both teams, and barrier's holding for now. Bells now looks for the barrier, can't find it. Vaughn back up to Bells, up to the corner, try and get it to himself, and now tries to stuff it through, but there's the 1-2 punch of the knife's edge combination. Sends Vaughn off of the pitch. Fiery Flurry out, rollout log used, but it can't hold the barrier. Now the Maelstrom comes through, making the play impossible to save. Demons Raw coming right back at things, and once again, looking like they're right back on that roll.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like Kainu and Snake have kind of figured out the puzzle that is You Already Lose. That is that Dubu, right? Just managing to keep it forward so many times and not letting You Already Lose clear as he was doing and so many times before in other games, especially in Winners Finals, right? So maybe just taking on Core Overflow, taking on that literal double goalie and Slop and Streak, managing to, I guess, help them against probably one of the best, if not the second best. I mean, I guess place the second best, but in my eyes, is still one of the best goalies in the league right now. So, I mean, figuring out the puzzle and doing so well, but at this point, right now, Sad Boys gets both those barriers early, and Bells now looking in a prime position to score here on the top. and puts it in with that
There
strike.
it
So well
is.
played from Bells and Vaughn there to bring it back.
Well played once again, tying the set up to equal, and this is where things start to get scary. This is where we start talking about things like the Sad Boys comfort zone, right? Might be down a little bit, but you can never quite count this team out. You can never quite count either of these teams out with how well they've been playing so far this season. Bells almost was able to find the KO there against Gumi, but Gumi will be able to blink right back. Now rollout log used to try to get up to the top side, but look at how well the clear angles are covered by the members of Demon's Raw. Someone is always there on one of the sides of the map, playing so aggressively, and now the Firewall Sentry comes out, but it won't catch the core. Bells now, Flying Phoenix, sends it down to the bottom side with that built different size that you mentioned earlier. Maelstrom out, Glitch Pop back and forth, ping-ponging around the top side of the map, and now the Maelstrom will buy more space, but here comes Bells again, has the core flip, it'll send it right into the barrier. Rollout log used, trying to get it back up to Bells, but still, kind of at Snake go around on the bottom side to prevent that pass from happening. Maelstrom out from Vaughn, tries to buy a little bit more space. Can't do so there. Maelstrom back up to the top side, tries to put that pressure onto Vaughn. Can't find it there. Overtime once more. Core speed enhanced. Kaidub now, core flip, and it will send it right home. It is match point and reset point for Demon's Raw.
And Gumi, or excuse me, actually, well, Gumi playing well at that point too, but Kainoob, I felt like, was just the MVP of that point, right? Has just that incredibly good magical maelstrom, forcing Vaughn to evade in that corner and not able to strike it away. You already lose, unable to really get a piece of it, as well as Kainoob just with the presence of those shrinks and with the ever-looming, I guess, speed-up threat for that Snake, right? So it's just so hard to do anything into Kainoob's era, it feels like, this game.
See what happens here. Tofu Fortress out. There's a Fire Flurry used out of Bells, trying to once again buy some space, but not fully successful in doing so. Vaughn still looking for the pass. Now waits, beautifully done by Bells. Waits for just long enough, and now the Maelstrom finds the KO against Gumi. Snake buys some space for the Flying Phoenix, has an energy burst himself, but Bells looking to send it up to the corner. Can't find the rebound there, and now Maelstrom can't quite find Bells either. Almost there in time, but now Gumi back online. The core will drift up to the top side. Snake now has the energy burst. Kainoob comes in with the Flutterfly speed, and now the Firewall Sentry is out. You already lose, sends the core flip back around. Now it's going all the way around the map once more. Snake goes on a 4 KO streak, getting that KO, but the core finds the top corner, and Bells will punch it home. Here we go. Sad Boys need this set if they don't want to go back to a reset.
Yeah, absolutely crucial there. A great save from Vaughn with that Arrow Beam actually allows Bells to hit it into that top corner because the core was shrunk, so Gumi couldn't reach it. So actually insane point from Vaughn and Bells there in order to save their chances here, and a great double barrier to actually start off this point.
Now Bells has some space, tries to go for the mix-up option right up to the top side, but both energy bursts are burned there from Demon's Raw. Less defensive resources, and even less now that Gumi's been KO'd with Vaughn's Maelstrom. Bells now looking for the KO against Kainoob. Can't find it there. Vaughn looking for the pass. Now it's right back over to Kainoob. You see the core control come out of the Sad Boys, but Kainoob is still defending. Hold the line. Now it bounces off of the Maelstrom of Vaughn. Here's the core flip of the Fiery Flurry. Woo! Credited with the goal and the rollout log. That'll punch it right back. It's another set 5 in the classic.
Oh my goodness, K-Bot. I mean, you already lose running up, having the awareness to run up there and cover that clear with the log. Actually manages to just get the point for it. So well played to Yardy Lose, and Bells there actually to keep that core in play. So we're gonna have to see how this draft goes. So a spark there actually denied from Bells. Definitely very, very strong. Actually, wait a second. So Vaughn takes the spark, actually. Oh, no. Okay, so I'm reversed. Yeah, right. Sorry, that point was insane. Okay, so they deny bulk up and they deny the spark from Bells, which is going to be very, very useful. Big Fish going to Vaughn, going to be denying that from Snake. Then Gumi taking that Super Surge. Yordilu's taking that Specialized Training. The Dubu Wall is very, very strong now if you just hit someone with it. So definitely got to be careful there. Something to look at. But if I was Bells, I wouldn't be too upset about getting Heavy Impact.
Heavy Impact, especially having more cooldown reduction, right? Out of everything else. Certainly going to be huge. We'll see what happens, though. And the other thing, you mentioned the Tofu Fortress. We've seen a lot of KOs come through with the Maelstroms as well, with so much pressure that gets applied and forcing a dodge out early, then you can't find a second dodge, and now you see Bells pinballed around quite a bit, even despite having so much stagger. tries to find a way to get away, and the KO doesn't come through quite yet. For Demons Raw, Snake looks for the punch, but can't find that KO, and now Snake will eat the log. Now Gumi cyber swipes in. Here's the fiery flurry used by Snake, finds the KO, and finds the goal barrier as well. Bounces around in the middle here. Kainoob looking for Snake. Rollout lock used. There's the dash forward, and Snake finds the KO. There is, once again, 1-2 punch, knife's edge. Coming at ya hot. Demons Raw, once again, 2 goals away from sending us to a bracket reset.
I just saw Snake was at 235 power there for a second. I think that was due to the era buff, maybe? And by the way, guys, the base power right now of Snake is 195 because of triple prize fighter stacks and bulk up. So with the era boost up, it's 235 power base, which is going to kill you from a long ways away. So Snake needs to be respected in these points if Sad Boys have any chance in winning this, and a chance there if you kill Gumi right there. Bells also needs to be respected. Both Juliets playing so incredibly well this entire point, getting that second barrier, and now Snake and Kainoob, both with core flip, are going to be left to defend.
Kainoob looking to dance around, find the aggressive clear. And will be able to buy enough time for Gumi to come on back in, swiping forward there. A glitch pop tries to find a cheeky barrier, but You Already Lose is very familiar with Gumi's game. Back down to the bottom side. Here's the Tofu Fortress used. Snake trying to get away forward, but now has almost fully staggered. Looks for the double barrier shot. Won't find it there. Firewall Sentry used for the top barrier. Now Snake gets back up here, but gets sent away by Bells. Covered brilliantly by the Juliet, retreating back to the defensive side. And now Bells will take it himself up to the top corner without even having to use that energy burst, equalizing our game.
An incredibly precise dash punch there, actually, because Kainoob shrunk Bells, and it didn't even matter. Even with the tiny hitboxes, Bells managing to actually get on top of the core perfectly, but an insanely good magical maelstrom from Kainoob is going to be starting this point off really strong for Demons Raw.
Kainoob also has energy burst. He'll use it there, trying to get it back right back up the Snake. But the hold comes through. Now Bells core flips it back the other way. Glitch pop almost sends it right back to Demons Raw, but they'll keep possession for now. There's the KO against Vaughn up to the top side. Power play opportunity with Snake in the pummeler's speed as well. Looking for this barrier. No one's up to cover the top angle, and now it'll bounce off. Here's the rollout log. Eaten by the core flip. Beautiful hold from You Already Lose. Plays it brilliantly there. Kainoob still looking for a way to get this up the Snake. Gumi doesn't quite have the same forward presence as he might want, and Bells kind of trying to run away, kind of trying to get an aggressive position, and now gets KO'd by Gumi. Bounces off the split barrier here again, but still one goal barrier up on both sides, Borg, as overtime is reached.
Yeah, but with these saves from You Already Lose, you know, just not quite enough, it seems. So many heroics from him this point, but it's just not enough. Snake with the beautiful play to keep track of the core and get the barrier and the well-timed goal as those gates were opening.
It's match point again for Demons Raw, but I've seen this one before. The classic 1-2 comfort zone out of the Sad Boys. Would not be surprised to see this one go the other way. These teams have been so close for the entirety of the day today, for the entirety of the season even. Despite their double Inkies infamously known regular season match. On the more neutral matches today, they've been playing incredibly close, but both barriers. Gates are open now. Demons Raw looking for the reset here. Beautiful hold from You Already Lose once again, but now doesn't have very many defensive resources. Bells tries to come on in and will find a way to slip it past the firewall sentry. Kainoob, though, still has the speed, looking to get it back up the Snake, but Vaughn tries to interrupt the play. Now it's right back up to the top corner, but it didn't look like Snake had a Flying Phoenix online. And now Gumi looks to buy a little bit more time. Vaughn staggered, sent away. Now Snake looks for the KO. Vaughn has to use the energy burst just to dodge and go elusive for a moment to get away. Here comes the energy burst out of You Already Lose. As Snake is still in position. And despite this being a power play because Bells was able to find a KO, they don't have the same amount of forward presence you'd like to see out of them. Here's the energy burst used from Gumi. We'll commit it forward and we'll lose the goal barrier as a result. Right back up to the top side. Vaughn able to win the strike board, get it up to Bells. There's the top corner, and he'll send it home. It's set 5, goal 5 once again.
That might have been the best dribble I've ever seen in my life. Bells managing to find the one pixel in that top little goal corner to hit it right back to him in order to make that dash punch work. He did not have quite the angle to actually hit it just straight in unless it would go right past Gumi. So a great dribble there from Bells, and then the dash punch to get the kill as well. And now looking incredibly scary, a big looming threat with that core flip almost available for Bells. You cannot let this guy handle the core right now.
Are we going to a bracket reset? Are we going to a third Oni Village? Third map, which will be played on Oni Village, I should say. Core flip here. Out will eat the rollout log. Glitch pop forward. Snake tries to keep possession for Demon's Raw. Here's a cyber swipe. Instantly keeps it alive for Demon's Raw on the blue side of the pitch. Maelstrom comes out. Doesn't connect with anything. Snake, though, top corner. Uses the Flying Phoenix to try to get in. Can't find it there. Maelstrom actually takes this core back the other way. Gumi's back in time. Glitch pop now used. Snake tries to go forward here looking for the core. Can't find it. So right back to the other side of the map. Core control. Feels like a tug of war in this one, and now bounces around multiple times, hits the barrier on a weird angle. Here's the Tofu Fortress, last-ditch effort to try to hold this one in the corner. Now it hits the rollout log. It's right back up to Bells on the power play here. Now we'll find it there against Gumi. Gumi dives in, looks for the goal. There's the glitch palp, almost sends it back the other way. But it'll still be possession maintained for the Sad Boys. Firewall Sentry out as we see the last member come back online. Gumi dives in again, but doesn't commit the energy burst this time. Now Bells once again. There's the energy burst committed. And now the core goes right behind Bells. He's staggered. Vaughn looking for the pass forward as well. Bell's gonna look to the corner, but Vaughn will take it himself. We're heading to a game 3. Sad Boys want to win it here.
That was absolutely insane. The heroics from Bells in that last point and in this one, managing to find a KO in order to start an offensive play. But it was actually Vaughn there who managed to dribble through 2 members of Demon's Raw and then finishes it off with the beam there. And it was very scary because Bells was staggered and Snake was hunting him down there. So it looked like Bells, if that didn't go in there from Vaughn, could have possibly turned the other way right into Demon Raw's favor. But with just so many whiffed core flips there as well on top of whiffed abilities, it just felt like everybody was so nervous in that last point. And now going to a game 3, congrats Sad Boys for managing to pull that one out of almost seemingly nothing.
Borg, that was a 29-minute
night market baby. Game. Night market.
That was
baby.
A 29-minute night market game where you already lose racks up you already lose in Kainu both 301 redirects, and they don't even have the most redirects in the game. It was Gumi with 310. What is going on? What am I supposed to say about this?
I mean, not much other than both teams are coming to play, and we love to see it, right? I mean, thank God this isn't a stomp, right? I mean, thank God for everybody. This isn't a stomp, and we get to go to this map 3. How much more exciting could it be, K-Bot? This is the 2 best teams in the league going to a game 3, the final set 5.5 in that second map now. All players are readied up. It looks like we're going to be getting into game momentarily.
Last thing I want to say about the stats line for the last game, Kainu, 5,000 damage on an era. Really? What's going on?
You mean 50,000, right?
That's what I meant.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I got you. Don't worry. I mean, Kainu's Maelstroms there were so good.
The Maelstroms were so good. Vaughn had a couple of good ones too, right? Keeping pressure alive in a lot of cases. How many times were those Maelstroms able to buy just as much space as the Firewall Sentries were that we were seeing out of the last game that had Timeless Creator, right? Just all across the board. Such spectacular play from both of these teams. As you mentioned, they came to play. Both these teams want the title. They want to be able to call themselves the undisputed champions. Whether you're riding or dying by King of the West, Gumi himself, or whether you're a Sad Boys believer for life, there's so much to be excited for, so much to be rooting for, and yet so much to be anxious for as well. Imagine Gravity sitting there muted in call right now, right? Imagine that. This is what we're reacting to the game. Imagine what Gravity's saying right now.
I mean, it can't be anything good, as we've seen normally from Gravity. I had to say that. I had to add that one in real quick, but let's kind of think about the narratives here, though, K-Bot, right? For both of these teams, what it would mean for them to win. I think, let's start out with Demons Raw, right? Gumi, King of the West, Kainoob as well, kind of in the same boat here, trying to prove that. Honestly, I think they've proven it regardless if they win or lose this set, right? That the West League is, it doesn't really matter what region you're from, you can compete as long as you're coming to compete, right? So I think definitely proven it so far with how strong they've been playing. And then Snake coming in this season as kind of that third member, right? Trying to prove himself, winning actually Omega Strikers Pro League, if you remember that a little months ago, right? Actually taking down Sad Boys. Right? But it was on a different roster. So Snake trying to come and show that he is a top forward, if not the best forward in the league, taking down Bells and really playing like it so far. But Bells feels like that last set kind of got the better of Demons Raw here, proving that he is that number one forward in the league, at least for now. And then Vaughn and Bells, I feel like this just means so much to them. They haven't won a major tournament, I guess, since CECC, I believe that is correct. They've gotten pretty much second place every single time. And while second place, obviously still very impressive, they really want this win. I've been talking to them a lot. I've been playing with them a lot. They really want this win. This would mean so much for them. And then You Already Lose, who won last season against Vaughn and Bells, right? The narratives spin themselves, right? They write themselves trying to become the two-time. There'd be no other one in history because there's only been 2 NASLs. So getting the two-time here would, cement himself as the best goalie in Omega Strikers history so far, right? So the narratives are spinning themselves, K-Bot. We can go literally anywhere with these stories.
Not to mention how many other events that You Already Lose has also won, right? They beat You Already Lose, beat Vaughn and Bells in Philly, right?
I forgot about that. Yeah, I was in Europe. I don't remember that.
He's come out on top in so many of these cases. Yeah, you don't remember that because you weren't there for that event.
I was not there. No, I'm
backpacking
sorry.
somewhere in the wilderness of Europe.
It was on a mountain.
But the other thing that I want to highlight, of course, everything that you've said rings true. But I think especially for a player like Snake that's coming into this, right, who almost always is left out of the conversation of best brawler because of the star power of Kainoob and Gumi both, right? It feels like Snake isn't like the most attractive, talent on the team, despite the fact that he plays incredibly well. He's getting the job done so many cases, and especially if it is a Demons Raw victory here, what's going to happen here? Do you have to consider Snake as one of these better players? Is he still third best in the league, right? Because that's what everyone was saying heading into this weekend with the All-Pro votes there as well. So so many different things to be considering here as we head. But the largest thing to consider and what these teams are most thinking about right now, Borg, is the map they're about to play on. It's Oni Village here for this game 3. Not only what feels like the Sad Boys home field advantage, but also something that we have seen Gumi consistently pop off on the eject button Kai here. I made the comment in chat earlier. To me, it almost feels like Gumi's eject button Kai is more iconic than Vaughn's mid Kai, right? For some reason, because we see it so consistently and we see it convert on advantages so well here.
I don't know if I'd say more iconic, just given,
it feels like it is.
But,
it feels like it is if you're just watching the games. If you know the history, of course, it's Vaughn, right?
Yeah, but that's kind of what iconic means, right? But to give you some credit,
as a spectator, I don't know.
Let me give you some credit, K-Bot. I'm gonna give you some credit first because I agree with you in that it feels like it is very strong, right? We saw it in the last time, right, when they took Oni Village to his game 5 or set 5.5, I believe, in against Sad Boys in the winners finals, and pretty much just showed that with that eject button, Kai can be that third forward, can be, a goalie too at the same time. And oh wow, bands here. Okay, so I actually really like the Asher band, depending on the awakenings as well. But Snake, the performance on that Asher was incredible in that winners final. So definitely paying respect where respect is due. And then the first Dubu ban. So You Already Lose. Getting that Dubu ban, forcing it out on Oni Village. Now has the option for that Kai, and as we see Vaughn hovering here, okay, so this is something that this is something I was aware of, but I was really trying hard to not leak or say anything. He has been practicing this in houses, so I'm really excited. If this is a Chrono Boost or Castle Last start, even a Twin Drive start, this is going to be very, very interesting, K-Bot.
Well, we're about to see what the starter awakenings are. It is Egoist Cast to Last. Coming out here Asher gets banned, I guess, because you want to prohibit the stuffing power or something. Well, this is gonna be something, Borg. We're in for
Joker is
something here.
shaking in his chair right now, K-Bot. Joker is so excited right now that he's getting some character representation no matter what, as Vaughn and Bells get the first 2 barriers already. Great dash punch from either, and Vaughn just keeping the stacking going. And I mean, I actually don't really know how they're going to be able to get him off of this secondary stacks, right? You know, especially with that cast to last and with the characters they've chosen. Unless they shrink him or kill him off the map, there's not really a way to stop this.
He's added up for all 30 seconds that have been played in this rally so far. Still will keep it online, and now he's looking to speed up to the top side. Finally, we'll lose the flow state. Bells might have an opportunity, but no. Won't stuff it back, and doesn't even matter whether or not you have the aggressive core control and the ability to send it in the enemy box. Beautiful shot there by Bells, sending it across there. But it doesn't even matter whether or not you can keep the core in the enemy goal box if you can just run around and chase the core because you have enough speed to do so.
Exactly, and with Yordi lose on that Kai can provide so much support in order to, you know, keep that core on Vaughn the whole time, right? And Bells, this is actually perfect for the Sad Boys comp because Bells so used to playing just so incredibly far up. That's his playstyle, that's his comfort when he's in the enemy goal box. So now pretty much just allows him to do so almost all game. So going to be very, very interesting to see how this goes here. And if Vaughn can get any other awakenings here, include like on top of the cast to last, I don't really see Demon's Raw having a chance in this one.
You want to know what the reason why I think Demon's Raw has a chance? I just happen
Well, they
to
definitely have a
tab
chance
over.
right now.
Well, I just happen to tab over, and my Twitch stream right now says that we have 666 viewers
Whoa!
on Twitch broadcast.
What?
So thank you all for joining us. I think it's probably over that at this point. My Twitch page just hasn't refreshed.
670.
It says 666 for me, and that's the reason why I think Demon's Raw might be coming out ahead with the foreshadowing. But now, doesn't matter because it's one of them taken off of the pitch. Bells will core flip for the goal barrier. You already lose, uses the barrage there, but now Kainu finds the dribble nonetheless. Well done there. MVP material, certainly. We'll find a way to get the mix up and get that core into the net.
Yeah, breaking, you already loses ankles there just a little bit, kind of showing why, like you said, he is that MVP. And also landing a lot of these era shrinks onto Vaughn so far, so definitely very, very well played so far. But, you know, it really just depends on can they keep up denying this Octavia? Can they keep up this aggression onto Sad Boys? It's kind of been the narrative this entire series, right? This entire year against these two teams and as this Demon's Raw team in general. So they definitely have a shot, like you're saying, in this game as they've shown to have before, but I'm really curious to see how these next sets will go. But whoever wins this first set is really going to be in a big advantage as they will get that first pick.
Low state still online from Vaughn here. Gets it back up to Bells. Now looking for the stuff, but actually it'll force Gumi to burn that energy burst. Up to the top corner, now shrunken, but Vaughn will get the reset there on the flow state nonetheless. Giga Blast goes slightly wide, and now the flow state will run out. This gives Snake an opportunity to try to look for the KO. Vaughn will go elusive for a moment to dodge away, but here comes Gumi on the eject button. Doesn't quite have the speed to get a lot moving here. We're in overtime on Oni Village, where opposite goal barriers are online. There it is. Bells finds a beautiful angle, and now we see the angle traded. Here's the core flip from Snake, looking to dash forward, but there will be it used from You Already Lose. Back to the other side of the pitch. Here's the Gig Blast. Gumi, eject button back to find the save, and now Vaughn looking for the primary. Now pass up to Bells, but Kainu will intercept. Bewitching Beam, dribble to himself, interrupted by the barrage, and Bells tries to cover the clearing angle there as well. A nice primary from Vaughn. Sends it, but keeps it behind Snake, and now off the corner, can't quite find the rebound there in order to put it back. Giga Blast sends it back. Now You Already Lose goes in on the eject button. Something we haven't talked about yet is You Already Lose. Picking this Kai on the eject button, not a pick we see come in from him all that often, but nonetheless, playing it here, and it's all going to be a game about speed, no matter who's able to come out on top. Now, there's the Giga Blast, finds the KO, and now the core flip will send it quickly down to the bottom side in overtime. Demon's Raw up 2-1.
Yeah, Snake, like you said in that before this game, right, showing and proving that he does belong here. He is a top 3, if not one of the best forwards in the league right now with that beautiful core flip, sending Vaughn off of the map and getting that goal. So great job there. Bells almost gets that double barrier off the round start. Gets the Egoist proc on the flip here, so it's not over yet. The Demon's Raw needs to still defend here as they have the core flip from Bells. Be careful. Ooh, not quite going to be using it. It wants to wait for the perfect time to use this. Vaughn stacking up right now and going to be really doing so far. And this first set, honestly, is... Let's just put this into perspective, K-Bot. How fast this first set, it feels like the core's been moving and how back and forth these points have been going. This is going to be the slowest one.
Yeah, just you wait, because the second we start seeing more Awakenings come online, a little more power, and not only more power, but again, more movement speed for all of these strikers on the map will be so critical. Now, Energy Burst used out of Snake there, goes elusive, and Bells can't find the finishing KO. By the way, though, Vaughn up to level 5 on this Octavia. Yeah. In set 1, 4 goals into the, not even 4 goals into the game. Has been redirecting all around, now looking for the pass up to Bells. Core flip comes up just shy, and now Vaughn is drilled up to the top side. You already lose, will come in. Now looking for the beautiful passing play. Beautiful. What a series of passes from the Sad Boys. This is one of the things that the team is known most for. Finding angles like that. How good was that?
That was, I mean, that was kind of textbook, right? That's exactly what you want to play. I mean, perfectly written out play there, it seemed like, you know, from the Sad Boys as Vaughn running away now and evading that Maelstrom. Great plays there from Vaughn to keep the stacks up so far, but there might be going down now. Never mind, as the primary hits Snake, keeping the stacks alive for now. Will Vaughn keep them up? Yes, they will, as Bells trying to dribble here, trying to secure this barrier. Great strike, actually hitting it right around Gumi, and now they're setting themselves up for a beautiful goal for a .3 here as Bells dribbling here onto Vaughn here. Can they get this last goal? Gumi finally gets the clear.
Finally gets the clear. Vaughn almost gets KO'd. Stagger bar down so low now. And a dribbling opportunity for both Snake and Kainu. Flutterfly comes out, buying a little bit of extra speed. Snake can't quite keep possession of the core, and now it goes back to the other side. Beat drop comes out of Vaughn, but it won't collect there either, and now the Giga Blast comes through looking for a KO. Can't find it there. Snake low on Stagger. Bewitching Beam intercepts the pass between Vaughn and Bells this time, and Bells tries to collect on the Fiery Flurry, but won't that time around. Overtime now. Snake low on Stagger. Will get sent away from the Energy Burst, but not before picking up the goal barrier, and it's right back up to the top side in the speed lane. Vaughn looks for the pass down to Bells. No, denied. Bells looks to come down to try to collect the core, trying to look for that core flip and send it into the net, but no, not that time. Now we'll send it up to the top side. Dribble again, just a little bit too slow as the Bewitching Beam comes out there from Kainu. That size difference is sometimes all it takes. Now Vaughn takes a shot. Here's the Energy Burst. Now buys a little bit of time and will send it into the bottom corner. Sad Boys up the set, Dononi's Village.
Beautiful patience, that's what I was going to say. From Vaughn there with that core flip, just waiting on both those strikes. You know, nerves at an all-time high, especially in Oni Village. I mean, what a final game, or possibly a final game, you know, or bracket reset for what a great map for this to be on, I should say, right? Just the nerves at an all-time high, the core going a million miles an hour, and Vaughn getting rewarded with that quick strikes. I'm going to make a prediction here, K-Bot. I think he's going to reach at least level 9. Actually, no, I'm just going to go full blast. He's going to hit Omega level 10 in this next set. Like, there's no way he doesn't. And then also keep in mind, both Snake and Bells getting size, so definitely going to be nice there on either side. And Gumi actually with the extra special. So I think everyone kind of got a piece of what they wanted, but Vaughn, I think, is taking the cake home here as this quick strikes is so good on Octavia.
There's a Fiery Flurry, finds the second goal barrier, and one of the things we didn't see that I'm looking out for on this map in particular that feels strong is the new Demolitionist Awakening as well, right? We didn't see that in that last carousel, and you figure with something like the Flow State, you'll almost always have that online if Vaughn ends up taking it, or Bells, we've seen numerous dribbling plays. Now imagine what happens when you get a refresh on some of those cooldowns. Energy Burst up to the top side. Bells doesn't have any ability to stuff it back home. And the Flow State will run out there for Vaughn. Fiery Flurry out. Here comes the core flip. Now Vaughn completely staggered. Tiny little beat drop comes through. That's not really going to get the party revved up here for the Sad Boys. Back up to the top side of the speed lane. You already lose. Collects it. Vaughn's still low. Knocked away and potentially scared. Hanging out certainly in the midfield line and now gets KO'd. Taken off of the map with the combo of the Bewitching Beam and the Giga Blast. barrage down to the bottom side. Bells takes a shot, just tries to buy a little bit more time and tries to keep this core away from Snake and Yordi. Lose, and now finds the rebound off of the top wall to send it into the goal himself, even despite not having his Octavia unlocked.
That point was so crucial because not only now does Bells almost have that core flip, but Vaughn was dead during that, right? So just that little bit of XP and just, I mean, honestly, the mental damage from Demon's Raw, every point is counting right now. And with Vaughn, you know, just starting to dribble on with these quick strikes, Demon's Raw really just needs to make sure they keep composed and keep calm. But how do you keep calm with Bells just scoring and then also KOing your brawler here, taking away actually a core flip onto Snake 2 there?
There's the energy burst used to find the barrier, and now power play opportunity here. Right back up to the corner. There's the energy burst once again. Waits for the patience. Now Gumi able to take it right back with the save. But Kainu low on stagger. Vaughn looks for the dribble. Now ticked over to level 8. I think you're right on the pace here, Borg. Almost assuredly, Vaughn's going to hit level 10 at this point. But Gumi takes it himself. Gets that barrage down to the bottom barrier. Uses the blazing pace to get back to the other side of the pitch. Maelstrom interrupts things for a second. Snake might have a little bit of room to work, and now we'll find it with the edge of the fist. 1-1 in set 2.
Yeah, Snake finding that crucial dash punch, just clipping the edge of the core, and you already lose there. You know, not very good for Sad Boys, but great for me in my prediction. Gives more time for Vaughn to dribble, as we're seeing right here, as he get right back into this point. As just getting a little bit of energy here, waiting. Gumi trying to interrupt it a little bit, actually getting that barrier, and Snake getting that second barrier. So great job from Demon's Raw to kind of punish that dribbling.
Maelstrom almost catches Vaughn away. The other thing you have to figure, again, remember, you were talking just a moment ago about the mental aspect of this. Demon's Raw has to win this game. They don't get to win the championship by winning this game. But the Sad Boys have got a little bit of room to work with. The pressure might be slightly off of them, despite wanting to close it out here. Core flip out of Snake. Doesn't actually collect the core. Now Bells will send it back and get it back into play. Now has a little bit of extra speed on the Seagoist. Snake sends it right up to Vaughn. Back over to Bells. Might have room to work in the corner, but Gumi's able to send it away with a barrage. It's still right back up here. Vaughn insisting. No, it's staying in the top corner, and Bells will be right there to send it back. Set point again for the Sad Boys.
Absolutely beautiful base drop right there. Vaughn notices that his flow state was about to run out, so channels that beat drop and able to just keep it forward, right to his forward, right to Bells. Doesn't even need the core flip. Great punch onto two members, onto Kainu and Gumi. And could have found the kill there on Kainu, but opts to keep the flip. I agree with that for sure, as it definitely is very, very important to getting these barriers so far. Yordi's looking to get this one barrier, but Bells actually managing to get it himself. Punch not actually going to be able to find it, as Gumi is stuck on one barrier here. And Demon's Raw feels like they just need to get something rolling. They need a point. They need a KO. They need something in order to get this mental block back.
Have to find it soon as well, because you do not want to be going down 2-0 in sets. Especially when there's an Octavia on the enemy team. Chrono Boost we haven't seen yet. We haven't seen like any of the dash trainings at this point. So much more that Vaughn could potentially pick up. Of course, a lot more for someone like Kainub as well, but have to imagine that you want to try to be able to deny these picks away from the Octavia, and you're not going to be able to do that unless you take these sets. So it's all going to come down to the Awakening Carousel. Snake, though, will find the core flip, find the punch. There's the barrier. Giga Blast tries to keep it online here, but now it's going to go right back over to Bells. Maelstrom sweeps over the top side of the map, but it's not going to connect with anyone, and now it's right back over to the Sad Boys. Bells looks for the dash punch against Kainu, but can't find it there. And now Vaughn will go in the beat drop with the flow state active. Passed up to Bells again. Beautiful touch off to the corner. And now, once again, passing play comes through. Bells around the Giga Blast, and now right up to the top corner. The Sad Boys are one set away from becoming the Season 2 champions.
And what a way to do it, too, with the surprise Octavia pick. If they can manage this, especially if they can manage a 3-0, would look so incredibly good. And now, look, Stagger, Swagger, stacks on stacks, Demolition is so many incredible, I mean, really important trainings here. And with Sad Boys being first pick, they get whatever they want, as Vaughn obviously going to be taking those stacks on stacks, wants the speed regardless, as it's been so hard to KO him anyway. They're leaving Demolitionist up. No, Kainub's going to have to deny that, as a Deadeye now goes on to Gumi. They're trying to get trainings in order to, I guess, sway over in their favor. Maybe they can get a random KO. Maybe they can put a little bit more damage onto Vaughn, but Bell's getting that bulk up, and Snake with that Spark of Strength. Nothing too crazy here, but keep in mind, actually, one thing that we didn't really talk about is the hot shot on You Already Lose that they got last set has been getting so much value because Vaughn is kind of doing a majority of the heavy lifting here with the redirects, right? So You Already Lose pretty much only has to get a good barrage every once in a while, and then if you land a full barrage, it's going to be back up in like 4 or 5 seconds because of hot shots. So definitely a very, very good Awakening pickup, and I noticed it a ton in this last set.
The other thing here about that last Awakenings carousel was Gumi still doesn't really have a lot of speed. He's got cast to last and only cast to last online. He can't have the same forward aggressive presence as we've seen him have in past games because he doesn't have any of those speed awakenings yet. He's going to have to try to find something with this extra special Deadeye Giga Blast. Look for some more of these KOs, especially against Vaughn's Octavia, who's ticked over to that Omega level already. And now it's possession still for the Sad Boys. Kainu interrupts it for a moment. Now Vaughn will use the primary to get it out of the way. Bells looks to try to get up to the top corner, but can't make it in time, thanks to the Bewitching Beam. Used by Kainu. Vaughn, beautifully done to send it right back up there. Bells was covering any clear angle that Gumi could possibly take, and the Sad Boys are 2 goals away.
And Vaughn, fully leveled out, has that complete Octavia Abyss with the slick kicks, cast last, quick strikes, and stacks on stacks, fully stacked even just after that first point. It's so hard to stop here. I mean, it's going to take, I think, a miracle. Maybe a tornado, maybe Snake starts just focusing Vaughn, but even if Snake focuses Vaughn, it's so hard to just hit the Octavia anyway because it's so fast.
Another chapter being written here, perhaps finally. This is the chapter where the Sad Boys can come away victorious despite losing the regular season match versus Demons Raw. Let's see if they can come away with it here. Vaughn with the energy burst has that at his disposal, but now trying to find this dribble, and again, we just don't see the same level of speed out of Demons Raw right now. Well, we do potentially have some KOing power as now the power play comes through. Giga Blast interrupts things from Kainu here, and it actually gets sent right back to the barrier. Still power play opportunity up. Here's the energy burst.
Wow.
Bells will actually deny it with the fiery flurry. Well done to cover all of the angles, and now right up to the bottom corner. Bells will send it back home, and it is championship point for the Sad Boys.
Championship point, all eyes on Sad Boys. Demons Raw need to find something, right? They need to get a KO. They need to do something here. And actually, they did get a KO. They killed Vaughn last round, but it didn't even matter because Bells, the heroics from Bells, manages to find that core flip in a great shot. But this is a good start. Gets the first barrier, but no, Bells both coming right back, and Vaughn is still stacked up. Can Sad Boys clinch this, or will Demons Raw start the reverse sweep?
Barrage comes out here. You Already Lose tries to keep it on the other side of the pitch. Snake looking for the dribble, doesn't have the speed, gets interrupted there in the process, and now comes up just shy on the Flying Phoenix. The Fiery Flurry comes out. Kainu trying to do everything in his power to keep this core on the blue side of the pitch. It's right back up the Snake, has the punch, sends it home right over the Bewitching Beam. Demons Raw still not out yet. But again, as you mentioned, Borg, it's a mountain to climb because this Octavia continues to cruise.
Hey, step by step, you got to start somewhere, right? So, first point, definitely a good one so far, and they did it with pretty much just straight up core control there, and there we go. Snake getting a KO early. Vaughn kind of misstepping there a little bit, and now we'll get the, oh, okay, great save from You Already Lose there. Just point blank predicting when Snake was going to use in that core flip. So, Vaughn coming back online right now, and wow, I cannot believe You Already Lose defended that championship performance as we're seeing so far, and we'll have to see if he can keep it up, but no, accidentally misses it up. The beat drop actually almost scores on himself, but Vaughn finally manages to clear it.
Open goal gates here for Demons Raw. They need to find another KO, and they need to find it soon. The pressure starts to mount. Core flip comes out. You Already Lose has a barrage. Vaughn's back in time. Has the flow state now. Bells has the energy burst here as well. There's the core flip. It gets denied. Sent away on the goal line. Vaughn, though, has another energy burst. Will send it up. Still gets denied. Sent away by the barrage from Gumi. It's right back down to the bottom corner. Here, Snake now has some speed of his own, coming back with the energy burst, but Bells, room to work. No, denied. There it is, down to the bottom side, just out of reach of Kainu, though, but now it's the KO coming through. Snake gets taken off of the pitch, and Gumi will use the blazing pace to find the save. Power play opportunity again. Giga Blast sent away. Gumi finds the hold. Kainu will buy even more space and will be able to do it there. Back down to the bottom corner. Now we'll find the strike war versus Vaughn to send it back. Once again, It's still championship point for the Sad Boys, but Demons Raw are fighting out of the underworld for dear life.
They are just absolutely popping off right now. They're managing to hold strong. Their nerves just looks like it's almost not affecting them at all as they stop not only one, but 2 core flips, and they get it past Yordi loses 3rd core flip. But, you know, now Yordi still has this core flip up, and Vaughn looking for that KO, unable to find it, but gets the core flip. Has to use it now, though, and it looks like Demons are finally starting to find some footing in this game.
You start to see the aggression start to come online here out of Demons Raw. They haven't been able to find it so far today, or at least in this game at bare minimum, but they're slowly starting to find it. Almost a beautiful pass coming out of Gumi, looking for Kainu. They're going to trade 1 barrier in the process. That's no big deal. It's Oni Village after all. All you need is the 1 to keep the goal gates up. Giga Blast goes slightly wide. Vaughn in the flow state now. Bells doesn't collect the core. Gets interrupted by the Maelstrom here as it comes in off the spawn. Now Bells has the Fiery Flurry. There's the speed as well coming in off the Egoist. Energy Burst online here. Bells waits for an opportunity to use it. Actually gets sent away. Beautifully done to hold the line there. Doesn't let it get too close to the barrier. Potential opportunity here, but Bells finds the KO. Power play for Sad Boys. You already lose. Sends it back with a Giga Blast. And now Gumi will also exchange back the other way. Now around Kainu. 2 energy bursts online for the Sad Boys. Bells will commit his for the goal barrier. Now looking for the dribble. Gumi barrage up to the top side. There was an opportunity, but the core doesn't find the net. You already lose. Now back down to Vaughn, but it goes right over to Snake and Kainu. Can't find the read here. We're in overtime on Oni Village. That core is flying all over the place. And now Energy Burst exchange. Kainu looking for the top corner. Can't find it there. Bells looks for the KO against Kainu. But Kainu will not go down this time. Still online. Still looking for this barrier, but it's still being held. Maelstrom comes through. Almost switches to the pitch. Vaughn goes in the flow state once again. Bells back down to the bottom side. Buys some time here. Giga Blast comes out. Weird bounce, but Gumi's got the Energy Burst as the get out of jail free card nonetheless. Potential opportunity here from Bells, who will set it up the top corner, and the Sad Boys will be the North American Strikers League Season 2 champions.
Oh no, Demons Raw all to 4 basically after that game. It's such a heartbreak for them after they've been playing the 9-0, the perfect regular season, but Sad Boys prove that this is their map, this is their region, this is their series, this is their league as they win 2-1 now in the grand finals. No bracket reset, proving that they are the best. The 2-time you already lose best goalie in, I mean, I'm going to say the world because we can say that, right? Vaughn and Bells, the best forward duo in the NA, in the world possibly. So well played to them, and what a way to end it with Bells putting it in the #1 forward in the league, voted by everybody. Man, what an incredible series that was. A little bit of an anticlimactic ending with just that strike, but I guess it makes sense given all we've seen. Wow.
And what a finish with Vaughn picking the Octavia in this final game, right? You saw this coming because you've been playing it in-house.
I did, yes.
Nobody else saw this coming, right? We've got 700 people watching this bloody broadcast, and I bet that barely anybody did. Comes out here, no real response, especially on a cast-to-last start, and we just couldn't see many Speed Awakenings come online early for Demons Raw as a result, because a lot of those were already taken up. Vaughn takes a lot of them right off the bat, and that ultimately seals the deal here. Look, 289 redirects on the Octavia for a 3-set game. Mind you, that game was 22 minutes long, but nearly 300 redirects even still on this Octavia.
22-minute long game, by the way, for a 3-0 in sets. That shows you just how close every point was, every single set was, right? And just so insane here. And we're actually going to be getting all of the members of the Sad Boys coming into the VC now. Guys, how are you guys feeling? I guess just whoever wants to go. How are you guys feeling right now?
I mean, that last game was really fun, but wow, I'm pretty sure my heart rate was like 250 after that second game, that night market game.
The night market game.
It was crazy.
Nail biters. They were all nail biters. It's like so much respect to them for playing so well.
Yeah, that was the thing that I mean, Gumi and I were talking before the matches today, and he sent me a message that went along the lines of like, hey, you and I have been grinding the game and we've been putting in a lot of work and let's just see who the better player is. Like, good luck. And I don't know. It feels so good it feels like there's on any day, if I'm not playing my best, there's a team that's gonna beat me. And like the rivalry that we have with these guys is like the most fun part of competing in OS for me, no matter what happens. So I have to really shout out like Gumi, Kind and Snake because god damn, those guys are really good.
Our only
As I set it
competition,
up.
sorry.
Go ahead, Bells.
No. That's it.
Yeah, he's yapping. You just keep
I'm
going.
yapping.
Heart rate's still up.
Yeah, heart rate's still up, really. I mean, as I set it up, right, one of the largest rivalries in the game, and now on the biggest stage that we could possibly provide it. Finally, a major victory here. I know you already lose. You get the 2-time here as East champion and now season 2 champion. But Vaughn and Bells, finally something to come through for the arguably best forward duo in the game. I imagine you've been searching for this for a while. So give it to me straight. What does being season 2 champion mean to you?
And honestly, once we recruited Caleb, like Vaughn and I only take second, but this Caleb guy only takes first. So like we knew from the beginning we were winning. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Even despite the 9-0?
Well, honestly, Gumi said like earlier today that he's gonna 18-0 us and send us to our sad boys roots. But like, come on, bro. All good. Next time, maybe.
Next time, baby.
Sorry, guys. I'm
Vaughn, how
still
about
awake.
you?
I think everybody that's either in the chat or in this call knows exactly how I feel and exactly how well I played. So I'm just enjoying listening to my teammates because they played super well. And it just felt good for all of us to be able to play the game together. And Caleb was able to have a setup, which brings us to our actual finals MVP, which is Hamster Quest.
Shout out
Oh, yeah.
For saving our season and letting Caleb. I mean, he's there right now. He organized scrims for us. He told us when he had our schedule. He was a sub whenever we needed. Like he is the reason why we're able to win the season. So I wanted to make sure that we gave him a shout out because he's in the VC. And I'm looking forward to seeing him get a dub. I'm sure that the dub is the player is right around the corner because he's on the grind as well. So a big shout out to the Hamster Quest for helping us.
Yeah, thank you. I'm really excited that Vaughn picked me up in the season as a sub early. I was definitely always looking up to him as a midfield player myself, and the coaching session he gave me was really helpful. So it was just so fun to watch them play. I'm really proud of them. And Caleb, of course, has been an excellent guest. He got me and my girlfriend lunch yesterday, so it's been an absolute pleasure to have him here, and I was just so glad to help the team and see the fruit of our season pay off. So just so excited, ecstatic.
Well, now, speaking of Caleb, you already lose whatever you want to be called. I bring this to you, this next question. You are now the 2-time, the only in history.
Corey. Corey's on our
Wait,
bench.
I forgot.
Corey's on our
Okay.
bench.
Corey
We can hold
is
hands
on the
and have a
roster
battle
as well.
together.
Okay, I'm sorry.
But it feels
come on,
great.
guys.
of
How does
course.
it feel, though, being the 2-time? How does it feel winning last season, Sad Boys beating these guys? Actually, it was DLS at the time. And now creating the full Sad Boys roster, and now, taking them to the finish line almost, right?
I'm just ecstatic to be able to play with these guys. It's so fun. Every game's a treat.
Holy cheesy, every game's a treat. And now, after all that gameplay, I can finally, in front of all these people, say that Odyssey, Octavia is such a cringe character, and you need to delete it. Absolute no skill gameplay out of me. Spam left click high roll training. Absolutely disturbing. I felt
Also
like
Asher.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. True. That one too. But they've been nerfing her well. But I'm super glad. I thought NASL season 2 was probably the. You know what? Hey, I'll secede it. I think it's the best OS event ever run. Probably.
Yeah,
I think
It's real.
that the improvement that our TOs and our staff learned from their mistakes in the first season, and they put on something that they should be really proud of. And I think that shows with the effort from the community, the viewers that come in, and me as a player. I know that like even if I'm not even playing, I'm glued to my seat. Man, I'm still starting. Jesus, I'm glued to my seat every Saturday. Sorry, adrenaline. I'm glued to my seat every Saturday because this is like the heart of competitive OS, and it's really cool what they've built. So I just wanted to make sure I thanked all the head TOs, which are, if I'm not mistaken, Saya, Kyachi, Brickbat, and then the people on the desk, K-Bot, you leading the charge, and all the other staff for turning this season into something that felt really special, and that's something we can all look back on, even if we all go our separate ways down the line. So it's really awesome to play in.
I'll say this community is something special to be a part of. Everyone coming from different games, everyone joining at different times, whether you've been with the games in some of the earliest pre-alphas or joined on beta or joined on launch. Everyone has been so supportive across the board. And of course, we wouldn't be able to do what we do without the support of the players. We wouldn't be able to do what we do without the players trusting in us and believing in all of the work that everyone on the staff does. I think the staff team is up to something like 50 or 70 people. Or something absurd at this point. And I know with confidence that as this keeps happening, and as long as the game stays online, the staff here is going to continue iterating on what is happening every season. We're only getting started here in Omega Strikers, which is so much fun to say. But before we sign off and have a couple of announcements to wrap up this season, I want to send it down the line real briefly for your final shout outs and final remarks. Bells, I'll start with you. Anything you want to shout out or say at the end of this?
I talk a lot of I trash talk a lot, but at the end of the day, I love playing against these guys. Raw is always I mean, especially Gumi. Honestly, like that guy's a beast every time I play against him. He makes me shake. But yeah. Also, I want to shout out Leonidas. If you know, you know.
That's so
If you
real.
know, you know. No,
that is so real. He carried us when we went down first game, and we were down like 0-2, and we just had to think of Leonidas. So Leonidas, that one was for you.
There you go. Vaughn, any other shout outs or things you want to say?
Man. No, I don't know. It's just hard. Like, yeah, I do actually. Yeah, I do. You know what? Fuck all you noobs who said we only get second. I'm gonna kill you in game, of course. We are the best, and we win almost every time. And when we don't, we get second, and we just had to prove it. It only took Caleb dragging our corpse. But that being said, hey, haters, stay mad. As the GOAT bowler would say, love me or hate me, all you could do is just watch. As one of the greatest sports quotes of all time. Knowers now. All right.
Amen. You already lose. Any other shout outs or things you want to say?
Yeah, I want to give just a final shout out to Hamster Quest for being so kind this whole season. That's
Thank you.
Hamster Quest, you got anything else?
Yeah.
I'll give you the floor one more time.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, definitely want to shout out the staff and the casters and all of you guys again in Odyssey. And I know we tease about or like chat and yap about balance and map things, but we all the players just really love the game so much. So I want to just like mention that again to anyone who may have not picked that up. That this game is just so fun, and I'm really glad Odyssey has been just like right there with competitive Omega Strikers and giving us things, especially the custom lobby was just so big. And so I'm loving seeing where the game's going, and I'm just so excited. Can't wait. And thanks to the viewers, of course. You guys popped off today.
And shout out to Ibuki. Sorry, I had to throw it in before I forgot.
True.
Ibuki,
Absolutely.
our biggest fan. And Nala. Hey, those are our number one, our supporters from day one. So Nala and Ibuki, if you're listening, we love you.
Ibuki, Nalixello, and Natek. I can't forget Natek.
True, Natek. That is fact.
You guys are the goats.
Those are our A1s. So thank you guys.
All right. Well, that was the Sad Boys coming fresh off of Season 2 North American Strikers League champions. Thank you all and congratulations again. Well, Board, that's basically going to do it for us. Of course, that does it for us in Season 2. But the show doesn't stop here because we're about ready to rev up for a whole other season.
Oh, yeah, we are, K-Bot. We still got Guys, keep in mind, I guess maybe it's not confirmed to the public yet, but NASL Season 3 is happening, baby. It's happening, and now that Season 2 is done, we can start the launch pads and the liftoffs. We can start all this incredible craziness that's happening, and I believe we actually have a graphic coming up here. K-Bot, if you want to run us through exactly the dates and when, what should people be looking out for in order to play in these tournaments?
So we've got a while to wait before the Season 3 of the North American Strikers League comes online. That will happen about the second and third weeks in December. There's a lot of time between now and the time that the league comes back. But of course, there is plenty of time for you to earn a spot in that league. And that starts at the bottom here with the Launchpad tournaments that'll be taking place on November 4th and November 18th. So be on the lookout for more information getting posted to those in the Discord server. You can qualify out of Launchpad into Liftoff, which would be the main thing deciding who gets to go into the relegation series and who will be going towards the North American Strikers Academy League. That relegation series will feature some of the bottom 4 teams that didn't make playoffs in Season 2 and will feature the top 4 teams out of Liftoff. There is a circuit and an onslaught to go through over the course of the offseason here, but the offseason doesn't mean that the Omega Strikers action stops because, Borg, that first date for Launchpad is coming up in another 2 weeks.
Oh, trust me, I know, because I'll be there, baby. I'm coming back for Season 3 as a player. I'll also be casting and maybe hosting if you're sick or something. But I'm excited to get back into it. I'm sure all of you are excited because the cool part about Omega Strikers Pro Play right now is that it's so early on, anybody can become a pro. Anybody can become an amateur player. Anybody can become an academy player. You just have to try and then make it, right? Find some friends, find a team, grind the ladder, try and get good at this game so that you can have a chance at getting to these top level events, getting on stream, getting your face and your name known out there. So I'm super excited for November 4th, that first Launchpad. You will see me there, and I hope to see you guys there too.
And look, even if you don't get the chance to qualify for the top league, there is still a fantastic ecosystem built around the North American Strikers Academy for the 10 next best teams in that up-and-coming spot to get that league environment practice in that is just as valuable of an experience as being in the best league in the game. Folks, there is plenty more action coming your way over the course of the next couple of weeks from all of us here with the staff for the North American Strikers League, BestieInSlot, competitive Omega Strikers North America, whatever you want to call us. There is so much more in store. There is so much more planned. And every time this staff does something, they get a little bit better at it. So hold your horses, because if you thought Season 2 went hard, Season 3 is going to go even harder. From all of us here at BestieInSlot, this has been the conclusion of the North American Strikers League Season 2. Let the off-season commence. We'll see you all right back here for Launchpad number 1 on November 4th. Take care, everyone, and have a good night.